What's up, guys? What's up? How's everyone doing? So today I'm going to be joined by Chad the Third and Martin Okezi, aka Animal Supreme, aka Cobra Commander. And we're going to be breaking down some nonsense that has occurred on Twitter and just having a general chat about Tekken. I'm going to be talking with Chad and Martin to begin with, and then we'll speak with you guys, bring you on, get your opinions on it. So I'm going to bring them in now. And we'll just go straight from there. People will pile in and we'll answer the questions as we go. What's going on, Faso, Kai, Yaya? Yaya, I know nobody's going to show up again, but you know what? We're going to do this anyway because some people were so confident in the shit that was coming out of their mouths. I was like, do you know what? I'm just going to live stream it. So I'm going to bring in Chad now, and then I'm going to bring in Martin just after.
What up,
Hey,
man?
bro.
What up? I'm good, player. How you doing? You enjoying your Twitter adventures?
Bro, honestly, like the way people talk on Twitter is always going to be bizarre to me.
Yes, wow. Some of you kids ain't been punched in the face and it shows. That's what it is.
I watched your video on the Virtua Fighter crowds and Reddit, and I was like, this is pretty much the same thing that I'm dealing with.
It's a similar thing. Yeah, Virtua Fighter crowd's been cool, to be fair. I want to put it on the record, but Virtua Fighter Reddit, that's a different story.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll figure it out.
Well, basically, the premise of this is going to be surrounding Jin mainly. Now, I know obviously like you're an old school Tekken head. I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 1. And I put up a tweet, I don't know if you've seen it yet, which we'll go over. And it was about Jin and how he used to be in the gameplay section of the game. Not in the lore, the story, but in the gameplay. Yes. Obviously, we know that Jin practices Kyokushin karate. And so that was what the tweet was about. Yeah. I put it up. It did not go down well. It didn't go down well with them at all. But I want to go over it with you because there was a lot of people in here speaking with a lot of confidence on the situation. And I know we've touched on this before. I know that you've spoken about it before, but I want to really focus on Jin because I think Jin is a good marker to use for this. For sure. The way I see Jin Kazama now is they've kind of moved him into shonen anime character land. And the way I think, at least I saw him before, and maybe you or some other people, is that he wasn't, although he was the main character, and in the lore, he always had that shonen like aura about him. In the actual gameplay, you were very much using somebody that is relying on their karate and not weird theatrics.
Absolutely, yeah. He was a karate guy who had a hint of anime, a little bit of a signal of anime. The third eye would occasionally show up, the tattoos would occasionally glow, so you had a sense that there was some dark hado happening, but it was mostly still karate, and that was kind of what, in a way, the sort of the I don't know, hinting of supernatural stuff actually made it cooler. I think that was the original thing. It's just straight martial artist with a hint of some supernatural thing, and then fast forward, we've seen where it's gone.
Yeah, so I'm gonna bring up the tweet now. Let me bring Martin in here. I don't know if he's actually Martin. You there?
Yo, how's it going, man?
Okay, so I don't know if you heard what we were just talking about there.
Yeah. So just before I begin, it's my fiance's birthday. So if I suddenly disappear or you hear me shouting at kids, there's like how many kids? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kids in here. So if you hear me suddenly stop and shouting at kids,
grown man with grown man responsibilities.
Bro. So yeah, I have to show my girl some attention as well. So bear with me if I just suddenly leave. Yeah. Anyway,
no, that's cool, bro.
Yes. So I definitely heard Chad here, man. How's it going, Chad? You are exactly right. You're exactly right. Exactly what you said. Jin had a smidgen of anime. Everything else was karate. Just like his father, because he followed in the footsteps of his father and his grandfather. That's how Jin started out. That's what we know him as. As the games obviously went on, I would say probably after what Tekken can we call now, where he started going nuts. What should we say? What? Yeah, Tekken.
It started to reveal itself a bit in 6, I think.
I was thinking 6.
Point. Yeah,
that's what I was saying. I was gonna say 5, but 5. No, he was still very grounded. But you know what? In 6 is where they started doing that shit in general. Anyway,
Yeah.
You know what I mean with the anime. Like I said last time with Lars. Lars is your anime character. You know, Alyssa, Lars. Like I said, and that's why I've always hated Lars, because I don't like characters where their moves don't make any sense. They don't even look aesthetically like they don't make any sense. He does these stupid golden eye chops, and you lose like half a
Man
bar.
said golden eye chops, you know. Slappers only.
You lose 50%. You know, he just dashes towards you in his stupid cape. What? And then he chops your like ankle, and then you're losing bar, and you're like, how is this hurting me, fam? This is just like an ankle scratch.
That's just Swedish martial arts, bro. You're clearing up into Sweden. That's just what it is. That's what it is, bro.
Martial arts, like.
That's what it is, bro. That's how they roll over there.
Bro, oh my god. Yeah, I can remember, bro. Like, I don't know if you heard me last time that I was on Hollow stream, and I said the story about why he was there, and the Swedish development team said they were upset because apparently Tekken didn't have any Scandinavian characters, and that's why. Because if you know look, Lars' storyline is garbage. He only had one fucking storyline, and that was in Tekken 6, and that died very quickly. Heihachi was fooling around, probably in the Swedish brothel, and he got this woman pregnant, and then that's his half son, his bastard son. Fuck that guy, man. Fuck that guy. Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah. So anyway, so as you can hear, So anyway, but look, as I wrote on Hollow's Twitter, I don't even know why people are trying to argue that point that Tekken is not fundamentally a martial arts game. Like I said, Tekken for me, and I've been there from the beginning, 94. Like Tekken was the martial arts, almost the controllable martial arts movie that my generation and probably the generation before me and you guys probably always wanted to see. The Jackie Chans, the Bruce Lees, the Chuck Norris, the Arnie, all these action iconic characters, because they knew ahead of time that those iconic characters were going to attract people. Yes,
but I'm glad that you brought that up though, because I do think it's a generational thing, because you have to remember the stuff that inspired Tekken. Like I remember last time you were on the stream, you mentioned a name that I had not heard in years, and I started talking to my chat. You said Cynthia Rothrock. And I was like, yes. And a lot of people were like, who the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, bro, you need to look this woman up. She was legit. All right.
Exactly.
But the thing is, there's a whole generation who didn't have that era. So they don't get the original resource. So for them, Tekken is Tekken. Whereas if you're older, right? Because don't get me, I was like, I think I'm a little bit younger than you. I'm a stage younger than you. But like I was still a kid when Tekken 3 came out. But like I knew the reference. You know, I got that martial arts reference. But if you didn't get that, then maybe it did nothing for you. But if you did get that, then it was the hypest shit ever. Because like you said, it was like your chance to control a martial arts scene. That's kind of what it was representing. But a lot of people don't get that reference, because don't forget that genre of movie don't exist no more. So,
facts, bro.
So that's
so all right. So I wanted to go over some of these retweets that I got here. Now it wasn't overwhelmingly negative, but I do want to like go over them, because there seems to be a disconnect between, from what I can understand, people that just pay attention to the story and maybe go online and look at Kazuya shooting Dragon Ball style energy blasts at people, and then people that are actually playing the game. So I thought it'd be good to go over them. Martin, I don't know if the talking is quite loud. Is there any way you can go to a different room?
Or mute it, or maybe just mute it when you're not talking. That'll be easier.
No, hold on. Let me see. Hey, yo, guys, quiet.
That adult way of handling it.
Especially you, quiet.
You pay the bills? No? Stop talking.
Exactly. You pay the bills. Yeah. So anyway,
yeah. So there's quite a lot of.
If it keeps going loud,
So
if it keeps, if it's too loud, then I'll just go into the kitchen. But Phoebe, keep it down, mama, please.
Some of these kids are about to get some karate chops in real life. That's all that sounds
bro,
like. Don't test me. I'm about to see the devil gene for real.
No. So yes, go on, Hollow. Go.
So I don't want to cherry pick anything. I want to go over all of them. Now I've invited everyone that had something to say. I said, please come to the live stream. You're more than welcome to come make your case. Obviously, we know most of the time people from Twitter don't want to appear on camera or speak, so it's Twitter fingers. But I'm gonna go over there their posts anyway, because just to be fair to them, they don't have to appear on camera. It's fine. But there was ones like this are like neither here nor there. This person thinks it's more like Lydia. That's fine. But we've got one here. It says before Tekken 8 turned him into an anime character? I'm convinced we were playing entirely different Tekkens. Now a response like that, I don't know if it's just me or that makes it sound like to me that this is somebody that watches cutscenes on YouTube and doesn't actually play Tekken.
That or they're just young. Like that or Tekken 6 was their first Tekken.
Or they're just young, yeah.
I mean, I think that's what, when I read that, I'm like, oh, Tekken 6 was your first Tekken, maybe. And you were probably a kid when that came out. That's what I hear.
You know, with regards to Tekken 6, because I was talking to people about this, even though Tekken 6 itself went down the anime route, I was going through Jin's move list. I was watching his move list again. I've got it at one of my local arcades as well. He's not doing anything in there that is like super anime. He's still got the same moveset that he had in Tekken 4, from what I can see.
No, it's true. But he had like the anime attitude in the story.
I think with Jin, Jin's always had the broody. He's always had the broody image, hasn't he? You know, the broody protagonist. That's used a lot in the anime archetype as well. You know, that I'm not bothered by anything. I have this, but like you guys said, Jin at the end of the day, he may have a slightly anime-ish look, but at the end of the day, he bears the striking resemblance to his father and his grandfather. They all have that hair. And so that's where the smidgen of anime comes from the hairstyles. You know what I mean? From the hairstyles and slightly and the gloves and slightly things like that. But when you look at the actual moves of the character, Jin, he's fundamentally a karate character. That's what he is. Yeah. He's Mishima style karate. Just like his dad was, just like Heihachi was, just like, okay, Jinpachi, you can't really count because he's a boss. So he's an exaggerated version. But I think as the game went on, like you guys said, I think after Tekken 6 is where Jin started getting exaggerated, even in his karate. But this is about the game now. I think that this is Tekken 8's fault, where everything's exaggerated. Like even with Feng, like now I know Hollow plays Feng. Let's just take Feng for a second. We know Feng does Shaolin Kung Fu. We know he's a Shaolin monk, or he's an ex-monk. We don't need the dragon curling around his
Martin,
fist.
sorry, bro. Are you able to go into a different room by any chance?
Yeah, because these guys are too freaking loud. Yeah, just give me a bunch of black bolts, bro. Baby black bolts in here. Hold on.
It is what it is, bro. I understand. Yeah. I was one of them as a kid.
Baby.
You know, one thing I was trying to explain to people on Twitter is when I put up that video, everybody in my group chats immediately understood that we were talking about the fighting in Tekken and not the story, because I don't think anyone's going to deny that the story's always had that anime tinge to it. It's always had it. It's only like increased as time has gone on. And what was interesting to me is that when I put up that video, all the usual suspects got it immediately. They're like, oh, he's talking about the martial arts in Tekken. He's not talking about Devil Jin, who has nothing to do with Jin, because there's a separate character on the character select screen. I'm not talking about Jin fighting Kazuya in Tekken 8 in the sky. I'm talking about the actual martial arts. But it was interesting to see how, as you'll see in these responses, people can't differentiate Devil Jin from Jin. They actually think that he's the same character, which led me to believe that there's a lot of people that I thought that a lot of these people play Tekken, but it looks like a lot of them just watch Tekken on YouTube, like watch the story mode or whatever.
I mean, that's true for all fighting games. I think there's more people who care about a fighting game that are actually playing the fighting game. Like, there's a lot of people. I remember back in the day watching lots of Street Fighter content. I didn't play no Street Fighter, but I could tell you all about like Mike Cross and Gutek's episodes. I think there's probably a lot of that for Tekken. They'll watch the tournaments and stuff, but they don't actually play the game. So there's definitely a lot of that too. But I think maybe there's also an issue of like some people are just so into anime that they don't like notice it. They just like this
anime hardcore.
This is just normal. This is real life. It's like no.
And that's what I mean. So in this case, I think it's the anime people looking for the exceptions to the rule. And as for the Devil Jin and Jin dynamic, we know that it's a metaphor for this is Jin's internal struggle. So Devil Jin is a manifestation of his darker side that he's trying to that he's always suppressed. It's the internal struggle. You know, if anybody's seen Superman 3, like the old film where like Superman goes mad and then he starts flicking peanuts at the bottom of the bottle. Yeah. That's really a metaphor. It's a metaphor for the internal struggle, obviously, but it's a physical manifestation of his dark side. You know what I mean? So this is the same thing here. It happens all of the time. You know what? But it's also, I mean, things like
No, 100%. But it's also like I think you were talking briefly to King J. I remember on the phone the other day, right? Yeah. And I remember he mentioned the fact it's like, but we have Devil Jin. Like Devil Jin's the anime thing because in some ways it's like he almost doesn't exist or like he only exists part-time, right?
Yes,
like so it's like that's where you put your anime bullshit. That's where you put your lasers. That's where you put your crazy shit, right? And so and that's fine, and we accept that. But it's like it's the molding of that into the Jin, and I think King J was right to point out like why though? Like we kept those things separate for a reason, and now regular Jin's doing like magic.
You guys raise a very, very good point that I didn't even think about properly until like, you just said it. That why, because like I said, I hardly see Jin in Tekken 8 anyway, because I don't watch Tekken 8 that much, to be fair. Like, I try and watch it, and I get irritated. And all the sparks and the Skittles flying about, and then dragons whizzing about, like, and I'm just like, no. But exactly. Devil Jin was the exception, as you guys said. That's where you keep your anime stuff, the supernatural stuff, all the wings and feathers and god fists and like elephant guns. Fine, great, fine. But why Jin? Jin was supposed to be exactly as you just said. He was the grounded character. He was the grounded, solid block of karate. You know what I mean? He was a solid wooden block. That was always Jin's character. He's just like impenetrable defense and everything, hence the dynamic of his parries and all that stuff. That's why it was different from the other characters. All those things meant something to the character. They were very iconic to the character because they were showing you the greatness of karate. You see what I mean? And that was cool.
Although that said though, and I actually want to ask both of you real quick, because I've seen this comment, and I'm sure you've seen it too, Michael. There's one question that's been like, what do these motherfuckers mean? Oh, I don't know if I can swear. But what do these guys mean? Oh, sweet. What do these motherfuckers mean about anime? Like, what do they like? What do they mean? And I have a definition, but I want to make sure. I feel like we all feel what we're all saying, but maybe there's some people who don't know. So, like what's your thoughts when you say, like, he's become anime? He was X, but he's become Y. Like, what is that Y? Like, I'd be curious to know. Because I think we agree, but let's make sure we do.
What has become anime with Jin?
Like, yeah, but like, what do we mean by that? Like,
so I remember the first time I saw the Jin Tekken 8 reveal trailer, and I had the same reaction that most people that have been playing Tekken for ages had, which was, what the hell is all this anime shit? And it was him flipping around. There was blasts everywhere. The devil wing would appear randomly. One thing I really hated about something they changed on Jin is he's got a lot of slashing attacks like the devil. Like he sort of slashes you with his nails now.
Right.
And obviously I'm biased to Tekken 4 because Tekken 4 is my favorite version of Jin, but it's also the most grounded Tekken. But even if you, like I said, I was watching Tekken 4, 5, 6, and 7, and I was looking at the Kyokushin karate on display, and then I looked at Tekken 8, and his most powerful and prominent attacks are all the anime inspired ones where the wing is coming out and he's flipping around. And when it's not, it's these really dumbed down moves that have either existed before, but they've given them properties now which do, like, they follow into stupid anime situations where you're spinning around and Jin's comboing you all over the place. And then obviously the built-in heat system makes everything worse because Jin flips even more and there's more explosions. So before it was more like I'm fighting a karate master. And you also had to be really good at using that karate master, so you got to see all of his karate. Whereas now, all of his stupid attacks are his like anime inspired ones, and the ones that were pre-existing that they've buffed up, like forward 2, now have this weird force field around it that hits you 10 miles away. So when I look at Jin in Tekken 4, 5, 6, and 7, I'm seeing a karate master. When I'm looking at Jin in Tekken 8, I'm still seeing some of that Jin, but I'm seeing Devil Jin as well.
Yes, I guess you.
Basically, just to piggyback of what like Hollow said, basically, you used to see this karate master, this like protege, this like prodigy, this karate prodigy. And as Hollow said, Jin was, to me, Jin has always been the best character. And the reason why I say that is ever since Tekken 4, even Tekken 3, Jin was the best character in Tekken 3. But this current incarnation of Jin, this Kazama karate that he uses, if you use it properly, added with the parry, Jin is almost unstoppable. That parry beats everything. It beats elbows. It beats knees. It beats unblockables. It beats projectiles. You can parry the laser. You can parry Alice's missile thing. You know it's a crazy attack. So, but those things were not easy. Those things were not easy.
And I think that's super true. And I remember talking to my friends about this. I was like, I feel like Jin would be, if there was an AI playing Tekken, it would play Jin, because it's like, if you are perfect, no one will beat you, right? Like that's kind of the gimmick. But the problem is you're a human and you're never going to play to that maximum ability. So Jin was like this limitless possibility, but the average person's not really going to tap into it.
They're not going to tap into it, no.
Yeah,
but that's what I mean. And my thing with where he went anime, especially, is where aesthetically for me, as you guys said, when the one wing comes out and the red eye suddenly flashes, blah, 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 blah. Fine, great. But it wasn't just the moves. I know what Hollow means about the flipping around, and that's more, he was going into more like the Lars category of, flipping all the get off me moves and all that stuff. But it was what the moves now started doing. When he would do something simple like what looks like a forward 4-2, I think it's a forward 4-2 anyway. It'll go through you, like an anime, when it goes,
like the samurai cut through,
and samurai, that kind of thing. And to me, it just doesn't suit and I think for me, that ruins some of the way that the moves look for me in Tekken. I know that Tekken's had that with swords, but Yoshimitsu, again, he's always been the exception to the rule. So when he hit you with a counter hit forward 2, and he went through you, that was just to accentuate the power of samurai or the power of the ninja.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean? Yeah, okay, that's fine. But because he was only one character that used to do it, and I don't mind Raven as well. Raven's a ninja, so that's kind of in the same. He's kind of in the same camp of Yoshi, the eccentric ninja, gimmicky, But with characters like Jin, why is his fist running through you? Like you know what? Like to me, I am very common sense, and I'm like, well, why is he going through you? I know it's a thing in anime, but
why though?
But I know. I was seriously thinking, no, but I'm trying to why is it going through you? Like, I understand it in anime because anime is a very over-exaggerated thing of fighting and all these things. So I understand that. I understand in the universe of anime. But to me, Tekken still, it wasn't designed as anime. So when I start seeing Jin go from when he punches you, then you go flying back, going flying back, backwards and doing forward 4, that forward snap kick, that his most iconic kick, that forward snap, because in real life, guys, let's face it, that's a very effective kick. That's a very fucking effective kick. So as annoying as it was in Tekken 7, as annoying as it was in Tekken Tag 2, as annoying as it was in Tekken 5, Tekken 4, it's true. That snap, something as simple as that snap kick, even Michael Jai White, there's a video, there's a couple of videos that he's shown where he can show you how effective that snap kick is. So that's not a lie. So I don't mind.
I definitely get that. And I think to go on top of what both of you guys are saying, I've said this multiple times. There's the moves math, and then there's how you dress it up, right? At the end of the day, a move can be an 18 frame mid that launches and is safe on block, let's say. That's the math of it. And you can present that as a karate chop. You can present that as like a sweeping kick, right? That goes from the ground upwards. Or you can present it as, someone growing magical wings, flipping in the air, and then landing gracefully, right? There's we're really just talking about the presentation in this. And I think historically they would give Jin interesting moves mechanically or whatever, but they would always dress it up as this is the karate technique he is using. These are the muscles in his human ass body that he's leveraging to generate this damage. Whereas a lot of the time, more and more of his moves are like, no, he is leveraging magical bullshit to do this damage. And that's fine. You can do that, but that kind of betrays the Jin thing and the Jin fantasy, I feel like. Whereas historically, if you wanted that, you played Yoshi because he was doing like samurai movie stuff, right? Or you had Raven who's doing ninja stuff, or you had Devil Jin for anime stuff. Like we've always had it, and I think that's the defense that a lot of people have. We've always had some elements of it, but it wasn't as intrinsically tied to every character, and it's certainly not as intrinsically tied to Jin. And I think that watching it rise up in Jin is almost like a perfect allegory for how much it's been rising up in Tekken in general. Like the more anime Jin gets, the more anime Tekken gets. Like
the more anime, because Jin is the poster boy, isn't he?
Guys, I just wanted to. I saw Immortal Soul in the chat. I think he has like a different take. I wanna get people on that disagree with us because I do like a lot of people had a lot of things to say on Twitter, but obviously when it comes to actually speaking on the topics and having a conversation about it, nobody wants to jump on, which is really frustrating. But I would like people to come on. It's just that a lot of the responses I got look like copy and paste. Even some of Immortal Soul's talk back now. No disrespect to him, obviously, but saying that True Ogre was flying around the stage and all that. I mean, for us guys that play Tekken 3, we know that flying with devils and the ogre and all that is not a viable strategy in a fight. And even though you can do it, nobody was doing it, much like they're not shooting laser beams across the screen in most of the Tekken games, even Tekken 8, because you just duck it and you punish. So you never see those moves. They're not overbearing. And True Ogre was using other martial artist attacks, right? He was using Bruce's attacks, Horang,
Wang,
whoever. Wang.
Yeah.
So True Ogre's not a good example to pull from because he looks ridiculous. And I think that's the disconnect that people have.
But people will always do that, though. They will point to those exceptions that have always existed and be like, therefore, always anime. It's like, well, no. But they were exceptions, though. Like that's the thing.
Have you ever heard the saying, obviously, the exception to the rule is actually what basically proves it. The exception to the rule proves the rule. Yeah. You know what I mean? So those are they can't use that because what is Ogre called? His title is the fighting god, the god of fighting. He's a god. He's an actual god that fights. So of course, when he starts flying around the fucking screen and like blowing fire at you, he's a fucking fighting god. It's like almost fighting Thor. You know what I mean? All these characters, they're supposed to be. Isn't he supposed to be like a mystical kind of character? So it's in his name. He's an ogre. He's not a man. He's an ogre. He's not human. You know, even normal ogre is not human. He doesn't even speak. He just goes. You know what I mean? He just.
But even the regular ogre, he never did anything outside of his. You know when he would grab you and then he'd use his like psychic powers to throw you around.
Yes.
Other than that, he was just using martial arts. There was nothing there. People use Yoshimitsu as well, but for those of you that have played Tekken 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, Yoshimitsu was not doing the crazy shit that we're seeing now with Clive.
No,
and even some of what they've done with Yoshi. Yoshi, for the most part, was punching and kicking you. He was holding his sword
punching and spinning, kicking. Spinning, punching, spinning, kicking till he got dizzy.
Yeah. And he'd have the occasional like weird stuff. But again, like I think people will, and I understand why. Like they will point to, like you had Jack, you had a giant robot, right? You had like there's always been mystical, magical, weird. Tekken, that's kind of been sort of the appeal. It's like it pretends to be like a straight martial arts thing, and then has a little bit of gonzo shit on the side. That's always been charming. But it's like, I mean, again, it's a ratio thing. Like we can simultaneously acknowledge that it's always had some of it, and then say, okay, but like now it's creeping into like the main cast, and grow, like, you know what I mean? So I think that's probably the thing I find the most frustrating. The fact that people go, well, this thing has always existed. It's like no one's saying that the game was pure martial arts essence, no gonzo. The issue is that it has grown to a ratio that is making everyone uncomfortable, even the people who actually legit loved the weird gonzo on the side, right? Exactly. A little bit of salt in the dish, delicious. Too much salt, you might have fucked up the whole dish, is what we're saying.
I want to reference this super chat donation from Wolfsbane. Thank you, bro. He said, would it be because Jin's arc in the story mode was him leaning, controlling the devil gene, so he wants to reflect that, or is that an excuse? In my opinion, I see that as an excuse because, like I said before, we had Ogre, and they wanted to show off the fact that Ogre was a fighting god, and so they showed that by showing off the various martial arts that he could use. And then if you wanted to take it to the next level, they had the boss version, which in all fighting games, the boss versions are always ridiculous, even in Virtua Fighter.
Yes.
So I think it's an excuse because you can show that Jin has learned to control the devil without bastardizing the Kyokushin karate, in my opinion, at least.
Yes, exactly. Perfectly put, bro. And I think what Namco did, because like you said, Hollow, as a lot of people, which is surprising, they don't know that VF was before Tekken. If not for VF, there would be no Tekken.
Yeah, people don't know
So
that.
at the end of the day, right? Namco saw what Sega did, and as you know, VF is one of the more realistic fighting games out there. There's no exaggerated anything in there, not really. You know what I mean? But I think what killed VF a bit, or why I always prefer Tekken when Tekken came out, because I used to play VF when VF came out. They looked at VF and they said, "This is really cool. It's really realistic in the fighting sense, but it's really boring."
It's really dry.
Sometimes
Yeah,
it can
it's
get
really dry.
very boring.
Yes.
As technical, look, I know VF is a very technical game. It's a very rigid because there are rigid rules. It's very much what it is, and it's very rigid. And it can be beautiful when you have two players that know what they're doing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it doesn't grab you immediately, not like Tekken does.
Yes.
First of all, the design of the characters, the aesthetics of the characters, and that's why I said it's a martial arts grounded based game with a tinge of anime and iconic looking characters that resemble some of the more popular action stars and martial artists. We can, of course, we know who Law is. We know who Lei is. We know that that Brian Fury is Dolph Lundgren from Universal Soldier. A lot of people don't know that. He's like a cross between the guy from Blade Runner and Dolph Lundgren from Universal Soldier 1. Just watch Universal Soldier 1 and the whole thing of a dead soldier. Just Ryan. Brian is just a dead cop. Yeah.
Whereas I didn't realize. Yeah. I didn't realize what the inspiration.
I thought it was inspired by Terminator 2.
No, see, I thought it was that, but for me, the inspiration I thought was I don't know if you've ever seen Blade Runner. There's you see the you know the one I'm talking about, the android at the very end who survives to the end. I'm like, oh yeah, it's him, right? But like, there's lots of inspiration, like that cyborg fighter is something that existed in the sort of movie ether. So of course, I'm like, we're having that.
It's all of those things. Fighter that turns evil or that's gone haywire. As I said, Cynthia Rothrock King, as you did describe before. Yeah, all these characters. Yeah. So Namco knew what they were doing because they wanted to say we also have to pull people in.
Yeah, it's gotta be juicy. But I also think. I was thinking about this earlier because I've been thinking a lot about Virtua Fighter because instead of complaining about Tekken, I was like, all right, let me maybe play a game that might be more in my boring speed. So I've been looking at Virtua Fighter, but I was trying to work out what I had this theory that I think a large part of the reason why Tekken outshone Virtua Fighter is also because did Virtua Fighter 2 ever come out on the PlayStation? Because like, let's be real, Tekken 3 is what made Tekken a household name. And that came out on the most popular console, which was the PlayStation. And I think there's an alternate universe where if Tekken came out on the Sega Saturn and Virtua Fighter came out on the PlayStation, everyone would know who Akira is and people would be like, what's a Jin? Like, I think people really do underestimate the power of Tekken 3 because everyone played Demo 1. Even if you didn't buy the game, everyone played Demo 1 that had Xiao Yu and Eddie on it and no one else, right? So even if you went in the arcade scene, like, you played that game. I think that's a large part of it too. But like you were saying, the aesthetic of like, hey, yes, martial arts, but also let's have a dinosaur in here. Let's have some fun to make it spicy.
Let's have some fun. Exactly. Yeah. Let's spice it up a bit. So when you have things like flip kick law, running up you, the I'm late for work throw, like 2 3, So all these things added to the appeal of Tekken. You know what I mean? But Tekken also, it had its boundaries, so it had its rules that it stuck to. Maybe because, like you said, you get the reference about Cynthia Rothrock, all the iconic characters that makes Tekken what it is. But maybe it's a generation thing, because when I mention these things to people, like I've been saying this for years. I've been saying this shit for donkeys. Like after Tekken 6, I think that's where I think Tekken started to lose its direction, or its identity rather, in staying grounded to what like I'm not
at least in
saying
terms of style, it definitely took a different direction. Like some people obviously like it, but like it definitely took a direction. You're right.
It really did. Even in terms of music, dare I say, even in terms of the soundtracks of the game. When you listen to Yoshimitsu's Head Shaker, the arranged one, listen to Yoshimitsu's Tekken 2 Head Shaker, the arranged version. Oh, you always like the hair on the back of your neck stands up. I don't know about you, but it was, don't get me wrong, I love Tekken 1, right? But it was when I got Tekken 2 that I fell in love with Tekken. There was this magazine back when I was a kid, when I was like 15, 16, called, is it Maximum? Used to be a video game magazine called.
I don't think I played it.
Martin, not to cut you up, sorry, bro. But
sorry.
It looks like we've got a serial disagreeer here. I would like to invite you on if you want to jump on the call. Again, I'm really trying to get people in here that have strong disagreements with what we're saying.
That's true.
He's saying Tekken never had realism since Tekken 2, which, in my opinion, is nonsense.
But
that's so much nonsense. That sounds like someone that's never played Tekken. But I'm very happy to have you in here if you want to jump on.
That's fair. But I guess in the meantime,
yeah. Sorry, Martin. Go on.
Yeah. So you guys know, like the soundtracks for like Martial Law, Tekken 2, arranged version. You know what I mean? All these things used to make. I don't know about you because I'm a music person. I actually do music, and even from a very, very young age, single digits, movies like Game of Death, you know, that made you like, oh shit, there's a fight, shit's about to go down, Shen. Oh, Bruce Lee and this 10-foot tall black guy. Oh, what's
But hang on. I feel like you're really hitting the nail on the head in multiple ways, because I think I really do. The more you speak, the more I do think it is a generational thing. Because I do think Tekken has always pulled from some sort of source. And if the source it's pulling from speaks to you, if it's those 70s martial arts movies, it's those Hong Kong city action films, right? Then like Tekken spoke to you because that's what it was pulling from. But then as those genres kind of died, and they did die, and then it started to pull more from like anime tropes or whatever, it started to speak less to you. But maybe it spoke to more people. So maybe from a business perspective, it was better off. But there was definitely, I don't think anyone can like credibly say that, no, it's always been like this. Like there's definitely been a shift. And I think 6 is definitely the point. But it just seems like what Tekken was stealing from changed. Because it used to be stealing from a certain genre, and then people who fell in love with it at that time loved it. Then it started stealing from other stuff, and we were like, I have no idea what we're doing right now. That's how it seems to me. But it probably is a generational thing, because I'm sure that a lot of the people who are disagreeing with us are younger. And
can I ask both of you, do you think the fact that you know the Tekken characters, when they hit you, sometimes like a counter hit or they do a special move, sometimes Jin will get electricity around his hand, sometimes Feng will get like that blue orb that appears. Do you think the fact that Jin gets electricity around his uppercut like is a massive deal in saying this game is super anime? Because that's one of the things that people are saying on Twitter. Because Jin has electricity, I always saw that as a way to like demonstrate their personality.
For me, it's like a visual metaphor, and it's always been like that. So it's like, I'm okay with, to go back to what the super chat guy saying was like, oh, is this an excuse, right? Like for me, I agree with you, Holla, that it is an excuse, because you can generate that sense of, okay, you land this move, and then let's say your tattoo glows briefly and then goes back to normal. That's the way you can signal that, oh, he's struggling to keep in the dark energy, but still keep it mostly be karate. So there's ways you could have done it without going full, he grows a wing and starts flying. So these are choices that they're making. You know what I mean? The character development.
If I may just say something as well on that, and it was always also an indicator to show that you've hit this person. Jin has hit this person. Because Tekken can also get very messy. It can get very intense. It can get very messy. So if somebody's doing a move, and let's say Brian Fury does while standing 3. So if I'm doing 1-1-2 with Law, Brian does ducks, and he does instant while standing 3, and I get stunned. That green orb, that green booger, that giant booger,
it's a signal
indicator that Brian I, the Brian player, have hit you. Now,
and you need that.
And you need that, especially for a game like Tekken, where it used to be very fluid and also very intense. It's also a very intense game where a lot of things happen at the same time. And also, the reason why they had all those colors, I read it in the magazine as well years ago. they were supposed something about chi or the aura that the characters carry. So depending on the color, like Law's, like for instance, they said Law's one was used to be yellow or it is yellow for aggression because he's an aggressive fighter and his temper and all those things.
Yeah.
And then you had Jin, the electricity, or like Kazuya. That's why in Tekken Tag 1, Heihachi had the blue one, Jin had the reddish pink one, and Kazuya had the blue one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Or some anyway, yeah. So
But
Jin was supposed to,
I see what you're saying, and that is important because you have to. At the end of the day, this is still a game, right? So there is a certain amount of just data you have to be able to communicate to the players quickly. So hit spots is a really good way of doing it without slowing down the action, right?
Exactly.
Like without, because in some ways, like in many games now, it's actually this obnoxious like counter, like scream it in your face. Whereas like back then, but like we're just gonna have a little signal come up on the screen so that you can see it with your own eyes. Like we don't have to. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the games like feel the need to announce it. And don't get me wrong, I get there's a hypeness to that, but the more subtle way of doing it has historically been like we're just gonna signal this. Do you know what I mean? Like we're just gonna. How do you know that you did the perfect timing? Well, if there's no electric spark, then you did it, but no perfect timing. If there's an electric spark, you did it perfectly. And so it's just a quick way of communicating information. Yeah, exactly.
If there's no visual indicator, so let's say, okay, guys, this is the easiest way, right? You know, Tekken 4, Jin's just frame laser scraper. What would happen if he still had that bug? Because it was a bug. That whole just frame laser scraper was a bug. It wasn't meant to be in the game, right? So, you know it's a just frame and you can't block it. What would happen if there was no spark to show that he's gonna do it? You know that little spark.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen?
Well,
what's gonna happen? You won't see it. You won't be able to tell when he's doing a normal one or if he's doing the just frame one. How the hell are you supposed to beat Jin at any time?
That's the thing that people don't understand. Like their visual what's going on, Jay?
I can't hear you lot through here. Hold on.
People don't understand that they're visual indicators, and they try to use that as a basis to say that Tekken was never realistic or whatever. And even when we say realistic, it was very like obvious to me because I started playing in Tekken 1 like a lot of the guys that I was talking to today, and when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, cool! This is a martial arts game with some like weird supernatural stuff going on as well." And the little supernatural sprinkles is what drew me into it and made me really think, "Oh, okay, I want to try this over Virtua Fighter." But people will see the devil; they'll see him shooting a laser from across the screen, and they'll be like, "It's not realistic." Whereas when you look at Tekken, even if you look at individual movesets, if you look at Jin's moveset, for example, I went through all of his movesets. He has almost no attacks that don't come off as like realistic with just a tinge of anime. Like he's obviously got the sparks around him, but the sparks signify, like you said, they're a metaphor. But other than that, Jin doesn't really contort his body. He doesn't do the hell sweep in the way that Kazuya he actually does it. He doesn't fly around the screen normally, other than Tekken 8. Everything he's doing is like Kyokushin karate. Yeah. And so when I put up this and people were confused by it, I was confused, and it started to register that there are lots of new people that have only ever seen Jin flipping around the screen in Tekken 8.
I can just imagine Mike just in his home like, "Why are you booing me? I'm right."
Bro, literally, Jay was looking at this and he was like, "Mike, you're getting cooked," and I was like, "I'm getting cooked. They're wrong. They're all wrong."
Oh shit. I can just imagine the look on your face. I hate that. Sometimes I have that feeling, and maybe it's arrogance on my part, but I know that feeling of like, I don't care if I'm alone in this. I'm right. I respect it.
It was blowing my mind. Like I couldn't believe it. And some of the responses were really funny. Like there was one that was there was a lot of people saying, "How can you say this when Jin can transform into a devil?" And even that was like, when in the gameplay, other than I think maybe Tekken Tag 2, it might be the exception, where you can transform into Devil Jin. Has that ever happened?
Kazuya could do that. I don't know if could Jin do that in Tekken Tag? Oh, in Tekken Tag 2, maybe.
Yeah, Tekken Tag 2, Jin could do it. But when has Jin ever been able to do it? And when I pointed out to some people that Devil Jin and Jin are separate characters on the character select screen, some of them turned around to me and said, "No, they're not. They're the same character." And I was like, should I even have this argument? Like, is there any point having this argument? These people don't play Tekken.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Jay, can you hear
It's
us?
tricky. It's tricky.
Yeah, I could hear you still. I could hear you.
All right.
King Jay in the house. What up, man?
Yo, what's going on, man? How you doing, man?
Yo, Jay, how's it going, bro? You all right, man?
All right, let's hear what King Jay's got to say. I bet you, my man's got opinions. He's got thoughts. I bet my man's got thoughts. How you feel about new gin?
Can you still hear us?
How you feel about diet gin? Or gin max, I should say.
Time probably happened.
He's gone. I let him fix it. Let him fix his setup.
I also saw this other tweet where it was like, Lydia is the karate character, and you guys say she's boring. Tekken players don't know what they want. And I said
that's actually it. I low-key agree with that.
I disagree with him.
Let's hear it.
The reason I disagree is that I was always happy with Jin. From 4 to 7, I was happy with Jin because Jin, in his personality, had that aura where you're like, oh, this guy's super cool. And then his fighting style was also, cool to look at. But Lydia herself, the character, although her fighting style was cool and like to play with her would be fine, Lydia is a boring character. Like there's nothing about Lydia that I find appealing. So you could take Lydia's fighting style and you could apply it to somebody. Let's just throw a random name out there, like Rock Howard, for example. And they'll be like, oh, Rock Howard's got aura, man. Like this guy's cool. And he's got this cool fighting style that I want to use. Jin was always cool, but Lydia to me as a character is lame. The way they've designed her.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah,
because she
doesn't have one. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, see, no, I kind of agree with you. I think, like, for me, Lydia, I think a lot of people do think Lydia is boring. I think she's cool. I think she's fine. A lot of people do think, but even look at the word I use, fine. I'm not hype. I don't know anyone's hype for Lydia. I think she's fine, right? Yeah. And I think that, but the issue is not her fighting style. Her fighting style works well. It's just that, what's her personality? I'm the president of Poland. Okay, but like, what about you as a person though? Like, what makes you
what else? Why I don't get me wrong. I liked her when she was out. I actually labbed her. I don't really lab characters nowadays in like a Tekken. I stick to my law. I stick to my lane. Stick to whoever, and then I just play. But with Lydia, because for the first time in a long time, guys, we were starved of a grounded character,
like a martial artist.
Straight up martial artist. So when she came out, she was doing the katars and all that stuff. You were like, oh, this is awesome. Okay, let me try her. But you know what the problem with her is? She's cool, but why would we use her again when we already have Jin? Jin is already doing basically what she was doing.
That's a big issue. Yeah, sure.
Do you see what I mean? So it's nothing to do with her style. Yeah. Her style is fine, but why would I? Okay, it's like having what's his name, Far Kumram got that character should burn in hell.
Wait, why?
Bro,
because
I agree. I agree with
Supreme. Had Bruce, fam. We had Bruce.
We had Bruce. We had Josie. My tie was covered. My tie was covered.
And to a degree,
around the character's cool though. Like,
no, he is cool. I agree. But this is what I wanted to say. For Kumram, as cool as he is, why would you need him in the game when you already have? Let's say we had Bruce and Fakumram in the game, they have the exact move. Now I know Tekken has always had its clones from the first games. You had Law Lee, you had Armor King, you had King, you had the Mishimas, you had these people, you had Anna, you had Nina. But even Tekken 2, as soon as Tekken 2 came out, all these characters started to branch out on their own and become their own separate characters. So to have a clone character, because basically what Fire Kumram is, he's basically Sagat using the moves of Bruce. That's basically what he is. He's basically Alpha 3 aesthetic of Sagat, where his scars go, like, you know what I mean? And but in this case of Lydia and Jin, it's even worse because Lydia has no personality. She has the personality of a bar of soap. So there's nothing that's going to implore me, that's going to give me the incentive to pick her, because when as like Hollow said, Jin, he's not a character that talks a lot, but you don't always have to talk a lot to have character. Do you? Silence speaks volume. It's the aura that you give. But
there's also something we've got to think about though. That is the case of, like, so I play Leia, and the one thing everyone says about Leia is Leia's really boring, and I don't feel it, but everyone else does. And Leia's a Tekken 6 character, right? So we're talking a lot about like Tekken 6, like how it took a different direction, and I just like Tekken 6 because I like what Budgie Core, and I thought that representation was hella cool, right? And the white suit that they had in Tekken 6 is solid. The thing is, though, a lot of the community thinks that Leo is boring. I don't, but a lot of the community does. And I think if you're Namco, you can't ignore that data. So if you produce Lydia and everyone says she's boring, and you produce Leo and everyone says they're boring, right? Then maybe you do have almost a financial incentive to be like, well, we need to have more anime shit. Like you kind of have, but it doesn't matter that three old people are sitting here being like, man, it wouldn't be great to have more martial artists, but the kids are like, no, screw this, man. If he ain't shooting fire out of his bum, I don't want it. And it's like, all right, cool. Well, I guess we better make a character who shoots fire out of his bum, and then we get climbed.
But this is why I've always said, at the end of the day, like a lot of things, Tekken is not for everyone, though, is it? Yeah. You know, it's kind of like I always compare this to the hip hop thing. When you get all these caricatures of rappers, you get Slim Jesus, all these people, you know, Takeshi, and their reasoning is similar to that. Well, if you get an MC that can rap, he can do all these things. He can freestyle, his cadence, his vocal projection, his double time, all of this stuff. Oh, but the average person who was never a hip hop enthusiast anyway can't relate, but they want to sell albums. So they give you Drake and they give you whoever else that it is nowadays. But that's because hip hop was never meant to be for everyone anyway. It was for a specific kind of person where those things appeal to them. And hip hop was never in danger of dying anyway. So the same argument applies to Tekken. Tekken has never been in danger of dying. Yeah. The only reason is the corporate boardrooms are now pressuring them to say, well, compared to Tekken 7, the units for Tekken Tag 3.
You got to get the numbers.
Yeah. So compared to, because they're greedy, they want money. They're not interested in the art form that we make Tekken out. You see, because Namco just make the game. We breathe life into the game. Like I said before, in Tekken 3, Namco only added sidestep because they saw VF doing it.
Yeah.
Namco literally said, we didn't implement sidestep as a legit tactic. We only did it because we wanted to compete with VF, because VF players used to laugh at the Tekken players because
playing 2D. Because they're playing 2D.
2D You know what I mean? With basically polygons. So that's why. But it was us, the players, that really liked.
Yo, Joel, sorry, I just saw a comment that made me upset. Leo is a Julia Chloe and Baji Chwad ripoff. You take that back, Joel. You take that back. The hate. I won't tolerate it. Stop hating on my boy / girl.
I don't think Leo's fighting style is particularly boring. Like, I don't think Leo's fighting style is boring. I just think Leo, the character, is boring.
That's true.
Akira's got the same fighting style, right?
Same fighting style.
Akira's a very, very cool character, though. Like, I would rather see Akira.
A lot of people say he's boring. Generic karate man. I've heard a lot of people dismiss him as
bro. Yeah. Akira.
Fair enough. Subjectively, I find Akira more interesting as a character than Leo. But you could take anyone. My problem is not with the fighting style, because I think Leroy being Ip Man, basically, Fakram's got Muay Thai, Lydia's got karate, Leo. I think the fighting styles are all fine. I just think it depends on who you slap it on.
What their story. But you have to admit, but the thing is, Tekken, I mean, this happened to everyone who came late to the cast. Like, the whole Tekken thing has just been, if you're not a Mishima, get the fuck out. Like, they don't care about anyone. So Leo kind of like got, because Leo's whole thing is like, my mom got kidnapped. Am I a boy? Am I a girl? We don't know. That's like a side thing. But then also, like, my mother got kidnapped. I'm trying to find out what's happening. So it's actually pretty interesting. But, like, I heard someone just say, it's like, Leo's got no aura. But Leo's don't be given a chance to have aura because Leo's not a Mishima. So if you're not a Mishima, the story's like, get the fuck out.
That's not entirely true, though. That's not entirely.
What? Give me the opportunities Leo had.
Fengway's got aura.
Fengway is actually sick. That's actually true. That's actually undeniable. But I was Tekken 5, bro.
No. Even in Tekken 6,
but what I'm saying is, if you were introduced earlier, you had a chance to develop aura, right? But if you came in late, get the fuck out. That's the thing. You had your initial gimmick, and then that was it.
It's like Raven.
Raven. 5 was the last game that allowed new characters to have aura. That's what I'm trying to say. Defend my man. Just give Leo a chance. Although, to be fair,
hello.
Oh no, it's Black. Right, it's been a pleasure, everyone. I gotta go before this. Nah, I'm playing. How you doing, man?
Yo, what's up? Hello, Mike. Hello, Chad. Hello.
Oh, look, #1 Clive fanboy. Okay.
Listen, guys, just a quick heads up. I gotta go in a minute, because I need to spend.
Wow, no, why is everyone running?
This anime fanboy just came into the room, bro. We ain't got that kind of patience.
No. Listen, bro. Like I was saying, is that Blackheart? Is it Blackheart?
Blackheart, yeah, Blackheart.
Yeah, Blackheart. Do you know where the character's name is from, bro? If you tell me anything else, where that name is from. Blackhawk.
It comes from Marvel, but it's but it's not why I'm called like this. It's not like because
boo, I'm blocking you fam. How
Yeah,
can you
I'm
not
sorry.
rename yourself?
Joel,
after-
adding more fuel to the no, Joel, don't do this to me, bro. Sorry,
I'm called
comparing
like
Leo to Akira is an insult. Akira's hard body, Baji Chuan is top notch. Leo cute though. All right, you know what? You saved that at the end. Fair enough.
No, but yeah, man. No. You guys are right. But the thing is, remember when Raven came out? Everybody was like Wesley Snipes, Blade, mixed with Simon Phoenix. You know what I mean? And everybody was
Simon
like,
Phoenix.
he's actually a black ninja. Like he's a black ninja. Everybody was. I was hyped because I was finally relieved.
Hold on.
About
where's that coming from?
Raven.
Is that Blackhawk? It's Blackhawk. Sorry.
Yeah,
Raven. Yeah, Black Ninja. Yeah.
Yeah, I was relieved that for the first time in a long time, a black character wasn't just boxed into a boxing character or a slugger. You know
I learned to fight on the streets, man.
You know what I mean? I learned to fight on the streets, man. Hey, Jack. You know what I mean?
Every time.
Every time. So
it's true,
when he came out, but Tekken 5 was a game with character. Tekken 5 oozed character out the asshole. Like there was something about Tekken 5 was a revenge game, isn't it? Like
that's something to prove. That's something to prove for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Harada, because he took a bollocking for Tekken 4, didn't he? Even though I played Tekken 4, I was in tournaments. I played Tekken 4. But because most people didn't like the direction that it went, Harada got a big bollocking, didn't he? Namco got a big time bollock. Even the first trailer, like I was saying before, the first trailer that came out for Tekken 5 looked radically different to what you saw in the end product. And they gave that first trailer a big time bollocking. People said it looked rubbish. It looked worse than Tekken 4. I didn't see it personally, but we were really harsh there. Like players were really harsh. No fucks given. Like they were just cussing the game out. So Harada went back again. He remade the models, all this stuff, because Tekken was back with a fucking vengeance. You see what I mean? Tekken was basically still grounded, the still grounded Tekken of Tekken 1, 2, 3. It had elements a bit of Tekken 4, and then it had its own thing going on. The crush system, which I would mind you guys, I was praying for since Tekken Tag 1. I was like, if I'm doing a Dragon's Tail and the Mishimas are doing a God Fist, how the fuck am I getting counter hit? There was one time, listen guys, I'll shit you not. Starscream, if he ever comes on this stream, Hollow, ask him. There was one time I was playing Law and Lay. Starscream usually plays Horang and Julia, right? And he did, Horang's roundhouse, that big roundhouse kick.
Yes, another one, yeah.
I was doing Law's slide. I was in the slide. I wasn't going to do the slide. I wasn't I was in the motion of the slide. He hit me with the roundhouse kick and I died. And I said to this game, look, I said,
that sounds like Tekken, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. That sounds like regular Tekken to me. Son.
This game's mother. Yeah, I was like, look, this game's mother.
Okay.
Like, and I was like, how does that work? There needs to be a system where it doesn't make any sense. If I'm doing a sweep and somebody's doing a high attack, my sweep should fucking win. You know what I mean?
Guys, can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, we got you, Blackheart.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
No, but you're saying? No, but but like the thing is, because you have to understand, like I didn't play competitively at that point. Like, so at that point, was crushing formally introduced? Did that exist?
Nope, crushing was not introduced till Tekken 5.
Right, okay, so then they figured it out. Right, okay, that makes sense.
So as you can tell,
can I
that
talk
answered
about
my fucking prayer.
Can I talk about what you discussed until now? So
Go ahead.
I didn't watch the whole debate, but basically, if I got it right, we are basically debating again about how and if Tekken is a realistic fighting game, right? Am I right?
Well, not entirely. It's kind of
focusing
gone
mostly
down
on
that road.
Jin. Yeah, it's gone down that road, but it's mostly
if you can explain better, so I can tell you what I think, because I saw just the last minutes about Jin and the fact that it was not realistic in Tekken 8 compared to before, right? Or something like this, right?
Yeah.
Mike,
you want to
tell me better, Mike. Tell me better, so I'll tell you what I think.
So to give you a rundown, in case there are new people in the chat listening, I put up a video, this one on Twitter that you guys can see, of a guy practicing Kyokushin karate, which looks very similar to how Jin would fight from Tekken 4 to 7, even though he still uses some of these moves in Tekken 8. He's kind of overwhelmed by anime type stuff now. And there's been changes to his moveset, like clawing at people, his down 2 or whatever that move is that goes into Zen, where he claws at people. And I basically put this up and said, this was Jin basically before Tekken 8 turned him into an anime character, clearly talking about his gameplay. Now, the wizards over at Twitter saw that as me talking about the lore, the story, devils, bears, Tekken as a whole. And so I tried to explain to people, no, like in Tekken 4, Jin picked up Kyokushin karate, abandoned Mishima karate, and this is how he used to fight. And in Tekken 8, you don't really see this anymore because they've brought in a bunch of new anime moves and they've tweaked a bunch of moves like forward 2 and down 2, or added down 2, that have become overbearing in the moveset. From what I could tell, there's a lot of people on here that don't play Tekken, they just watch Tekken on YouTube, and they had a lot to say about Jin turning into a devil, and that's where the argument came from.
Yeah. So it was originally mostly about Jin, but obviously, inevitably, we ended up taking a detour to like the lore in general.
Okay. I see. Again, the discussion is about where you consider the limit between what's gameplay and I guess what's design of a character. I guess. Because that's, I think, the main issue. Because people saying, yeah, but Jin always transformed into devil. Confuse maybe the thing you wanted to say about gameplay of a character with design of a character, because in terms of design we can say that Jin has never been completely realistic and Tekken has never been completely realistic in terms of game as design wise, because we always, again, as I said the other time around, we always had some supernatural stuff, some crazy stuff. It's not like we are playing UFC. It's not like we are playing only kicks and punches only. It's always been a little bit anime, but now the problem is that these things are more in terms of gameplay. Basically, that's your main struggle. From what I
understand. and ratio in general, like you were saying, like it's the issue isn't that it exists, but like, and so people constantly pointed to, well, you had this element. It's like, okay, but what ratio was that back in Tekken 3, and what ratio of it is it now here? And
okay, I see the main issue, but like if you think about it, even in Tekken 8, it's not like Jin is super anime compared to other characters. I think maybe even for Tekken 8 standards, if we think about
it. But that was never there was never a dispute that Tekken 8 didn't animate up other characters, and this is something that I was arguing with people as well, where people were like, oh, so it's fine for devil for Kazuya to turn into a devil but not Jin, and I was like, where did I say that?
No one said that.
No one said that. But again, I don't know how old these people are that I'm talking to on Twitter. The conversation was that in Tekken 4, Jin picked up Kyokushin karate, and through Tekken 7, his moveset was not outlandish at all. He cannot transform into Devil Jin in gameplay. That's never been a thing. I don't know where these people thought that was a thing. That's why I kept on saying, you guys watch cutscenes, we're playing the game. And in Tekken 8,
their point, maybe the point that we're trying to convey is that you shouldn't act surprised if now he does sometimes.
I'm not surprised. There's nothing in my post that makes me.
No. I mean, I'm trying to understand their point of view. I'm not saying
trying
right.
devil's advocate. Yeah, I get you.
I'm not saying they're right, but maybe their point is that people shouldn't argue with this because he's always done stuff like this, just not in gameplay. But now that he does in gameplay, seems a big deal because some people don't see the difference between design and gameplay. Other people maybe do.
I hear that, but I think I do appreciate you trying to represent the other side.
No, I'm not trying to represent, but I don't defend them. I'm just trying to
I get that. Yeah. But I think for me, if we're gonna boil this, if we're gonna be like fucking debate society, trying to figure out what the actual crux of the debate is, this, right? I feel like what Mike Holler was saying is look, Jin was like this one way and has become this other way, and a lot of people being like, no, Jin has not changed. He's the same as he always was. And that's the part that I think is fucking ridiculous. And I think it's wild.
No, I get that. But the point is, where do you feel now he's different rather than before?
Well,
I mean, we went over it, but just to touch on it.
No, sorry, because I didn't watch the whole debate. Just if you could sum up so I can respond to you, maybe.
I mean, Jin in Tekken 8, when we first saw Jin in the trailer, everyone had the same reaction. I went through the comments as well, looking at some of the videos that were uploaded around Jin. being in Tekken 8, and everyone said, "What is this anime shit?" And in the original trailer, even though, you know, I can concede that there was a lot more particle effects in the original trailer, so I'll, you know, not reference that. But in the trailers where you can see Jin fighting, there's a lot of explosions. He's using these new attacks where he's clawing at people. His down two kind of made his other lows almost obsolete. That's the one you see spam the most. If you go and watch the Tekken World Tour, the top 16 was full of Jins, and it was 4-4-2 down to the game. And
even though it's reactable, it's reactable.
It's not about that. Black.
No. I'm
memeing. He's memeing, always memeing.
Oh, okay. But yeah, so Jin used to use his arsenal, and his full arsenal, when you would fight Jin, who was a very advanced character, you felt like you were fighting a karate master. Yeah. Now you feel like you're fighting a shonen anime hero. And what the problem is that in the story mode, Jin's always had that anime tinge to him. Heihachi shot him in the face in Tekken 3. In Tekken 5, he bodied Heihachi and Kazuya at the same time in the opening. In Tekken 6, he started World War 3. In Tekken 8, he's turning into an angel. He's fighting a meteor. So in the story, nobody's denying that. Yep. But in the story and its elements didn't really cross over into the gameplay, which is why there's such a disconnect between legacy players and new players. And that was my whole point.
And I also want to add something, right? So one of the comments is actually a really good comment where he said that, like, but they're just adding new moves, right? They're just adding new moves. So what's the big deal, right? And for me, I'm like, yes. But let's say you want to add a 18 frame or 20 whatever frame low that tracks. Okay, you can do that. You can either do it, let's say, the Heihachi way, where he does hashish and like elbows your feet, right? That's one way it can look, right? But you can do that same move, but instead of using his elbow, he fucking like pulls down his pants and fights fire out of his bum, and it's an 18 frame low, right? The point is, the way that the move looks can be different, right? And the point is, for all of their new moves, they chose anime shit. They chose for like, oh, he's not using this like new technique where he twists his body and he shifts his momentum from one leg to the next and then delivers the pain directly to your lower leg. No. He summons magic out of his ass, right? And that's the point we're talking about. So it's like it was a good comment, but the idea that, well, it's just new moves. Like, yes, but why did they present the new moves that way when they could have presented the new moves in a variety of ways, including just straight up martial arts way, and still make it look cool, right? So I don't think the fact that new moves are new moves is like a valid excuse, because it's why present them in that way. And what we're arguing about is not frame data, it's like presentation. And his presentation is getting increasingly
so the problems are, I don't know, the effects he does now, the special effects, or I don't know, the moves itself. Because if we see about the moves itself,
that's a separate topic. That's a separate topic.
Like I don't think, like, for example, there are characters in the game that are way more anime than the shit he does. Maybe the only
we're not talking about other characters though. Someone keeps on bringing up Kazuya.
Even Jin. What what do you think he does that it's so anime right now?
Well, Black, I just told you, Blackheart.
No, because you
mentioned Chad just described it as well, and how it's dressed up in a certain way, and how it's
the down two claw. Like, why is that a magical claw attack? The move where he like crushes lows and go, the launch punchable launcher. Okay, why is it a lightning screw? Basically, why lightning screw is infamously one of the most anime moves in Tekken, right? It's another move that feels a bit odd. Why give him that, and then not give him? Why not make that animation? A low crushing. Launch punishable mid. Why not give a different animation? Like, there are many ways you could have gone.
I get that.
That's what we're saying.
Before we go on, Blackheart, just before we go on, Lil Grabber, do you want to jump on the call? Because you've had a lot to say in the chat, and I'd like someone like you to come on, because you seem to disagree. I've given my Discord out. I'll give you the link. You want to jump on and say your piece? I'm more than happy to have you on.
Yo, can I just quickly just say
a
couple things about this whole Jin situation, because I'm not gonna lie to you, like, I've been a Tekken player from the start, and I've seen Jin change completely from so Tekken 3 was his debut, right? And obviously his stances have changed throughout the game, just for different Tekkens, but Tekken 8 is where they dramatically changed him. So the reason, like, I think he was changed was because of they want a new audience, and obviously they want a more younger audience. Personally, I don't think it works. Like, there's a lot more Jin players. Actually, Jin is like probably like I think he might be at one point. He was the most played.
I think recently he became the number one. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was at some point number one. So I could say it doesn't work, but you know, proof is in the paper that it says that he's like number one in it. So I guess the new style works for the newer players. You know, the newer players are like more like anime watchers and stuff like that. Jujutsu Kaisen type of like watchers. You get what I'm saying? Demon Slayers, this, that, and the other. I personally like the old style. I like Tekken 4, Tekken 5, Jin, where he's kind of like got like just the traditional karate, whereas Devil Jin is like all the wacky stuff like laser beams, you know, demon flips and all of those things. You get what I'm trying to say? I honestly feel like when it comes to what they've done to him in this game, they've kind of like, I don't know if people play King of Fighters, but his slash attacks kind of resemble Iori's slash attacks, where like it's got these kind of like marks. It just looks, I don't know, it just looks wacky in my opinion. I'm not a fan of it at all. But I guess, and even like the flip, you know, when he does 1-2-1 and he just does this like uppercut, like somersault.
Yeah.
It's just so wacky, man.
They gave him they gave him lightning screw, and lightning screw was always a dumb looking attack, but we just kind of whatever, it's on loss. But they gave him lightning screw.
I'm not gonna lie, I like it. Not gonna lie, I like it. But okay.
And I think a lot of people do, and it's worth noting, like to avoid us from being an echo chamber. It's entirely possible that we are just the outliers. We're dinosaurs, right? Precisely because we were there from the start, we have this expectation of what it should be, right? But there's a lot of people who came in later. There's a lot of people for who 6 was their first Tekken, 7 was their first Tekken, 8 is their first Tekken, right? And for them, maybe like, no, this is cool, and the stuff you're describing is boring. Like that's totally a possible thing. But at the same time, I feel like old heads are allowed to complain because we were here first.
Yeah, but the thing,
you know what I mean? We're allowed to be like, okay, this is kind of trash though. Like, okay, you can like it, fine. It's still trash.
The thing is
that
it doesn't seem like it's so out of place for him, because in this game he learned to accept his dark side, he learned to accept his devilish side, so it's not like he's completely out of place for how the story goes and so on. So again, it feels a little bit wanky for some people. I can agree on that, but honestly, I feel that even with his devilish attacks he has now, he's still one of the most characters that plays, you know, more martial art type of movement still in all of the fighters around. Like if we talk specifically about Jin, he has some devilish stuff, you know, some claws and these kind of things, but at the end of the day, most of his move list is still karate. I think maybe he's become a little bit more anime, but honestly on this I don't agree. I don't agree with Mike. I think that like if we see the general picture of how Tekken 8 is right now, honestly, it seems like one of the most grounded characters still, probably. But it's my opinion.
I buy that, but I think that's kind of.
Okay, I
think that's
like,
just
I
more
don't
about
think
the anime.
Jin is the worst adaptation of Tekken 8 by far.
He's not. But we never said that. We were literally just as a benchmark of like. But I agree. I think he's one of the most grounded characters in Tekken right now, which is tragic.
In terms of what he does.
When you not say grounded, what do you mean?
Like, I mean, he still fights like a martial artist most of the times. Yeah, he has some devilish stuff, but he doesn't transition to full devil mode, even in this game. So
for me, when I think grounded, I'm like, okay, this move did damage. Why did this? If I try and think out the physics of this, why did this move do damage, right? And like a lot of the time, the move did damage. You can tell there's a punch, right? This guy is, not to get super technical, but he's recruiting mass in his muscles, right? He's twisting his hips, generating force, and delivering it into your face. Like you'd be like, okay, that's how that happened, right? So this damage was brought to you by muscle. And then there are other moves like, hey, this damage was brought to you by magical bullshit. A lot of the times it's like, oh, he just summoned a fireball out of his hand. Okay, cool. That's magical bullshit. Oh, but he punched you in the face. And a lot of the moves, what I'm saying is a lot of the moves are gravitating towards that side of things. And again, that's valid. Some of my favorite anime, some of my favorite movies have been like that. But historically, that's not why I came. If I wanted that, I'd be playing Guilty Gear, right? I'd be playing other games that specialize in that. Typically, you go to the fighting games you go to because they have a fantasy that you like. And to me, that fantasy I like is more grounded. Yes, some gonzo bullshit, obviously, but more grounded. And to see it shift away makes me go like, okay, well, this isn't what I came here for. It can still be great. It can still be, maybe this is the best Tekken of all time, aesthetically and everything. The music's the best, the animation's the best. Maybe, okay. But for me, it's not what I wanted. And I think longtime fans should have the right, and do have the right, to point that out. But if we
Yeah.
are outnumbered, then fuck it. We just have to leave and I go make our own video game. I guess.
I do want to point out that like whenever people make the argument about Tekken not being grounded, they nitpick at things that kind of make the argument for you. So if you have 100 moves of a character like Jin, for example, and the one that people kept pointing out was his uppercut because it has electricity around it, which is a terrible example if you were going to pull at anything. But if that was the exception, then that means that Jin's more of a grounded character historically because he's only got one move out of 100 that is doing stupid shit. And then if you look at Tekken as a whole, where most of the time you're not jumping around, you're not really doing any of that stuff. You're on the ground fighting each other. People will go, well, you can juggle people. And I'm just like, okay, well, if your idea of it not being a grounded martial artist is that you can juggle people, then why do they call Virtua Fighter a grounded martial arts game when you can literally bounce people off the floor? Obviously, video games take certain liberties, so
it always has to be a game. Yeah,
it's a game at the end of the day. So there's certain liberties that are taken. Obviously, if I punch someone in the face the way Akira does, if he punched Eileen in the face with some of the moves he does, he'd probably kill her in real life. But in the game, you have a life bar, and 5% gets taken off. So these weird nitpicks, I'm like, you can't be serious. These are not real arguments.
No, this take is, of course, is stupid. Also, this take is also stupid. The one of saying that Jin has never been grounded because of electrics. That's just stupid. My personal take is not about him. My personal take is not of him not being grounded in previous seconds. The issue, I think, is that I think a character can still be grounded even with some anime or wacky attacks. So I think on this I disagree with you in the sense that I still think that he's a grounded character in Tekken 8 for how the art direction of Tekken 8 is, even if he has some devilish attacks. Because of course,
but Blackheart, you're comparing him to other outlandish characters in Tekken 8. We're comparing Jin to Jin historically.
Jin to Jin.
But
is this Jin cooler?
I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake.
But that's the topic.
That's the topic.
That's the topic.
That's a mistake because I think you're comparing almost different characters at this point. Different
characters
from different eras.
The whole reason.
That's literally
the whole reason.
That's like going into maths class and being like, I don't think we should be dealing with numbers right now. I think we're like literally. I do see your broader point though. And that could be a separate discussion. But literally, the whole point of this chat is Jin has changed, and motherfuckers being like, Jin has not changed. Jin has always been this way, and that's what we're doing.
Jin as every other character in this game is a different character than we always seen. Of course, that's something that either you can accept or not. I guess at this point, like I don't think there's no turning back at this point. I guess, like we are comparing Jin to Jin, like Jin 2.0 to Jin 3.0 to Jin 4, like. It's they are different iterations of the same character, I think. And
I want to push back on something someone said here. Where is it? He said, "I see Blackheart's point. T8 is T8. Let's accept it."
I saw that comment too. I'm glad you highlighted.
I don't stand by this. Do you know why? Because I think, and I'm going to take credit for this, and I think anybody else that was bitching about it relentlessly since the game came out should take credit. But when this game came out, they did not punish rage quitters. And I am almost certain that if the community did not kick up a fuss the way they did, Sparking Zero and Tekken 8 would not have been updated. So if it turns out that Tekken 8 has not sold that well, because don't forget, we never got a sales report on Tekken 8, whereas MK1 and SF6, they were very quick to say 4 million copies sold. Tekken 8 said nothing. So let's just say,
that's true, you know.
They ain't said shit. And when
we're still waiting on that 3 million run, we're still waiting.
When these companies hit milestones, they tell you straight away, look at what we've done. They ain't said nothing, which tells me maybe there's a possibility they just didn't want to say anything until they get to 5 million, maybe. But historically, with video games, that don't happen. They report their sales figures as soon as they hit a milestone immediately. So maybe this game is not doing. It might not be doing as well as they thought.
Yeah, but we know for a fact that Tekken 8 has been one of the most sold games in 2024, right? At least that's what I see on.
Do we know that?
It
might be. I don't know. I don't know that I know that.
Like for example, I'm seeing this on GameSpot. For example, it's top 16. But
I missed that.
We don't know the precise number.
Sorry, Blackheart. Just 1 second. I just explained to the people in the chat that keep on saying that. I just said they reported when they hit 2 million. But they have not said anything since.
No, we don't know.
Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter both reported when they hit 4 million. Tekken said nothing. So that's why I'm a bit suspicious, because historically with all video games, when they hit milestones, they report it. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't think Tekken 8 is going to flop personally. I don't think it will. I don't think it will reach Tekken 7's heights. But
that's a bold claim. You reckon it won't eventually outsell Tekken 7?
I don't think you'll outsell Tekken 7.
Same. I agree.
That's a bold claim. I think you might be right, but it's a bold claim.
Let me preface it by saying this. If they don't make the necessary changes or bring in really big characters, because although Clive seems to be like relatively well received, I don't think it was like a bombshell the way Akuma was. You know, when we saw Akuma for the first time, all of our minds were like, oh my god, I need to play Tekken 7. I didn't get that. When I spoke to Final Fantasy fans, they were like, yeah, it's cool, Clive is there. It wasn't like, oh shit, Clive is here, like what they would have gotten if it was Tifa.
But it was never going to, like, because the thing is, I've always believed this. There's a finite number of people who are interested in fighting games. This is the finite number. And like Akuma, everyone who's interested in fighting games, even if you're not a Street Fighter guy, knows who Akuma is. So that might move people from another fighting game to your fighting game. But I don't know what percentage of a RPG fan base gives a damn about fighting games. Certainly enough to buy the game and the DLC pass or the other character. I don't know. That's a high bar. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I don't think they were ever going to clear it. But a character like Geese, who fighting game people know, the average person doesn't know, but anyone who cares about fighting games does, is going to move needles. So I'm curious to know if this has been as successful a sales move as they want it to be.
It is. It will.
Do you have the data? I believe it's possible. I believe you. Are you putting this from your heart? Are you putting us to believe in your heart right now, Blackheart?
This is a trust me, bro sentence. Trust me, bro.
Okay, fair enough. Trust me, bro. Okay,
trust me, bro.
Okay, we're gonna bring in Lil Grabber, because Lil Grabber's been in the chat for a while talking. I want to hear what he or she has to say about this, because there seems to be some pushback. We're waiting for them to join. But in the meantime, I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea. I don't want Tekken to fail. I really don't.
Never.
But at the same time, if this Tekken succeeds, then I know Tekken for me is over.
That's a good shout. That's a good point. Yeah, I want Tekken to succeed, but I don't know that I want this version of Tekken to succeed. That's a
wait. Hold on. When you say that, like, what? Just the new, all the visual aesthetics and all that stuff. What's going on for Tekken? Or
there's also mechanical stuff too, but let's keep it to the aesthetics because we'll be here all night, bro.
That's what I'm saying. So what is it? Just do you not just don't like heat? You don't like the visual aesthetics?
That's very interesting to know. That's very interesting.
Sorry, but Mike, do you want to go in that direction? No, you have to decide whether we take this path. You know what I mean?
We've got time. We've got time. I ain't got work tomorrow, so we've got time. We can go over it all.
I'll give you my comment. I've thought about this a lot, especially if you've seen me on my channel. I'm talking a lot about Virtua Fighter because I'm getting into it finally, and angry at how long it's taking me to get into that game. But I think
sorry, just to interrupt, we're not getting VF until next year. Not next year, not 2025. I think we're not getting VF till 2026.
Bro, I'm playing VF Revo. I'm playing the one that's coming out in January.
Oh, you're talking about Revo. I'm talking about the new.
Yeah, the new one. I'll be ready. I'm playing Revo, and then when that game comes out, I'll be ready. But the point is, after playing Virtua Fighter, it did make me realize, like, I'm not sitting here and be like, oh, Virtua Fighter is the greatest game ever, but it made me realize what I miss. And the thing is, in Virtua Fighter, is that even when it's not your turn, the quote unquote turn, there are so many options available to you. And that's the thing more than anything. In 2D games, you have to hold the mix. That is a thing you have to do. You hold the throw mix, hold this like pressure. And that's the thing you accept in 2D land. But when you come to 3D land, typically the number of options available to you as a defender are actually quite large. And so it makes losing in that game, yes, it's frustrating, but also in your heart, well, there's something I could have done. I could have done this. I could have done this. And that's still true in Tekken to a large degree. But like in Tekken 8, very often, you are locked in. You truly do just have to guess mid-low. And to a lot of 2D fighting game players, I'm like, that's just fighting games. I'm like, but that's not what 3D games are about. And for all of Virtua Fighter's faults on the aesthetic level, whatever, like, that is almost never the case. There's almost not only one thing you can do to survive the situation, but there's often always an option you can pick that will not just help you survive, but can turn the tables on your opponent. A well-placed sidestep. My opponent's going to throw. Okay, even though I'm in minus there, I'm going to strike because strike beats throws. There's always like multiple things you can do to turn the tables on your opponent. And that feeling, that back and forthness is what makes 3D games 3D. Whereas in this game, I don't feel like it's back and forth. You activate heat. I'm watching cutscenes and then making guesses. And if I happen to guess right, then I get my turn back. So there's a lack of interactivity for the defender. And that, for me, more than anything, forget aesthetics, forget discussions about anime, is what turns me off of Tekken. And if this is the direction we're going in, so it basically becomes like a 2D game, I'm kind of out. No disrespect to the game. Anyone who enjoys it, have fun. But like, if I wanted that, I'd be playing Street Fighter. I'd be playing Guilty Gear. You know what I mean? So that's my thought.
Yeah, Chad. Yeah, Chad, can I tell you something about
sure.
this? You just said this, but what you said is very important, and I agree on that. Like, if the game stays this aggressive and so on, it's very overwhelming. I agree. It's something that most of us don't enjoy playing anymore. It's very tiring after a year of playing this game, and I agree.
A year?
But
It was
the
tiring
thing is
after
that-
a month. We just kept doing it.
Yeah, no. The thing is that, of course, this is a different matter from the discussion about anime, though, as you said probably already, because a game can still be anime and not being this aggressive and this overwhelming. Like Heat can be surely rebalance better. So this is a question for you, not trying to. So if it's still anime but more balanced and less oppressive, will you still would you still not like the game, or do you think it's also a problem of anime shit? Like if a game is visually anime,
let someone else answer. Yeah, let's someone
no,
else
yeah.
answer
If the
before I
game
do.
is visually anime, but it's still fun to play, like it's still not that much oppressive as it is right now, would you still think it's not Tekken anymore, or would you enjoy it more? Like, I don't know if you.
Tekken's always had anime features there, so anyone that has been playing Tekken for any amount of time is fine with anime being in Tekken. But like I said in the last live stream, if you had a pie chart and you were to give me let's say Tekken 4, let's start with, right? The anime features in there would maybe take up 20% of it, because you're dealing with
That's a lot. I don't think not even 20. Yeah.
I'm including story. Story.
Yeah, okay, definitely.
But just pure gameplay, it's almost non-existent.
Yeah, I see you.
Tekken as a whole, like Tekken 4, 5, 6, and 7, they took the anime portions of them took up some part, and it was mostly in story, but you had some characters like Devil Jin that were taking that up, and Akuma and whatnot. But the problem with Tekken 8 is that pie chart has kind of flipped on its head. And it's not just a Jin problem. Jin was just what we were talking about on Twitter. And people didn't understand that Jin does Kyokushin karate and not Mishima karate anymore. And it's flipped on its head now. And it feels like you got Victor, you got Clive, there's Jin. Kazuya has turned into a devil mid-game. People are flying all over the screen. It's gone too far. So there's never been an issue with anime in Tekken, because that's one of the things that separated it from Virtua Fighter, which was definitely more down the realistic route. But it's how much is there is the problem. Because if you've been playing Tekken for any amount of time, you're not going to really dislike anime. You're going to enjoy those weird, quirky features. You just don't want it to become the whole game, and that's what a lot of people feel like Tekken 8 has become now.
Okay, that's a fair understanding. My personal take, again, this is my personal take. It's that if it is more present, but it's still not overwhelming as a game in terms of gameplay, I don't mind it personally. But again, a lot of people maybe don't agree with this. Maybe you like a more grounded Tekken. It's okay. It's still okay, I think.
No, because even in Tekken 4, where the gameplay was heavily grounded, which I loved, in the story, Kazuya had returned from the dead, basically, and Jin was dealing with Heihachi and the whole devil thing, and those elements in the story were a lot of fun. They were done in a really cool way. In Tekken 5, like Martin said earlier, it was like a revenge story. Jinpachi had come out of the ground, there was a demon inside him. Jin had turned into the devil Jin fully. Like, the anime elements in the story have always been cool. It's always been a really good way of marketing Tekken. The problem with Tekken 8 is that it took what was in the story and the lore, and they actually started putting it in the gameplay, and too much of it. And where Jin was separate from Devil Jin, and Jin was the Kyokushin karate master, and Devil Jin was the weird, crazy anime variant of him with his old Mishima style. Now in Tekken 8, much like all the other characters, they've taken things that, like, Nina has guns now. She's shooting you from across the screen. Nina was always an assassin. We always knew she had rocket launchers and guns and knives, but the gameplay was about martial arts, so she wasn't shooting you. So when I was in Amsterdam and I saw Nina shooting for the first time, I turned to my friends and I said to them, what the fuck is this? The same reaction that we all had. Even guys that didn't even know in the audience. Obviously, there was a lot of old heads in the audience, and some of the Nina fans were there and they were cheering and that. But I turned, I was like, Nina's shooting you
Yeah, that should have been the reddest flag. That should have been the reddest flag. She was doing it in combo for like 5% damage. I'm like, what is this? And I get it. Anna Williams pulls a rocket launcher out of nothing and shoots you. I get it. I know, but like not in gameplay though. Like that's like there's a difference.
I think
honestly,
that's one thing for me for Tekken.
Sorry, King.
What are you gonna say?
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna say the one thing for me when it comes to Tekken, Tekken 8, I don't think it's any secret that I don't like Tekken 8 as much as like the previous Tekkens. Like I said, I haven't played Tekken for that. It's coming up to 2 weeks now, and I don't miss it because it's hard
to come back when you take a break, Todd.
Huh?
It's hard to come back when you take a break. It's like, oh,
yeah, it just like I don't even watch streamers. Like that's how bad it's got. Like I'm not interested in watching streamers. I don't really care about tournaments. I know we're on down season, but if there is a tournament out there, I don't care to watch it. It's just I think the problem with Tekken 8 overall is the aggressiveness doesn't allow people to be themselves. And what I mean by that is when you watch a tournament and you watch Q-Dons in Tekken 7 play Devil Jin, you know that's Q-Dons, right?
Yeah.
But in Tekken 8, it seems like everyone is doing the exact same thing, the exact same combos, the exact same pressure. It's not allowing people to, be excited when a player steps up and play that character. Like when I see like Rice play Jin and CBM play Jin, they both look like the same. Like if I didn't see their name badges, they both look pretty much the same. And
I think that's very true, and I'm curious to hear all of your thoughts. Actually, did any of you watch? And I mean, really sit down excitedly and watch all of the Tekken World Tour?
No.
I didn't either. And this is the first time. You watched? I respect it.
Me and the stream chat were like this about
just
a lot of us.
You were hate watching.
Okay. I didn't want to hate watch. The DJ set me off to begin with. He made me start hate watching, but it was Jin after Jin, and then same place after same place. I was like, okay, he's pop T.
But and Dragunov it's all plus frame, but again, it goes back to what I was saying at the beginning, where it's like it's the plus frame Olympics, and the reason you do it is because when you successfully get your opponent to -5, they can't do anything. They have no options, and they have to hold what comes next. And so the optimal way to play this game at the highest level, it seems, right? I'm not there, so maybe I have no business commenting, but it seems to be I'm going to bury you on the plus frames, and then make you suffer. And then the best characters are the ones who are able to bury their opponent on the plus frames from the furthest distance away with ease and the most consistency, and that's core system stuff. Like
at high level, just to piggyback off of that, at high level, it's literally about plus frames. If you've seen like Jin, for example, the dive kick, like that dive kick is heavily plus.
I'm saying, why does it have the range it does? It's diagonal. You'd think it'd be shallow. It's like a quarter screen.
Thank God, Clive, guys. Clive is never plus. Clive is always -9 at your face.
Oh yeah, Clive. Yeah, no, Clive's great. No, everything we said about Tekken being bullshit doesn't apply to Clive. He's real Tekken.
No, you don't do this.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Blackheart, I'm agreeing with you. It's pure Tekken.
Okay.
It's crazy because I've asked people about Clive because I haven't, like I said, I haven't watched no streams of Clive.
Yeah, I mean, bro.
Not one.
No, bro, I'll be honest with you.
Watch mine, every time.
Never. I love you, man. Go back to June, man. Go back to June. I'm watching.
Bro, no. I've seen all I've heard is people say they're not playing the game anymore. That's all I've heard in private. People not saying it on Twitter, but they're telling me in private they're not playing the game anymore. F Clive, all of these things. Like, and I'm like, bro, is Clive that bad? Like, I only played him once. Like, obviously, when you pre-order the game, you get like the 72-hour access.
Yes.
I played him on. Yeah, he came out on, I think Monday or Tuesday. I played him on the Tuesday. I didn't play him again. Like, I was just not interested in the game. It's the same old stuff. It's you do a heat engage, then you dash up, then you're like, you've got more of an advantage than the person that doesn't use heat. Then you
hello, can y'all hear me?
What up, player?
Yeah.
Yo.
So you're there. You've basically applied like this, higher version of yourself. Like, and then the person that doesn't have heat, they're at a disadvantage. Then it's like, okay, you just have to just put plus frames onto them. Then
that's how you beat Clive. Yeah.
Then you do a heat engage. You do a heat smash if you feel like they're gonna press, and if you're successful, you get 50 damage. It's not a fun game. Like no matter what anyone sits there and acts like, you know, even if they don't try to
this shit peak. I don't care. This shit. I don't know what Jay talk. I got more hours on Jay in this game. I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh shit!
Oh, you like Tekken 8?
He's not been quiet. He's not been quiet. I'm gonna be quiet. This man's got some shit to say. I want to hear.
Wait, hold on. Before y'all start speaking. Before y'all start speaking. And welcome, Yaya. Thank you for coming into the chat. I am almost certain that Yaya just trolls me on Twitter at this point. Like it's quite to the point now, yeah. When I see him reply to my tweet, I'm like, what is he talking about?
Let's go, Yaya.
Look at this.
All right.
Hold on. Let me look at the tweet.
So the double gen one, I was like, is he gonna catch on?
Of course I'm gonna. I know that's Tekken 5, bro. I know that's Tekken. I saw it and I was like,
all right. So here's
Mike,
the thing.
You got cooked, Mike.
No.
We all about to get cooked.
So I'm look. Here's the thing. I get where y'all are coming from, especially compared to the last game, right? Mm-hmm. Like I get it. Like the big thing about it is I saw the tweet and it was in the Discord, right? And I was like, oh, here they go. They finna cook Mikey. I was like, he worded the tweet wrong. They finna get on his ass. I literally saw when it was 1 like on the tweet, by the way. And literally I was like, see, he worded it wrong because now everybody think he's talking about fucking the powers and martial arts and stuff. The thing about it is I would be on his side if he didn't put the music on there.
I didn't put the music on there. This was in my group chat. I just put it up.
So the music made it it like contradicted the idea of it not being anime for some people. Because that is like it's
heavy metal.
But that heavy metal song is associated with early 2000s 8 AMVs. Anime.
I'm sorry. Hold on. You have got to have the mindset of a child to see that video, hear that music, and be like, It's about. My
mic didn't get the context.
You're not gonna hit me with the concept of a child like this. Not Twitter. Nobody has a concept of anything on that platform. All right, we ain't trying to hear that. All right, but the point of it is, right? I agree with Mike. I told my other homies, like, I agree with Mike. Like, Jin has changed a lot, like especially because of the Zen Council and stuff like that. I don't get into that shit because I'm not that deep into like that competitive side of Tekken. So I can't box y'all on that. Y'all been playing it competitively for decades plus now, right? But I've bought every Tekken. I've been at there when there was FYE. Y'all probably heard of Game Crazy. I've been there ever since the beginning, right? So like my thing is when I see the hatred of like the anime side of things, it's funny. It's funny that a lot of people would say, man, and it's only happening with Tekken right now. Really, it's Street Fighter a little bit too. You know, people hate the green thing on the screen with Dry Rush, but that's another discussion. But literally, people for years would be like, "Why don't it look like the cutscenes? I wish it played like that." Banda was like, "Fuck it, we're gonna do it." Now y'all hate it. Now it's a problem. Yeah, they've been wanting this. People been saying this since I was 5.
The people who've been asking for it.
Clive is more Tekken than Brian. Clive is more Tekken than Brian. Tell him.
Don't say that, bro. This guy came in first frame 1, and we was just like, "Yo, Clive is more Tekken than Xiaoyu," and I'm like, "Bro, I've not had my coffee. I can't do this. I can't.
Wait, I gotta cook somebody. Somebody made a modern Yu-Gi-Oh analogy earlier. I posted it on the sub. I screenshot, and he's like, "What the hell is he talking about?" Yu-Gi-Oh been the same thing. Chat? Yeah, it was a super chat.
He's right. Tonton right. No, Tonton right. He right.
Tom, you was not. No, he's not.
Don't let this boy cook you. He's
hold
right.
on, hell no.
I'm with you.
The only thing with modern Yu-Gi-Oh that you should hate, right, is Maxi.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, you go too deep.
See, all right, look. No. See, yeah. I know the game. I play Yu-Gi-Oh.
No, but here's the thing. Me too, right? But like, there's a lot of people who don't. Let me just give you what I think Tonton said. If you're still in the chat, agree with me, and then we'll let our player tear it down. I am what they call a Yu-Gi boomer. All right. I played Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day, and for me, my version of Yu-Gi-Oh is a relatively slow game. Multiple turns, it's back and forth. There's an interaction, right? Back and forth. What has happened to Yu-Gi-Oh is very much often is if your deck doesn't have the ability to win on turn 1, right? If you don't have that high speed and or the ability to stop your opponent from winning on turn 1, your deck stops, right? So the nature of what makes a good deck has changed. The nature of the game has changed fundamentally. And there's lots of people who like this new game because it is very intelligent. It is still clever, but people like me are like, I prefer the more interactive game. That's what my boy Tom is saying. Right?
No. I agree with you. But to say people hate modern Yu-Gi-Oh! When reports say otherwise is fucking cap.
That's important. Right? That's an important point.
That's the thing. I can understand hating the way the game flows out. Same way with Tekken. Well, like people feel like, all right, like the way King J described it, it's funny because there was this anime girl tweet on Twitter the other day, and everybody was memeing like they need to make an anime girl combo. I saw that. And like literally, that's Tekken combos. Like that's what it is. It's literally how Tekken 8 combos work.
Yeah.
We've lost Tekken, man. We've lost it. We've lost it to these kids.
But like, what is your favorite Tekken?
Look, I'm on. Like, don't stop calling me. I'm just not. I went in my closet. No, hold on. Before I'm gonna answer this, I'm gonna answer both questions. I went in my closet, got the Tekken 2 disc. I was like, I should get all three of them and put my face in the picture. But I was like, all right, I'm gonna just take it and put it back because I don't want to fuck it up. I literally took the picture. Mike was like, I don't believe you. What do you need more of me? What do you need?
The thing is,
the newspaper from the date dating back to like 1990, what? 94?
You want the receipt?
I need the receipt from 1994.
The thing is, is that like there's a lot of people that were saying to me, oh, I've been playing Tekken since Tekken 3 or whatever, and then they will use some ridiculous example and it makes no sense. So that when you put the picture up, obviously, like, well, boys, no disrespect to you, but when people keep putting out to me, I'm like, doesn't really prove anything because I could go out and buy Tekken 2 right now somewhere.
That shit's AI, man. It's AI.
I'm not gonna go AI a Tekken 2 disc.
Who do you main on Tekken
right now?
Yeah,
all the anime characters.
Who are they? Name them. Who are the anime characters?
Definitely a Jin main.
Right now, I'm not. I'm Clive. I'm usually Christy, but Christy ain't been in Tekken.
No, for a minute. Okay, yeah. So the capo, we got a capo in the house. All right, that explains everything.
No.
Say less, homie. No, say less, homie. I got you.
No. You see, no. See, I shouldn't have said nothing. I should have capped. Now y'all don't use that to push y'ut argument.
No. We get it. We know the kind of man you are now. No worries. We get it.
No. Hell no. Okay.
But Christy's not in the game right now. So who?
Christy's not in, right?
Eddie?
No, I'm not playing Eddie. I'm playing Azu Saying.
Eddie.
Wait, are you 30?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Ghost from 3S was saying that you're 30, and I was like, he's not 30. No
my thing is with games nowadays, and it's been happening in all fighting game communities right now. Like, it's very weird. I feel like everybody is in a Tsukiyomi right now. Like, if y'all know Naruto, that's how I feel. Tekken fans, I reason with y'all because I understand King J's sentiment up front with the game because I can also look at the game and be like, I like this, but I can understand why other older player bases would hate it. You know, people that have been here for a long period of time. And when I see this whole conversation going on, it's the real thing that, like, I'm like, okay, y'all just don't really like this game, and it's annoying, it's frustrating. But at the same time, it's like, I won't say this group in particularly. Sometimes on Twitter, y'all be capping, but I let it rock. But like,
that super chat's for you, by the way.
I know it is. I'm helping you get bread. Thank you for the donation.
I'm with him. I'm so with Tom. You're spitting, bro. You're spitting.
Yu-Gi-Oh! 20 years is complete. I agree with you on that, but saying people hate modern Yu-Gi-Oh! When there's a whole subreddit of this same.
But hang on. I actually want to go to you, right? There are people who love this game, who love modern Yu-Gi-Oh! The same way there are people who love Tekken 8, right?
Yeah.
Here's the question now. Maybe only time will tell, right? If let's say Yu-Gi-Oh! Didn't take the direction that it did, would it be more popular or less popular than it currently is? We can't know, right? But I can understand how people would make the argument. I could make the argument. I could understand why people make the argument, and I would make the argument that actually there's another version of this game that is more loved by a lot of people. Because the way I see it, I feel like the only people who play Yu-Gi-Oh! Are people who've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since the back in the day. Fuck trying to get someone new into Yu-Gi-Oh! Fuck that. Like, you give them a rule book and they're trying to like fucking do ritual summons in the classic sense. Like, like that game has changed, and it's not onboarding new people, and it's not really compelling to new people unless you were there from the start. That's my take.
So that doesn't really work hand to hand with Tekken though, and the reason why I say this is because Yu-Gi-Oh from up front, seeing Yu-Gi-Oh, and you can kind of argue it like that. Like some people see a fighting game and be like, "Nah, I'm never gonna get that good. I'm not playing this shit." You know, a lot of people say that, right? Like, for example, real rap, like I think even Jay know when it came out to Tekken 8, like I wanted to be so good so bad. I wanted to make content, but like I didn't understand it because like everybody just cooking me that the only people I was losing to was the people that was playing like competitively and understood the game way more than me.
Of course, yeah.
Now Tekken community is toxic. Sorry,
like
sorry,
no, that it's not toxic because I come from Melee.
Just
like
cooking.
when people get new PCs on Christmas, I'm booting up net play. I'm beating your ass. I
understand.
I've literally did it with Tekken. I'm like, man,
legacy skill. Right.
I like legacy fighting games because it helps you build up on it the more you play it.
Yeah.
That's cool. Like for example, the reason why I didn't play Mishimas as a kid because I didn't understand the star shit. I wasn't
the star. I ain't got a star button.
I was like, no, it didn't even what the star button was. I was like, why can't I just do the damn input? I could do it, and then I went back to Street Fighter. I was like,
that's why I don't play Mishima. Yeah, but the question still remains. Now you play Tekken 8, but with which character? With which character? Chris is not here.
No, he said Azu. He said
I
want to respond to something in the chat. Just not because I don't want the comments to disappear. Someone was saying that like it's us old heads have got nostalgia glasses on or something like that, which I don't think is actually the case. I don't think that's the case at all. I mean, I
think that's a valid thought because obviously a lot of our love for old Tekken is tied up to perhaps a simpler time in our life. Like we shouldn't dismiss the power of nostalgia. But I think you're right, Mike, to say like it's not. I don't think it's reasonable to say that it's all just nostalgia.
Can I please click this comment?
Before you do,
Mike is 30.
Before you do, I'm not 30.
Chad is 40 years old. Chad. Of course, they're old heads.
Well, old heads in Tekken.
I'm 32. I'm old, man. Don't let my my youthful face fool you. I'm old.
That is not old. Y'all just got gas.
In the gaming community, we died.
Can I just say something?
Sarcophagus.
Let Jay go.
Can I just say something here? Yeah, like I know people are saying this stuff about like old heads not liking Tekken 8, but let's be honest. A lot of people that was playing Tekken 7 didn't dislike Tekken 7. We had Geese throwing Repukens, we had Akuma throwing Hadoukens, all of that stuff. People didn't dislike Tekken 7. The problem with Tekken 8 is, again, I'll keep on saying it, is the heat system, the aggressiveness of the game, and the identity of seeing who's who as players without looking at name tags. That's my main problem. Everyone plays the same. There's not enough. There's not enough like movement in the game anymore. The movement's been just like nerfed.
It's not just nostalgia. Yeah.
Pardon?
You're right. You're 100% right. It's not just nostalgia that you can see what the game demands of you is different.
Yeah.
So let me. So let me.
I was gonna finish it off. Let me finish off the point. Let me just finish off the point, and I'll hear what you're saying. I'll hear you out. Basically, like stuff like Clive, for example. Clive, don't get me wrong. I love the character, this and other, but bro, visually watching the character when I played him for that
He's
one
amazing.
time,
My eyes hurt,
it's too much.
He's the best design character. He's the best design character in Tekken.
Let me give y'all the other perspective on that then. So answer first question. Somebody said 30 is almost what we have dead. Well, based on U.S. life expectancy, that's 78, and if you do half of 78, that's 39.40.
And the amount of pork I eat, probably less than that.
Okay, that's not the point. But the point is, I'm gonna give y'all an example. Y'all weren't there, but Evo, the worst tournament at Evo, not this year, last year was Tekken 7. People were asleep.
The last Tekken tournament at Evo was people sleeping.
People were
literally like the big thing about
because of the balancing.
Whoa. Yeah, I understand that, right? Like the balancing precedes how the game is dictated and played. Same thing with Guilty Gear Strive. Remember Happy Chaos? I literally sat at that combo breaker when it was Happy Chaos Finals. Got the worst headache of my life because all it was boom, and nobody was playing nothing but shooting each other. But I played at that Evo in that year. I played Tekken 8, and I got to play it at Combo Breaker. They had it early, then at Evo, a little testing for it. But like literally, when they announced when they showed Tall Tekken 7, I was like, it is no way that I should fall asleep on because I would play Kunimitsu but she's not here either. But literally, I was like, there's no way I should be falling asleep on Kunimitsu. Literally, the whole back row, I could tell you exact seats at that Evo. Everybody woke up when it was like Arsenal Ash won, and everybody. Some people had slime, like everything.
Woke it up.
Like,
wait, hold on. This is slightly disingenuous, though.
Okay, I know it's this. I know
That wasn't the match a mirror match.
It was a mirror match.
It was a mirror match.
But
And
there's other mirror matches that are more entertaining than modern games, though.
No, wait, hold on. Let me try to paint this whole picture. Tekken 7 was not boring to watch because I had loads of fun memories of it.
Yes,
there were specific characters in that game that were boring, like Kunimitsu.
Yes.
And to add to that particular finals, that was a mirror match. So if you get one of the most boring, aggravating characters and then you mirror it in a grand final, of course everyone's going to sleep. But if you look at the other matches in the top 8, you've got Feng, Dragunov, Geese, Bob, Katarina was in there.
But this is what I think King J was alluding to, right? Like the thing is, there were legitimate concerns at the end of Tekken 8. People were right to be concerned with what happened to the late game Tekken 8. But the people who did that was like Harada and team, because the actual core system was beautiful, but then they released these DLC characters who were boring as hell, right? Literally, let's say they just made Tekken 8 again. I'm not saying they should have done this, but let's say they made Tekken 8 again. There's no infinite stages, and you don't have Kuni. That's like 80% of the things that people are complaining of are gone instantly, right? So there was no need for a whole revolution of the system. The system was good, but they released DLC characters who were fucking dumb. Who was another red flag for a lot of people? What's her name? Zafina. Zafina was a big red flag for a lot of people, right? She was a DLC character. That was a decision that they made.
But there's
was a red flag.
There's charts about. Okay, so I looked this up, and there was a season 4 play data chart. I had to go get it out the archives. All the characters with powers are the most watched characters and most played characters online.
Yes, that makes sense because they were the most. Because that's my point. Because they made them the best, and this is. I guess this is the point I'm trying to make, right?
But that's disingenuous to say like that. That's also disingenuous to say like because I'm talking about like the lower ranks. I'm not even talking about like the stronger players or like
really?
Like,
how many did you encounter? How many like
out of, it was out of 1,000 people, and like I think a character that made me want to play tech. Like obviously I'm a Final Fantasy head, so like Noctis being there, like I'm more of a Noctis defender than a Cloud defender.
Let's go.
Me too. I didn't like Noctis, but you can defend Noctis.
Like for example, I know nothing about. I know so little about SNK in retrospect. I'm being real honest. Geese was so fucking raw. So, but I know why y'all hate them, right? But like I'm watching it, I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Rabukin, let's stand up. Like that shit is hard. Like stand up. Like not even knowing nothing about Geese and seeing it in that game. I've seen him in there before that. Like I think people tend to forget like there's two sides to the coin and everything is not black and white.
But it's not even
hated though, was he? Like I don't remember. I remember
he was loved.
Some people hated him a lot.
As much as a Geese main as I was, he kind of was this
in the tournament scene. He was, but I don't
in the tournament scene, but in the casual scene, because you have to full disclosure. Tekken 7 was my first Tekken game, so I went from not knowing what frame data was at the beginning. I played all the Tekken games, but like as a scrub, button bashing with your friends, right? Pizza.
You still don't know what frame data is. Come on, we still don't know.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I play shy. I just AOP.
Exactly.
But the thing is, over the course of Tekken 7's life, I tracked the popularity. These characters were really well liked. And then when you watch tournaments, like people complain about Akuma, but let's be real, how many actual killer Akumas did you encounter in your online career? Very few, especially if you're a scrub like me working your way up the ranks. So it was like you can complain about something as a competitor of the game, but then it not be a real big issue. And for me, the sort of like Zafina backdashing infinite times, that was a issue that only existed in the consumer, in the sort of watching space. When I actually played, it was not like that. That wasn't even Kazumi. Because I struggled to understand why people hated Kazumi, because all the Kazumis I played online were just like not that great. And because I'm not playing at tournament caliber, right? But of course, at tournament caliber, her tools were busted, and I could see, although I couldn't understand at the time. I had to learn. But the point I'm trying to make is like there's these two realities. There's the reality of playing Tekken 7, and there's the reality of watching the highest level of play. And the thing is, playing Tekken 7 was really fun for a really long time, right? And then towards the end of the game, because of the DLC characters and the direction they started to push us in, I would argue a Tekken 8 direction, but let me not go there, right? The direction they started to push the game, and they actually became less fun, less enjoyable to play for the casual. But then also, at the tippy top were these bossy DLC characters who made it boring to watch. So they had a great game and they kind of busted it by shifting it in this direction that was no good. So you think that their solution would be to go back into the opposite direction. Instead, they leaned all the way in. It's like now we have the worst of all worlds. Now season 1 of Tekken 8 feels like season 4 of Tekken 7, which is no one's favorite season.
Guys, just before you continue the conversation, I want to I want you guys to answer the super chat.
Yeah, sure.
He asked off topic, but I got a genuine question. Why do so many Tekken players hate the female characters? I just don't get the amount of venom towards them. I don't know about this person.
I think King J is probably the best qualified to answer that question.
I can answer that question.
It's not like, for example, Clive is a male character.
Let King J answer first.
All right, so in order for that question, at high level, I don't know about like the lower level, but at high level, most female characters, they have no risk towards a lot of moves that they do. Their recovery is ridiculously fast. So at the high level, people get really annoyed because like most of their moves are pretty fast. Like Jun sidestep 4 is a +6. If you look at Asuka's got a ton of safe moves. Like Asuka's my only female main character, and when I picked her up and I saw the stuff I could do and get away with, I was like, raw, is this why people play like the female characters in Tekken? Like they just get away with so much. A majority of their moves, like the moves that if a male character had would be like -12 or -14, they will be like -9. Like that's a lot of the female characters. Like, you know, even like Lydia, for example, like her back 1 move, which is like chip damage and +2, like that's an insane move. Do you get what I'm saying? Even though she's like not a great character on paper, but her punishment is ridiculously good. You know, like that's why female characters are kind of like at a high level, people get annoyed at fighting because they're just there's always plus, or moves that would be given to a male character are always at -9. So that's the reason why people don't like them.
Let's say that. Oh, sorry.
No. I'll say my piece quickly but it's just jumping on what King J said. I think again going back to like the old martial arts fantasy, right? I think they typically made the male characters that had just very powerful offensive techniques. So fighting a male character is actually very straightforward. Usually, they are usually just straight up. You know what they're dealing with. The way they balanced a lot of the female characters was like, well, this character is smaller, so they have like a lot of slippery stuff. I think that's the thing. Female characters are typically slippery. Either they have greater movement or they have tools to get out of trouble. And so fighting the female characters often feels very different to fighting the male characters because you have to be aware of their defensive tools. So I would argue it's a skill issue. There, I said it. I think a lot of the time people are like, when I fight, the amount of things I have to worry about while my opponent is defending when I'm fighting a male character is actually very few. I don't have to worry about it. But when I'm fighting a female character, when I'm fighting Lily, I have to genuinely worry about her sidestep. I have to genuinely worry about the can-can kicks. Like I have to, in essence, I have to be smarter when I play against a female character. A lot of motherfuckers don't want to do the thinking. I have to worry about AOP. There, I said it. I have to worry about this stuff. And it's like, I don't want to deal with that. I just want to deal with offensive tools. Electric Wing God Fist makes sense to me. Big dumb mids that are plus on block makes sense to me, right? But having to think about, okay, it's my turn, but she can do this thing to take her turn back. Whoa, I don't want to deal with that. I just want straight up my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn, my turn, your turn. And female characters are very good at being like, well, how about it's not your turn though? And they force you to think differently. And a lot of people don't like that.
I tell you this as a new player, a lot of the female characters piss me off. Like Lily irritates okay, Lily's my favorite Tekken character ever.
Right? No.
Like Lily's my favorite.
Lily.
Like I played Lily since 6. Like that's
Lily kind of cool. Lily kind of cool. Lily cool, but fighting him. Lily kind of cool. I'm with you. Don't leave my man alone.
Lily cool, but like fighting him sometimes I'd be like, what are y'all doing?
Lily kind of cool. I fuck with Lily.
Do you have any fit pics of Lily? Any fit pics?
Why are y'all like
plead the fifth, bro. Plead the fifth. Don't tell them.
But no, I wanted to say that female characters often are very gimmicky. That's why most people don't like them, because they had a lot of gimmicks, and most times even their hitbox is not the best. So, like for example, not naming names, but characters that go under every mid you do, and they're basically invincible when you try to approach them. It basically may be a problem. But maybe. I'm not saying that's like a female problem. Like there are also a lot of male characters that are hated right now. Like for example, again, I don't want to mention him every 2 seconds, but my prince, my Clyde, is being hated so much, and he's male. Like it's not about gender or so on. It's about how gimmicky some characters are in the game. Even Dragunov is a lot hated. And
what about Feng? I asked this because I think Feng possesses, and I'm playing a lot of Feng. I enjoy Feng. I think Feng possesses a lot of the traits that typically the female characters have, right? Like tricky, slippery ways of getting out of other people's pressure. But even he doesn't get the hate. He doesn't get the hate that Xiao Yu and Lily get, but he's just as evasive. And I think it might be. Go on. I want to hear it.
I'll tell you, it's the top 5.
Oh, so you think it's just mechanical, Jay?
No, I don't think it's.
I don't think it's that.
I think that Feng Wei doesn't get the heat because Feng Wei clearly took some inspiration either from Jet Li or Shaw Brothers films. And people will let if you put a good base on a character, people are more likely to let some things go. So when you look at Feng Wei, he fits the Tekken.
So people think he's cool. So people think people hate fighting him, but they think he's cool.
They think
whereas like they hate fighting Lily, but they don't think she's cool.
Feng, man.
That's the thing. Like like if you get a character like Feng fits the whole martial arts mysticism thing. When you look at Feng, you get the whole flashbacks to VHS martial arts films.
Yeah, but so does Xiao Yu though. What she don't get that defense.
I think Xiao Yu don't get it. I think the reason I think Xiao Yu doesn't get it. This is gonna sound a little bit fucked. I'm just gonna say it.
Say it, bro. Say it.
She's cringe.
You're cringe. It's what? She's cringe.
No, he said cringe. Let's say your point. Don't let him into it.
I think Feng. I think for a lot of people, when they look at Feng, they see this big, scary looking Chinese Kempo master.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair to point out he's male. Yeah. And it makes him more intimidating, and people are more likely to to gravitate towards him or accept that this guy's kicking your ass. I don't personally feel this, but I'm not blind to what people say on Twitter.
Damn, Tekken being sexist.
Listen, let me finish.
Wow,
go on, Mike. Let me finish. Lamb.
This is not something that I feel. I like Xiao Yu. I like Xiao Yu very much. But
me too.
I know that people don't like the idea of a little girl beating their ass the way Xiao Yu does. And I think people are more willing to accept it when it's someone like Feng Wei or martial law, for example, who's like a Bruce Lee ripoff. Whereas when it's Lily is a ballerina, right? You know, like it kind of takes you out of it a little bit. Whereas Feng Wei, he reminds you of those Shaw Brothers films. He reminds you of
intentionally, yes, for sure.
Yeah, so I can accept it from him.
Also because Lily's also cocky, you know, she mocks you while she beats you also.
She does actually, yeah. Have you seen that? I think it's a really fucked up choice that when she's winning 2-0 and then you start
personally, I don't like
she laughs and that's fucked up.
Just bring back Lei Hu Long.
And Xiao Yu fucking says,
shout out Lei. Oh, that's a good question actually. I want to hear you guys. I especially want to hear like King J, Mike, and actually I want to hear everyone's view. But like Lei Wu Long, right? Because again, to say my Feng thing, right? Like Lei Wu Long also cheap ass character, gimmicky ass character, and different people were definitely annoyed with him the way that people are annoyed with Feng. But he does not get the hate that a lot of these female characters have. But he has the slipperiness of a female character, so it might legit be a sex thing. It might legit be a sex thing.
That's all it is. I'm telling you,
Lei Wu Long's hard work though.
It's just straight gender. It might be.
No, it's not just that. It's Lei Wu Long clearly looks like there's some inspiration.
Like Jackie Chan from like City,
from like Police Operator. What was it called? Police Story. Rush Hour. He looks like Jackie Chan, who's a beloved figure in the martial arts world. Like there's certain things you can tack onto a character, and you're like, oh, you know, like Akuma, for example, right? Even though he's not part of like that same martial arts mysticism we're talking about, he's such a cool character that when Akuma beats your ass, you're like, well, it's Akuma. He's
like got the dark handle, of course. Yeah.
But when who is it? Like what's that character in Virtua Fighter called? Eileen, I think. When I look at
the monkey style kung fu,
when I look at it, I'm like, oh, monkey style is really cool. I remember watching that when I was a kid. But
that's what I think.
When Eileen is doing it, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I could fuck you up.
So you're thinking, okay, so to rephrase what you're saying, and then let me know if you think I'm right. Basically, a lot of people when they're playing Tekken, they're trying to imagine these two as if they're real people fighting. And so losing to like this big buff, like peak of physical condition Feng Wei, even though he's doing a bunch of slippery stuff, makes them feel cool, I guess. But when they lose to this little Chinese girl, it has a greater emotional effect on them, I guess, is what you're saying. Like it's an emotional thing.
Yeah, I think it takes people out of it. Like I don't get upset by it personally because you know we've grown up watching martial arts. We've seen Cynthia Rock beat up guys 3 times her size, right?
Yeah.
So for me, it's not a problem. Yeah. I like Xiao Yu. I don't like Lily very much, but that's because Xiao Yu is an actual martial artist. Lily's a ballerina. doesn't really make sense to me. Same way, I don't mind Asuka very much because she seems more like a street fighter, like a brawler.
Well, she's got like Aikido, but then also just rough ass fists.
She comes across like a tough fighter, but with certain characters, I think people are disconnected when they don't see the big intimidating character. But there are some female characters that get away with it, like Nina is a believable assassin. Ivy and Soulcalibur, when you look at Ivy, like, oh, she might actually weigh me in. Like, there's certain characters where you can get past.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. When I see Ivy on screen, I become like a hardcore feminist. I'm like, this is too much even for me, bro. I'm like, hey, there's no need for this. Even for me, I'm like, hey, yo, Ivy, relax.
Someone said, what about Zafina? Zafina gets away with it because Zafina has a gigantic demon coming out of her hand. So I'm like, there's a deep inside.
I like Six Zafina, but
Mike.
Yeah.
I've just realized something here. This video you're playing here is like proper traditional martial arts intro.
Yeah, they're doing katas. Yeah, they're doing forms.
Exactly. And do you think they could ever do that for Tekken 8 right now, bro? You'll just be seeing projectiles, guns.
I don't know that the kids give a
fuck.
Stop
being old.
We can't help it, bro. I just don't think kids give a fuck about this stuff, though. Kids don't give a. I do. When I see this shit, when I see people doing cool
but he said,
in an empty room.
The fact that you think they can't do this in Tekken 8 when they got intros just like this with nothing coming out is crazy.
No, they can do this, but they won't.
Where's the intro like this?
Yeah, I don't see this intro.
There's outside the electrics.
I feel your energy. Your voices telling me.
If you start a match, so when you start a match, you ain't seen like Harong and them just come in normally.
No, they come in. I'm gonna kick
this is not a special intro.
Yeah, it's not like this, man. There are no katas.
Before
there are no katas.
Starts.
But what's the problem? What's the problem with the projectiles?
This is an attract screen on an arcade, right? So this is what would attract people back in the day to Tekken.
I know what this is. This is an Enigma screen.
All fighting games had them. Yeah. You could, if you had arcades now, this would not attract people because we live in the whole I'm gonna throw a Rasengan at you, I'm gonna throw a Chidori at your head. They're not interested in like the tradition of the martial art anymore.
Yeah, it's not sexy. I don't think it appeals because I see this shit. I see people in the empty room doing katas, and I'm like, that's hype as fuck, right? But I think there's probably a lot of generations like this is dope.
Cool, but like the thing of it is see, because like y'all get mad when I say it, I'm like, stop being old. But like the point is like I understand because like y'all have a vibe of a certain thing it is. Because I'll be honest with y'all, and there's two comments I want to dispel in the chat later. But literally, when you have this type of animation, it's really good to get people interested in as well. But Tekken does it in the same essence, just with a little bit more flair, like the visual effects and the powers and stuff like that, you know. And when it comes to modernizing a game, right, you have those you have to take those steps to do these things to be better. And I know that's not y'all thing, like, oh, new game bad, old game's good, because y'all have y'all right grievances and annoyances with the series. But I just feel like what's annoying about the conversation, which somebody brought up, is like the downplaying of Tekken 7 versus Tekken 8. Yes. And I was like, hold on, wait a minute. Tekken 7 as a game, there's a lot of people only look at the negative parts of games nowadays.
Yes,
that's what it seems.
True. Yes,
Tekken 7 was not even playable unless you really just wanted to sit through it. Like the loading screen to get ready to the next battle. I don't know how some of y'all got past 100 matches in that game.
Because it was worth it. Because it was worth the wait.
Which is fine. Which is fine. But you got to realize, like, in terms of the scope of things, like,
I understand.
It's not a good thing to be a part of as well, right? There's a lot of good in Tekken 8 that people don't acknowledge, and every time you see it, because of social media pushes the negativity, right? One thing I respect, Mike, and even though the chat sound like Reddit most of the time, the point of it is,
my chat's fine, bro.
No, cool. Bro, your chat, most of them is Reddit.
Your chat kind of fucked up.
Like your whole, I think almost everybody. Real rap. Your whole chat is YouTube content. Like y'all can make that the
yeah. I fuck with it. I fuck with the chat.
Right, but like real rap, like even in the chat sometimes, like I like to see those perspectives because it helps me keep me grounded in my beliefs of the game. I could see something that's like peak or trash, but I'll be honest, I probably would like Tekken 7 more if I got into it the way I got into it with 8, because there's more resources though. Because I like the idea of defense and backdashing. Like that's
That's interesting. I don't.
I
Yeah, I
disagree.
disagree, but I can't vouch for it because it wasn't my first game. But I actually want to hear. But you have brought up a good point there.
So,
Like,
so
here's my
thing,
question.
my thing
So
about
I had a question for you. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Finish your point before I ask my question. Go ahead.
So my point was the thing about Tekken 8 is, I'm coming up already close to the same amount of hours. Right now, I have like 634 on Tekken 8, but with Tekken 7, we just played it for fun because of the customs and stuff like that.
Sure.
My favorite character, one of my other favorite characters was Lily Christie. Eliza's not in the game, so I played Tekken 7 because of Eliza because I like meter shit in games. I like micromanaging. Those are like my favorite characters to pick in fighting games. Characters that have like resources,
weird, like resource gimmicks. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, Tekken 8 has changed it for me, which is why like VF is so appealing to me now too. Is because I played the Revo and like Azucena made me like stances.
It's a lot of
and
fun.
like
it's a lot of fun.
yeah,
it's a lot of
yeah,
fun.
I
Revo, man,
like,
join me in this Revo train. All of you,
Yeah.
join me in Revo land. It's gonna be fun for like a few weeks to a month.
Yeah,
I'm enjoying
but,
it.
but I think the big thing is when it comes to Revo, like I already bought it. I wasn't gonna buy it because I'm not gonna lie, I used to be a VF slanderer. Like real
Me
rap,
too,
I tell
me
my
too.
homies like I don't want to play that shit.
Me too.
But then I actually played it and I was like, wait, this is kind of amazing. Right?
You had the exact same experience I did.
Literally, I played
real man's
Sarah. I played Sarah and I was like, wait, I mean I can do this from this. I can flamingo from that.
Yeah.
Oh, I can piano this. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, I like modern games because there's a lot they do good, even though we see Twitter talking about the negative parts of a lot of games, right? But I do feel like we need more people to prop up the more positive things, right?
But that's my question. That was the question I was going to ask you, right?
Go
Because
ahead.
you brought up a good point, which was like, all right, cool. It's very easy to look at the negative stuff, right? But here's my genuine question to you. You're probably more qualified than anyone here to answer. Okay, so what are the things that Tekken 8 does that are really good and are that you would even go so far to say that are better than 7? You already talked about the technical issue; it just loads faster, and that's true.
So technical. Okay, number one, the story elements of if we talking from like a package,
The whole thing. All right.
So I look at fighting games not only because gameplay is the most important, obviously, but I look at the whole package.
Sure.
I'm not gonna put visually because that's just easy. Like, come on, let's be real.
Sure.
Number one, I feel like their tutorial is way better in Tekken 8. It may not be the best tutorial, but it does have you ways to get off the ground. It has one.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Fair.
Another thing is a lot of people may not agree with this, but there's a higher incentive to play the game due to the battle pass. Even though it sucks, I'm not saying it's good.
Okay.
It does give me a whole reason to play the game more than Tekken 7 ever has. And if I wasn't a person that didn't like fighting games for just competing and playing at the time, I wouldn't have played Tekken for more than maybe 20 hours at top. Right. Okay. My next
three.
Yeah. I think my next big thing is I personally like the stage choice of Tekken 8 more. I wasn't a big fan of Infinite Azure personally.
Yeah.
But the way the stages and like I hated the floor break stages in Tekken 7, like how I was doing it constantly.
That shit was fun.
Cool. It's cool
for
the combo, but like after a certain point, it feels very repetitive. Right? That was just my stance on it. Doesn't mean it's bad. I just felt like it was kind of very like, at some point. I think one thing I'll give Tekken 7, just to be fair to it, and this is only the first season. Like the big problem with a lot of fighting games, too, just to answer this, is that a lot of people shouldn't play fighting games when they come out because the first year or two season, y'all not gonna like them, right? Like it's bare bones in a lot of departments, especially if you come from the harder games, right? Like me being a Street Fighter 4 person. 5 was dog crap.
Yeah.
6 is cool, but like the point I'm still making is a lot of people are comparing season 4, right, to base launch version of game. You know.
But hold on. But I just to push back. I think you're right. I think a lot of people are doing that. But I made the comment earlier. I genuinely, it's hard to say because what we call season 1 of Tekken 7 was after what, a year of arcade. Maybe 2 years of arcade testing. Yeah. So you're right. It is difficult, but at the same time, they're charging $70 for it.
Well, which is fair.
So I kind of have to compare this version of Tekken 8 that I paid $70 for to the first season of Tekken 7 that I paid $70 for. Like I kind of have to do that.
Right. And then again, which is 100% why I agree with people that feel like this is yada yada yada. But I do feel like in Tekken 8, like number one, the way lobbies work. Now, when it like the first month was it was really bad. Like I couldn't connect to some people even like on PC because that was when I first played it on PC. But I was having issues with the lobbies. But there's a lot of quality of life online options in the game for Tekken 8 that are taken for granted. Especially how lobbies and the rotation works. It's very close to 7, but it's more snappier. And I think the big thing about fighting games people underestimate is how fast can I get to playing the damn game.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
And I think Tekken 8 does better than that than most other fighting games nowadays.
So here's a question. Because I don't know that I agree with that. It loads faster, but the fact that I can't just do an infinite rematch, even in quick play, ends up meaning that I spend a lot of my time just waiting to get matched up with someone.
That is the one fault of Tekken 8. Now I'll say this: the fact that they didn't have the revenge matches and stuff like that is missing. I do dislike that. However,
huge.
I will say because of that, in some areas, I do feel like, from my experience, I'm not at the higher ranks. Like I've gotten to like second of blue now. That's the peak I'm in right now.
Good shit.
But like literally, I personally have found more matches in Tekken 8 consistently than I found in Tekken 7 when it came out. And when Tekken 7 came out, I wasn't doing shit with my life. I was literally at school, at home, playing the game, and I was like, damn, what's taking so long? And that's the result of a game getting more marketing, essentially bigger off front, people coming off the high of 7 to 8. So I acknowledge that.
That's
right?
Okay.
But
that makes sense. That makes sense.
That's been my experience. Like I can turn on Tekken right now. Like to be honest, Tekken's one of my favorite games to stream because I can turn on, talk to somebody for like 15-30 seconds. I'm in a match. Like that's one of my favorite things.
Funny that you say. So hold on. So how long do you stream Tekken for? Typically, because I find this game exhausting.
When I do streams Tekken, I'll stream for like 5 to 6 hours, maybe 7.
I couldn't.
Yeah, I think that's
I couldn't.
But like I see. But here's my thing.
I believe you, but
my favorite fighting games are the crazy ones. So like I don't have that push off.
You have that anime stamina.
Like I'm all right. I could say this because a lot of people say it, but like I am the Maximilian Shadow clone. So like when it comes to Marvel, that's my shit.
The true self.
Like Marvel's Capcom, that's my shit. Like
I hear that, but I remember one of the I don't have Twitter, but every once in a while a tweet will be so big it'll escape, and one of the tweets that like literally was my language. I remember Jay, you tweeted a couple months ago. Hey, does anyone else find this game exhausting to tweet? I find it harder to stream this game for a long period of time than it did in the past. I think you were the person who said that maybe like 2 or 3 months ago. I was like, this motherfucker is spitting, and it is exhausting.
It is exhausting
in a way that's not fun for me.
No, so I'll say this. So Tekken, right? Tekken is different for me because the reason why I was so focused with Tekken 8 is because I wanted to get into the idea of making better decisions in gameplay. And like I would be that person that would like it happened at Evo. Like I don't know why I did it, but I played. That was the first time I went 0-2 in a long time. I was very salty. Like that Friday, I was salty as shit. Like I've never been that salty in my life. But like I realized I reclused back to the old me till the later half of the set. And the only people that were like the games were closed, by the way. There was like two labs and stuff like that, but I just could never close it out, right? And I realized I started going back like the first game of the set. I was like, damn, I'm fucking blocking forever. Stop. But I needed a game that forced the aggressiveness to make me want to hit a button and make a decision, right?
This is so interesting to hear you say that, because yes, I remember I have a lot of friends who play Tekken 7 for the first time and then Tekken 8, and they come from other games. And I remember one of the things I had to teach them is like, look, it's not about pressing a lot of buttons, it's about pressing the right buttons, right? Like having the discipline to push buttons at the right time. And that appeals to me. Like patience in a fighting game. The idea of a fighting game demanding patience and surgical decision making appeals to me. Whereas a lot of people, I'm not being disparaging.
You can't learn that in Tekken though, not in Tekken 8.
You know, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about Tekken 7. I'm talking about Tekken 7.
Tekken 7 will teach you that. Not Tekken.
But what I'm trying to say, just to finish the point, like what I was just trying to say is that back in Tekken 7, I would be like, hey, this is a game that demands patience from you, and I like that. And the fact that the game demands patience from you is what makes me a Tekken player and not a Guilty Gear player, let's say, right? I like different games demand different things of you. So if you're a player who appreciates patience, decision making, right, and having good options on defense, like I mentioned earlier, that's what made you a Tekken 7 player. So for Tekken 8 to become this game that doesn't have that, and maybe has other things that it's never had before, but doesn't have the things that made me come to Tekken over the other games, is why a lot of people who have been Tekken fans going, what the fuck is this? If I wanted this, I'd play Soulcalibur. If I wanted this, I'd play Guilty Gear. And again, it's not to say that the things are bad. They're not bad. But like, you came to Tekken for X, and now Tekken has become Y. So now everyone has to be like, well, do I stick around just because it's got the Tekken name on it? Like,
That's,
you know what I mean?
That's something I want to pull up that Yaya mentioned just now. Like, normally when I'm picking fighting games, I'm looking at like the nature of that fighting game.
Yes.
I'm not looking at
what did it ask me to do. Yeah,
I'm not looking at like Street Fighter and looking for Street Fighter in Tekken, and I'm not looking at Soulcalibur and looking for Soulcalibur in, I don't know, like a arena file or whatever. I'm looking for those particular games. What does this game offer me? If Tekken just becomes the game that I just came from, what is the point? It loses its nature and identity.
Well, okay, so here's the big thing about fighting games. I can see how you feel like it's losing its identity because of the craziness and heat. And when I brought up that point about me playing the game with more aggression to it, Tekken provided that with me because I find visually the game to be overwhelming. And that's why I agree with y'all when I'll be like, I can't stream it for so long that like I get tired and I get like, it's like playing baseball or like meeting a goal. You know, like when you cooking something and it's burning, you run the kitchen like, oh my God, you turn the stove off like, all right, I saved it. That is how Tekken 8 feels sometimes. I won't lie to you. Like the character I hate the most in this game, I have the strongest problem with it. I'll give y'all to it. The chat control me. Kazuya is the most fucking annoying character in this game to me.
No, I'm the number one Kazuya hater. I'm with you again. Sometimes you're spitting, player.
Let me explain. Kazuya. When the game came out, I was like, okay, this is Kazuya. I used to be a Smash player, right? So like I can't apply my flight or flight tactics and that like in Smash Bros. Kazuya, he started Dorian, I'm running. I can't do that here. So I got to either stop him or get cooked, right? And that was one of the more frustrating things for me to deal with early on because Kazuya would just dash in your family. Like, why is he dashing in my family? And I get freaking sweep, and then I'm like, oh no! And then now the big ass combo, now I'm cooked, right?
I'm with you.
That was like my gatekeeper to purple for like 2 weeks. I was like, yo, this shit is pissing me off. Like, why do they play
here's
like
the thing.
this?
The thing is, Kazuya is always a gatekeeper to people when you're learning the game, right? Because Kazuya is the character who teaches you, can you sidestep, yes or no? And if the answer is no, you die, right? Like, so he's always been a bit of a gatekeeper. What annoys me now is that, like, before, though, stepping his stuff was easier because that's what you're meant to do, and they've intentionally made it harder. And I still feel like giving him a plus on block mid from crouch dash, I know we're getting technical.
I understand it, though.
Yeah, that is... No, I know, but I'm saying more for the chat. Like, giving him that, I'm like, is obnoxious because it creates situations that it never had before. Whereas before, if he forced you to guess on the mix-up, which is part of the character, if you guessed right, it immediately became your turn. Either you block the hell sweep, you killed him, or you block the mid, and now it's your turn. Now he can loop his pressure. So there are no many times where it literally sequences against him. I'm gonna again for the chat. This is actually one of the moments where I quit Tekken 8, right? So Kazuya players, rejoice. You killed another one, right? Literally, there was a moment where I know this is a bad Kazuya player. I know he's gonna demon pull, right? Forward 4-2. So I say to myself, I'm gonna check the dash. I'm just gonna look at his feet. The second I see forward, I'm gonna sidestep. I try to sidestep. His forward 4-2 still clips me. So I'm pissed. But like, okay, whatever. Okay, I'm minus 17. Now I have to guess middle low. I guess mid. I'm correct. But he does the patricide fist, right? Crash dash 1+2. So I'm right, but he's +5. So I still have to hold it. I go, you know what? I'm gonna sidestep. I try and sidestep. He does stature kick, right? It tracks to both sides. So now I'm -3 and I've been stepping a little bit too much. So I try and hold it, right? Then he does down back 1+2, but he bursts it. So when he punches the ground, the power geyser type thing, bang. He knocks me back. Now I block it, but he hit bursts, so I'm still -5, right? So I have to guess again. And I'm just like, Jesus, take the wheel. I don't know what's going to happen right now. I crouch. I block the crouch. I block the hell sweep, sorry. I launch him, and he dies, and I win the round. But the thing is, the reason I won the round isn't because I'm godlike. It's because I guessed right 4 out of 5 times, right? Do you get what I mean? He can create sequences where you just have to guess. And I'm like, this sucks. And even though I won, I didn't
feel satisfied.
You know what I mean? It's a coin flip. There's an alternate universe where I played just as well and I lost. And that's what Kazuya never used to be like that. He used to get one bite of the mix-up cherry, and that was it. And now he's fucking annoying as everyone else. But the Kazuya players act like they're playing chess. It's like, nah.
So here's the thing about that, because I know Mike had the whole thing with somebody else about the whole 50-50 situation, and I think Tekken to me, like, and I'm not that deep into it to y'all, but like what makes Tekken to me is those guessing scenarios, because it gets my heart exhilarating so a way to like, damn, I lost. How can I avoid that? Let's take it steps back. If I win, I go, that was good. This game's kind of sick, right? And for me, I understand those set solutions not being always like in the game where the better player, it comes down to, people won't say it, but like, I just want a game where the better player always wins instead of feeling like I have to guess, right? A lot of people just won't say that, right? But I'll say it all the time. Like, that's my thing with sparking. Like, I like, sparking is not, I ain't gonna get into that. I get somebody hot again. But like, literally the point.
Oh, go on. Say what you want to say, man.
Say it with your chest, bro.
All right, sparking is not Tenkaichi. That shit is Jump Force with the skeleton of Tenkaichi. That is exactly what it is. Now the last patch, you sound
like, what's that guy's name again? The sparking hater.
Oh, I know.
Perfection.
Perfection. Like, somebody was like, y'all putting on the symbiote every time you talk about this game. I'm like, listen,
symbiote.
I gotta, like, I'm a big, people don't understand that game was my life, right? Yeah. Like, my name is, a piece of my name is influenced by it. I won't sugarcoat. Like, if I'll tell you I like something for like the most dumbest reason, bro.
That's fair,
like,
that's fair.
And I think what's interesting is like hearing y'all talk about fighting games is interesting, because who helped me at the time? Jay. I was watching Jay play Tekken, and his early streams of Tekken was the funniest shit in the world. Like, I got a Discord. Well, like, two homies. A lot of yo quotes are soundboards. Like, they go platinum, bro. Like the Leroy clip peak. Like, but like real rap. I was gonna ask Jay, but he was teaching Afro, so I was like, "Damn, I can't get the help because he already teaching Afro."
Yo, King Jay, your angry Leroy arc is peak, bro. I watch, and you know what kills me? Honestly, one of my favorite, because I'm always looking in the chat, right? One of my favorite moments, right? Not to glaze too much, but one of my favorite moments was when you started playing Azucena. So you'd been playing Leroy all this time, and you're like, let me see what everyone else is doing, and the smile on your face, like, Tekken ain't so bad when you can turn your brain off. Just doing dumb shit. I was out here doing a full-time job with fucking Leroy. I'm just gonna play fucking running T2, interstand, and the night and day difference when you're playing Azu is like, oh, now I see why niggas like this game.
You know,
it was so funny.
Azucena is so cheap. Like,
it was so funny, bro.
This version of Azucena now, yeah, people say that she's not good, yeah, but nah, bro, she's good. Like, she's just bro. It's night and day difference. Like, I could literally switch off my brain with Azucena. I think she's so good.
It was so fun. It was just so funny. Like, you were using 100% of your brain to try and make Leroy work. Desperate to make Leroy work. Working hard for months. And you're like,
character.
Fuck it. Let me just try Azucena. And like, bro, it was night and day, bro. You were a different person. You're like, yo, let me stream this for another 3 hours. Fuck it. Why not? I got nothing to lose. If I lose, whatever. I use like 5 brain cells. If I win, even better. Right? Like, it was so funny.
You know what the problem is, yeah? Everyone, like, people say that Leroy, like, obviously Leroy's got buffs now, but people say that Leroy is good. I will honestly say, yeah, Leroy's chip damage is outrageous. Like, I think his chip damage does a lot in it. But majority of his attacks are high. So like back 3, sidestep 1+2, all of those moves 1+2, they're all high in it. So chip damage wise, it's good. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like, but in his overall game plan is weird and just obnoxious. Like, you have to kind of set up counter hit moves with either back 3 or down back 3. You got to mix it up with either standing 3 or down 1+2. He's just very boring. So him being my main character, the character that I really want to make work, it's very difficult.
Yes.
And even like when I went to Evo with him in Vegas, like, I was panicking because I'm like, bro, I don't know what to do. There's all these characters, all of these madnesses I've not studied for, and I don't like my character. Like,
what's messed up is that even if you did study for them, they still just have shit where you have to hold. There's just like, it's like there's no studying the heads or tails coin flip. And I think what's really fucked up with Leroy is I actually don't think he's weak. I feel this way about Leo. I don't think that this character is weak. in regular Tekken, but the problem is motherfuckers out here playing Marvel vs. Capcom. So it's like, okay, can my character deal with the unga bunga shit? And if the answer is no, you got no business playing that character because you're just gonna die. That's the thing. Yeah, go on.
Like people would say that, like obviously he has parry and stuff like that, but bro, like there's a lot of things people don't really know. His parry is slower in this game than it is in Tekken 7. Like, and the parry window is slower as well. So I think I can't remember correctly if it was 3 to 20 or something like that in Tekken 7. I need to remember the exact frames. I can't remember.
But he had a god parry. That was part of the gimmick. That was he had a strong god parry.
But his parry's slower now. It starts up slower. So like a lot of the stuff, it starts up slower and ends slower. Ends quicker, sorry. So it's like it's weird. It was very, very difficult. Like fighting against people and that. I done well that Evo though. 33rd out of 4,000 people was like not bad. Do you know what I'm saying? But there was no other Leroys to look at. Everywhere I was looking at, there was no Leroys. Like even up until this day, the only few Leroys that I know that are notable is Breadman, Triple A, Dustiel. Like they're the ones that I would say, okay, yeah, they're pretty good. But like, there's no one else to watch out for. So, and even like when you looked at when I was watching out for the Tekken World Tour Finals, there was 4 days of action, and I didn't see one single Leroy.
Bro, I was looking for Leia. Yeah, there's a lot of characters like that. If you're not, and the thing is, it's a lot of players. I think the harshest thing is when you watch the players who main your character just leave your character because they realize that actually, if I want to win in this game, like there's a new meta, right? It's like, again, it's why I go back to the Yu-Gi-Oh thing. You might have had the nicest, you might have thought, I got my Gravekeeper deck. I love this shit. So clever. The meta's changed, bro. Like the things that you need to be able to do to win has changed. And that's real deep. So even if you love this old deck and you want to make this deck work, like you're not going to. You're just not going. You have to abandon it. And that sucks for a lot of people. It sucks for me. But it is what it is. Like you're either down with it or you go play Virtual Fire. Like,
do you guys think there's a chance that Tekken will return to this? Like I'm watching these intros here, and it gives me that like early 90s, like late 80s martial arts movie
urban
film.
martial arts movies,
urban martial arts films. Do you guys think that it will return to this?
No.
You know what, y'all? Can I say this?
Yes. Will it? No.
This gonna sound really mean, and a lot of y'all may not get it if you're not a part of this.
Say it with the chest, bro.
All right, y'all sound like the Naruto fans. They're like, I miss when Naruto had just jutsus instead of all these giant summonings and stuff. And I understand. Like I understand the sentiment of like wanting to go back to this at some point, unless they reboot Tekken. I think it's way too far gone. Like it's been too far gone since Tekken 6.
Can I ask you something? Just because you like all of that stuff, right? In Naruto, you've seen Naruto from beginning to end. It was always special when like the demons would come out, like the Bijus, and something insane would happen. But Naruto was, by its standards today, at least in Boruto, it was much more grounded. They used basic ninjutsu, shadow.
You talking to the wrong person?
I'm
a Boruto elitist. You acting wrong.
Boruto, let me just put it out there. Let me put it out there. Boruto is the biggest pile of dog shit I've ever seen in my life.
I love how he
God.
Hold on. Stop. Check it. Look. I love that he said that. Now, which part of Boruto am I talking about?
Can I just say that I can imagine Yaya in his room just removing his coat right now? Like, oh, we getting into this?
No. We're not gonna. No. I'm talking
time skip. He's not talking about time skip.
I'm talking time skip.
Oh, yeah, he's not talking about time skip. He's talking about time skip.
I'm talking about the first. I watched.
Time skip is amazing.
See, but you're talking about the anime though. I'm talking about the anime. Okay, see, the anime I can understand you saying is garbage. Mutually, if people that do like it, we like don't watch that shit. Read it because the manga keeps a continuity very similar to OG Naruto and has the high highs of Shippuden.
Let me ask you this, yo. I got up to the part where Sasuke and Naruto and them were fighting pterodactyls and velociraptors. Is that in the manga?
That is not a, let me tell you. Hold on. I'm about to cook you.
No, you can't cook me for that. I swear
that is not a Boruto manga. That is a Shippuden. That is a Shippuden and Boruto thing. That is in the manga. Yes, it is.
It's in the Boruto show, right?
No, it was in Naruto. It's just got adapted in Boruto.
I watched the shows, right? As
Right,
far
right,
as
right.
I'm
Which is why I
concerned,
understand.
Naruto ended when he walked out of the door holding Hinata's hand. When I got to the episode, because Boruto was already hard to get through. The only good parts in Boruto was when Naruto and Sasuke were on the screen, and they butchered that with the dinosaurs as well. But the reason that I don't like where Naruto went is that you had crazy moments in it, like when Gaara killed those ninjas when they were doing the tuning exams and all of that stuff. But you get to Naruto Shippuden, right? You've built up this whole story, and then out of nowhere, this god appears, and the whole story gets thrown under the radar for this godly being that they're now fighting. It's like, yeah, Naruto always had powers in it. It always had crazy things in it, but it was special. And then you throw everything under the bus. And what was her name again? From the Otsuki clan?
Kaguya.
Kaguya. She comes down, god of chakra or some bullshit. I was sitting there, my friends, like, is this Dragon Ball, bro? What is going
hang
on?
on, can I-
Hold on. That is we look. I would be here for so long talking about this because literally, because literally, there's a lot of hints in part 1 and during after the Five Kage summit with Naruto where they were going to the alien sci-fi route. Even in the beginning, beginning of Naruto,
But
Kaguya was a waste.
Can I throw something in really quick and then step back out? Because I don't know anything about Naruto, but I'm enjoying this conversation, right? Let me just put in like an outsider's take. Because this is actually relevant to Tekken. It is sounding a lot like the same Tekken situation in that you establish a story. Naruto, Tekken, whatever. You establish a theme, you establish a power level, you establish like, okay, this is what happens. And then you have, and same with Yu-Gi-Oh! And then you have this power creep that happens, right? And eventually you reach this tipping point where the things that I enjoy, because all stories are about worry. They're about like when I watch a drama, I'm worrying about something. And I like to worry about different things. If you like a certain genre, it means you like to worry about that kind of thing, right? And the thing is, the thing that the show is making me worry about has changed. So now my fundamental feelings about the show has changed. Same with Tekken. The problem that the game used to present to me has changed. So now my feelings about Tekken have changed. Same with Yu-Gi-Oh! The problems that Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to present to me have changed. Now my feelings about things have changed. And so you end up with the situation where half the cast or some percentage of the player base are like, I'm down with this new direction. And then you have another percentage of the player base is like, I don't like this new direction at all. And at a certain point, you have to have a real come to Jesus moment where the owners have to decide who are they trying to please. And the losers of that coin flip have to just fuck off. Like it really is that simple, right? And like,
we don't. We stand our ground.
No. I mean, you put up a fight for a bit, but at a certain point, you got to see where the wind is going and be like, we got to leave. You know what I mean? You got to decide.
Hold on. Let Jay just get in there quickly.
No, all I was gonna say is Kaguya is the biggest piece of dog crap.
Oh my god!
All I want to say is hold this grenade.
Yo, y'all sound old.
No. Let him finish.
Bro, when I watched Naruto Shippuden and you see Madara, obviously, hopefully it's no spoilers to everyone, but you see Madara and Obito, like when you see them, bro, that was intense. Because you're thinking, bro, how is Naruto going to pull it out of the bag? Then you see this idiot character, Kaguya, come out and then just kill off Madara like that. Like, bro, come on. Then she controls chakra. Like, it's just like...
Yeah, do you know what, Jay? Do you know what the problem is? Do you know what the problem is, bro? They built up this whole story with the Uchiha. Whole story. You go through this whole war, a war that's basically being revisited from the third one, right? And they're doing it now with the undead and whatever. You're building up. Madara is already a credible villain. You can kind of sympathize with some of the things he's saying as well. Like, bro's kind of spitting sometimes. And then out of nowhere, his right-hand man is like, oh yeah, I was always against you. And he's gone. And I was sitting there like, wait. Then the thing is that they reference Kaguya through the anime. There's just references. But that's what you save Boruto for, because they went into that anyway. You just threw your poster villain under the bus after 500 episodes of a build with the Uchiha clan. I'm sorry, if you defend Kaguya,
not the poster villain.
Who? Madara?
Madara is not the poster villain.
Who's the poster villain?
There's multiple villains in Naruto that could be considered the poster villain.
If
you want to be very continuous with, since Naruto is a connecting story, the villain would be Orochimaru. However, but Naruto is connected to it too through Shippuden. Now, in that arc with the Uchihas, that storyline, right? The big thing about Naruto is the overlapping storyline in that arc. I will give you, which is why I don't disagree with y'all when y'all say that. Just clarifying is that it would be Obito first, then Madara.
Okay.
But the problem, I'm not
Toby, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. But if you want to go deeper into it, like I'm not defending Kage at all. I think it's stupid how Kishimoto did it.
You couldn't.
There's no like people that defend that. I don't see how you can defend it. The only reason Naruto has gotten a pass because of that is because of the final fight afterwards. If it didn't have that, it would have been slandered to all hell even more. But,
I agree.
But I think the big thing is with Boruto is that like the anime really hold the whole stasis of the series because the anime was doing filler. Like they had some good starts at the beginning when they did the whole like thing, and then we got a fishing episode about him catching like a whimsical fish and then eating a hamburger for a couple episodes. I don't even agree with that shit. Like, and I like filler.
Boruto's trash,
but no. If you read I will say this right now, and I'm guarantee you, if they actually animate in the same way they do on Bleach currently, Bluetooth Vortex will be better than Shippuden. You can clip this, you can put this, whatever you want with it.
The time skip is cool. The time skip is cool.
No, I think because
the anime itself is one of the worst animes I've watched in my entire life.
So here's the thing. The anime is a whole different. Now I'm going to tie this into Tekken. So here's the thing: the anime of Boruto, right, is very inconsistent because it has its whole bunch of filler-esque arcs. But the filler-esque arcs are written in the style of Shippuden and stuff like that. If you don't care about it, that's completely fine. It's garbage. But we talking about Boruto as a manga source, right? The continuity of the manga, that the stuff that happens in the anime, a lot of that ain't even there, right? Like it starts at the Chunin exams, manga. You got some like arc before that, the little kid, with the mafia stuff. Then the Chunin exams. Then you got the Otsutsuki, and Kawaki is one of the coolest characters. If you just don't know, you don't know. But like literally manga wise, everybody mutually agrees. Like if you like manga and you read Boruto, you think Boruto is pretty cool. That's why people love Bluetooth Vortex at this point. Why we got a continuation still. But in terms of
Tekken?
I'm not done yet, right? And the reason why I was about to say this goes into Tekken is because like we're looking at this base version of Tekken, and I agree with you people. A lot of people that feel like Tekken 8 right now, straight dog shit. Like I understand if y'all just go on Twitter and say that every day, but as it progresses into the continuity thing, and you know how fighting games develop over time, my biggest hot take for most people that have fun with most fighting games nowadays, at least modern ones, they do not get good till season 3, right? Unless you just generally love the base product, you just don't like it till season 3.
I recognize the truth of that statement. I recognize the truth of that statement. I don't know that I like it. So I can't even argue.
I mean, I get that. People not gonna like it, but
yeah, I can't argue with you though. I can't argue.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying, but I'm like, I don't know that I feel good accepting that.
Nah, you don't. I've got to go anyways. I just wanted to say something very,
me
quickly.
too. Yeah.
He's not lying. He's telling the truth. I think when it comes to these fighting games, you can't be excited for the first season. You can't even be excited for the second, because I was even like, on that whole thing of season 2 is gonna save Tekken. And then I've seen the trailer, and you can now full crouch from heat engages, and I'm like,
great.
yep, all right,
It's gonna be great.
Maybe
It's gonna be great.
Season 2.
Oh, you don't want more mix? You don't want more? Surely you want more mix, Jay?
No.
You're not ready for Nina to be able to full crouch launch you when she comes out of heat. You're not ready. You're not ready for that.
Exactly, full crouch. Imagine she'll be able to do full crouch, wipe the floor.
Can't wait for Julia to come out, bow and arrow, frame 1 bow and arrow out of heat. It's gonna be great.
It just doesn't make sense. But
and last thing I want to say after you get done, because I got to go after this, but I understand how you feel about the season 2 trailer, because like it looked kind of more goofier than season. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, okay. I saw the Azu Sander move, and I was like, oh, I get to cheat again, yay! But legit, my big thing is that like I'm the type of person that I understand like the flaws of everything, right? Like I want to know why people love this, why people hate it, and I think it's unfair because the way social media has been going, right? That like you just see consistent negative stuff on Twitter, but then you go IRL and I see 30, right? And it seems like it's a disconnect. Yeah. So my big thing, I've learned this back in like with cross tag battle, right? Now, cross tag battle is a very controversial game in the anime space because some people are either like, oh my god, it don't play like BBCF, it's trash. And then there's the other group that's like, oh my gosh, it got Persona, Ruby, Under Night, and BlazBlue in one game. This shit peak, right?
That's me.
And literally, I understand problems like of both games. Like just because I like something new, I will still tell you the flaws of them. Mortal Kombat, I'm the biggest hater for the pure fact that they finally gave Sonya my move back in the game, and she's a cameo. I'm a complete hater.
Yo, can we highlight that comment? Sorry, can we highlight that comment right there? I just see man said it feels like I'm investing in a Tekken coin, and that's so true, bro. You're playing, bro, because you're playing the game, because you're playing the game, and you're like, it's trash right now, but I'm sure it's gonna get godlike. So let me just learn the matchups. Let me learn. I'm not. Am I having fun right now? No, right? If I was confident this is the way the game would die, I would have quit ages ago. But I'm investing. Come season 2, come season 3, it's gonna be god. Like man said, Mission McCoy. Like, and you're like, but like increasingly, I'm like, again, with the direction they make, the DLC characters, and then the season 2 reveal, with more data, I go, I'm actually losing faith. I might just sell. This might be the highest that Tekken coin gets. And I've reached that point. With Clive, I'm like, I've reached that point. This might actually be the highest it gets.
I had that same argument with my friend about Final Fantasy 13. That's the Lightning one, right? He gave me that game, and I played it for 2 hours. And I said to him, bro, this is so fucking boring. He said, 100%. Give it 5 hours. I said to him, are you insane, bro? I'm going to play a game for 5 hours for it to get good. Absolutely not.
Hold on. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a 13 Shill.
Oh, I thought you were cool, bro.
No. Wait.
Follow you immediately.
Hold on. Stop. You're not gonna do this to me. All right. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't agree with saying somebody play for this amount of time because that's a lot of time to invest into something to see if you like it. Like when anime, some people be like, you ain't even. Well, somebody told me the other day. All right, I don't like ReZero. I'm gonna give you an example. I don't like ReZero. Right? Somebody's like, you didn't even watch the whole season. I gotta watch the whole season. My rule is 3 episodes. I'm out. If it's trash out of that, I'm done.
That's even generous for me. You get episode 1. You get the pilot. You get the pilot.
But I understand. My thing is that I equate when I watch anime to like how I view movies. So like I give it a runtime, and if I don't get enough runtime out of that, I don't have to come back and invest into the series ever again. I'm satisfied at that. Yeah, right. So. When it comes down to like games, I'm one of the people that like I just generally just love fighting games, and like I haven't reached the like pro level or stuff like that. Sure. But I'm also the type of person that'll go like, hey, I think this is cool though. Like for example, y'all hate Clive, and my homie, I think Jay may know, but like Edo San is one of those people that like he really loves like the cool stuff, right? But he even said, look, Clive a little bit too much, right? And I was in the call playing Tekken, and I was like, wait, oh, damn, that's kind of crazy to hear that. Because Clive is a little too much, especially on his stage. Like, I can't see nothing, right? Like, I can't see nothing. I'm just holding down back
honestly, my eyes said they have to nerf the particle effects, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, they overdid it. Even in Tekken, there's an option to turn down the particle effects.
Yeah, but it's crazy.
Yeah, but like I don't know. I just feel like
yeah. Did you complete Final Fantasy 13?
Yes, I did. I completed Final Fantasy 13 about 6 times in my life.
On that note, chat, listen, I'm gone.
No. Hold on.
Easy, safe, you know.
It's been a pleasure, Jay. Yeah, you know what? I might have to go too. It's been a pleasure.
Y'all not finna. No, y'all stay y'all asses.
Yeah, I'm out. Yo, Mike, it's been a great podcast, son. It's been a great chat.
No. That's not even my favorite Final Fantasy. Like, y'all didn't even ask me what my favorite Final Fantasy.
What's your favorite Final Fantasy?
6.
All right, cool. Guy.
Okay.
I'll believe you, but you're bringing it back.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like
I find it hard to believe that a man has the exquisite taste for 6 to be his best to
because
tolerate 13.
Y'all have the hard look. This is where y'all being old. Now I'm about to cook you. Now this is where you're being old because for the simple, I like people can't like things for like random reasons.
What reason did you like 13?
There is somebody out here. The character designs are all raw in 13, and the music's amazing. So that's how I get all the way through.
You know what? I'll give you aesthetically character designs strong. When no one's talking, game's beautiful,
bro. If I show you all a lightning cutscene, y'all be like, "Whoa, wait a minute!"
No, like, visuals. I'm with you. Visuals were stunning, and some of the music tracks were amazing. Don't get it twisted. And you know what? The menus. that if you're a UI guy, Final Fantasy 13 had some nice menus. Here's the thing: I didn't buy 13 for the menus. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's not what I bought the game for.
I'm trying to play the game.
Okay, yeah. My also thing with 13 is just he went in the chat to type 13
just to put in the chat.
Yeah, he left just to type it in the chat. Like, okay, number one, the best Final Fantasy currently to me is Rebirth. I will stand on that. Rebirth.
Say that again. I missed that. Your favorite what?
I said the best Final Fantasy right now to play. I would recommend people to play the remake and Rebirth games. Those games are outstanding.
Okay,
but
okay, I think they're okay.
Who's saying?
I think they're okay.
I personally, I'm not a huge Final Fantasy fan, but
you don't count.
No, for me, Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 8.
Stop being. You like the worst one. You literally
think
like
Final Fantasy 4 is
not
a bad
4
game?
or 8. 8 only got Squall.
Let me tell you something. 8 is a bad game. It's actually my favorite, but it's a bad game. It's a bad game. It's a bad game. I see that. That's the point. I can do both. I can recognize that I love 8 because
that's what I'm saying. 13.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that, though.
All right, look, I'll give you another example. Shadow the Hedgehog, the game, right?
Okay.
The game's garbage, but it's raw as fuck.
Okay, but that's fine. If you had said that, it's okay. It's garbage, but I like it. That's different. We all have those games, but you out here acting like Final Fantasy 13 is a good game. You wouldn't say it's a good game? You wouldn't say it's a bad game, and we're friends right now. Say it's a bad game. Say it. Say it. That's
Final Fantasy 13 is a okay game. There's the difference.
Okay, all right. On that note, I gotta.
Y'all evil. Y'all some toxic people. I need mic viewers, bro, so I can just go crazy off on niggas. Like, I need that. Like,
fuck it. No, to be fair, we all have bad games that we love. For me, Final Fantasy 18 is a bad game. I love that game. I love that game so much. So
Wait, which
story
game?
Moments. Final Fantasy 8. There are moments in that game that stick with you, but it's a bad game. I'm never going to be like, the system was great. No, the story was dumb, but I love it. When the garden takes off, that shit lives in my heart rent free. When we meet Zell Dink with the tattoo, and he's doing katas when you first meet him, there's shit that I love. But if you tell me, 8 was objectively a bad game, I'm not going to fight you. I'm like, you're right. But at the time in my life, it hit me, it was great. Final Fantasy, it was my favorite, 10. I love 10. That's my favorite.
Yeah, 10.
I think 10's the best. Like for me personally. I heard someone else say 12. 12 didn't do it for me, but I can see the vision. I actually I respect 12.
My friend loved 12 so much.
I respect 12.
I can see it. I just never go
but not for me. Exactly. I can see it. But when people say 13, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way.
So this is a Tekken question now. I'm gonna give y'all the last couple of minutes. So literally, what y'all think is the best Tekken?
The best objectively or my favorite?
I hate you because you know I asked that way.
It's tough to say, right? Because like I think I wasn't there in the competitive scene, but it seems like 5 was probably the best, right? Like, but at the same time, that wasn't my scene. The Tekken that gave me the most love was probably Tekken 3. But again, I was a kid playing with my cousins, so that's not really a fair test, right? And 7 obviously has a soft spot. That's when I made my channel and did all this stuff. So I think objectively, probably 5 has had the most. Probably 5's the best. My favorite, probably 3, followed by 7. But again, that's subjective.
If you asked me, like, what if I had to point to a Tekken game to show somebody that's brand new to Tekken, I would point to 5DR. If you asked me personally, what's my favorite to play is Tag 2. But Tag 2 is my favorite, and I acknowledge that all 3 of my characters are there. So all 4 of my characters are playable, and it's the only game where all 4 of them are. So that probably leaned into more why I love that game so much, because I have my characters there to play. But if you were to ask me, can you show me what Tekken's all about? I would say play Tekken 5 DR. That would be the one.
That seems like it to me too. I agree.
So for me, I'm in a different case, right? So for me, what really
Revolution,
no, hell no.
Oh my god, I would have left immediately.
Come on, man. That's like saying the Soulcalibur. Like y'all think I'm like some dumbass or something. Like
character assassination happening.
Like, yeah, all right. So so I am a big fan of 6 because of the single player mode. It's fun as hell.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. That's me. Right? That's me in 3. Yeah, I get that.
I personally think the game with the most sauce and fun as hell to play is Tag 2. I like tag games.
See that
the same reason why Mike says it is the same reason why I like all my characters in the game. You know,
infinite customization.
Yeah,
I get it.
the
Like,
customization is
lots
really
of-
good.
yeah,
I
get it.
also think the game get even better when it came to Wii U because then you get the stupid Mario customization and it's
Yeah.
just memes,
Low.
right?
Yeah.
Like the electric going, here we go. Like it's hilarious. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But
you know another thing that
Tekken Tag 2
did?
might have just been just too ahead of its time, actually.
Do you know
So
another
it's
thing that
something-
Tag 2 did that was amazing? I don't even know if it was intentional, but there wasn't a jukebox system in the game yet, as far as I can remember, but you could put your own music from the PlayStation 3 onto specific stages. So I used to have like Slipknot on one track. I used to have DMX on another track. Then I'd have like a random Street Fighter song. It was so sick, but obviously that feature's gone now.
Yeah. I get that. No, but that makes sense. Yeah, I sorry to clown on you for that. Obviously, we all have games. We all have games we love.
You're fine because it's like there's a lot of guilty pleasure games I personally like. Like for example, I troll my friends all the time, and don't clip this if y'all know them. But like I troll them, be like, Knack's the greatest platform of all time. Like I say that like every day. I'll be like, yo, y'all ain't playing Knack, that's crazy.
That's
and then they'll be like, well, where's Knack 2? I was like, they made 2, and then they just shut up because now they can't say that. And I've been doing it ever since Knack 2 came out. But like I like Knack 2, but it's not a good platformer. Like there's way better ones I'd rather play. And I think the thing is a lot of people just don't let like one thing I get y'all chat, even though y'all seem like Reddit, y'all Reddit with somewhat of a brain. Right,
my chat's not like Reddit, man. These are good people.
A lot of these, they good people. Just because they good people don't mean they ain't stupid. That's what I mean.
They're not stupid.
No. Like not even the roast y'all. Like
this guy playing heel to the crowd.
No, because I'm looking at these comments and like
putting at the WrestleMania sign.
If this like some of these comments they've been saying to me or Twitter, I would have put these in videos and made like ad revenue off of it because that's how crazy they were. Like a lot of these comments are like 8 minutes.
What have they said that's so crazy?
No, I feel like comments. Somebody
tried to discredit me earlier. He was like, y'all like Smash Tekken. Y'all play modern controls and freaking and Street Fighter 6. Bro, I play modern controls because I like accessibility, my guy. I don't need modern controls. I've been playing Street Fighter 6. I can do the hard 4 combos.
Oh, don't let him get to you.
Listen. I don't mean to glaze my chat.
I'm trolling.
I don't mean to glaze my chat. I think I've got a lot of intelligent people that watch my videos.
Okay, bro.
You got haters. I love it.
Because think about it this way.
Y'all love Boruto and calls us stupid. I like Boruto. Y'all didn't even ask me what I like about Boruto. Y'all jumped to go see. Y'all read it. That's what I'm saying.
Let me ask you this, Avatar. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Would you feel confident allowing random people from your chat to jump on your live stream to have discussions with you?
Yes.
I don't think so, man. People that content creators don't usually do it. They don't usually do it because usually their chats are full of crazy people. But my chat, I have randomers on all the time. It's always a cordial conversation. They raise good points. Like my chat is good.
They on stream, bro. They're not finna wild out like they doing in the comments. I've seen it.
No. Those people on Twitter are not my people.
I don't know where they came from. We don't count Twitter. That's like the little land and Lion King. You're not supposed to go.
But just
to reference Twitter, I'm streaming on Twitter right now. It says that there's about 100, 200 people watching on Twitter. Twitter is where this all started, and I invited all of these people that you have disagreements with me. Jump on. They all said, yeah, we'll jump on, no problem. I know that some of them are watching because people are still commenting on that damn post.
No.
And none of them want to jump on. This is the problem, like Twitter fingers. People just
people don't. Yeah, like I said, people act like. But again, even this, I'm going to sound like an old man because I am an old man. But like, this is a generation thing because there's people like if you had a childhood before the internet, you treat the internet as if you're talking to people. Whereas if you grew up with the internet, you just talk on the internet like it's its own separate thing, and you act out. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. People are reckless. Like for me, I talk to people on the internet, I might bump into them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I made a post about Tekken, and I got people saying, "You're stupid. Shut the fuck up. Get off of Twitter. Kill yourself." But I was like,
what?
I was like, we're talking about a game. I know you ain't going to talk to me like that in person. Not because I'm going to beat you up. I'm not even going to. I'm sure some of the people are even bigger than me that are saying that. But it's just you don't talk to
y'all
people
above the LTG community. That's the thing. I won't call y'all that stupid. All right, y'all got some slow tendencies, but not that stupid.
Wait, hold on. Say that again.
So somebody in the chat was like, somebody was like, we're a part of the LTG community. Y'all ain't that stupid. All right, like y'all above it. right?
Yeah. It's literally the pro wrestler who just goes into like,
Bro,
I'm tired of this dumbass town, Montreal.
Like,
boo.
Mike said that about the like he said I won't bring random people on into my streams. I let the person I hate in the community that can't beat me in the game come speak on my stream when I did not last Sparking stream. Literally, I gave him the platform to yacht. You know what I'm saying? Like just the yap so everybody could be like, what is he talking about? Right? That's toxic. I can have my tendencies.
I fuck with it. I fuck. You are a heel. I fuck with it. You're Triple H right now. You are bold. What's his name? You're bold. Randy Orton. This is heel work. Peak heel work. I love it.
Yeah, but like I don't know. I just feel like the conversation itself is interesting to have y'all because y'all have like. I'm coming in here with the positive, like okay, like this is how I feel when I come in these debates. I'll be like, I shouldn't go in there, bro. I'm gonna get cooked. But then I'll be like, hold on, wait a minute. It's funny, so whatever. But I'm serious at the same time. But like, it's like I'm the glass half full, and then y'all are like the half empty.
You are correct.
Right?
You are correct. Yeah,
y'all sound like the refugees when Star Wars Part 7 came out.
I think here's the thing. I can't speak for Mike, but I speak for myself. I've actually been the positive guy for. If you actually go back and look at my channel, a lot of my videos are about. Here's me. Literally a couple of days ago. That's only because I have a stream. If I didn't have a stream, if there weren't people asking me questions, and because I had a buddy who wanted to learn the Xiaoyu matchups, so like, all right, let me play and let me use the cheap shit on you so you can learn how to deal with it, right? But like in terms of like, I legit like I want to play Tekken 8. For me, it's been over a month. Like so, I booted up the game very recently. But in terms of like, what do I want to do with this fine Sunday evening? You know what? I want to play Tekken. It has not been like that for a couple of months now. If I'm not making a video to specifically show something or to help people or just to hang out with my chat, it's been a couple months since I've wanted to just play the game.
Can I just piggyback off what Yaya said, like the glass half full and half empty? I don't see it that way at all. I don't see any of my content that way, and I don't see like my conversations that way. The way I try to frame things is I look at it for what it is, and if it is that way, then I'm going to speak about it. But some content creators, like True Underdog is one, for example, who I made a video on a couple of days ago.
I want to comment on that video, but
well, we'll get to that in a sec. But let me land first. I don't look at it as a positive, negative thing. Some like Tom Brady in the MK scene has said, so there's a lot of MK content creators that are toxic positive, and then you get some people that are saying, Mike or Tom are like super negative. I don't see it like that. Like what I see is if you give me a game, I'll just tell you how I feel about it, regardless of if I like it or not. I'm a massive Dragon Ball fan, right? It's very hard to get me to speak down on Dragon Ball because I genuinely like it. Even Dragon Ball Heroes, like I really enjoyed it. But if there's something that I feel genuine about, I'll say it. And when Sparking Zero came out, I said these are the problems. Obviously, people saw that. They didn't see the fact that majority of the game I actually do enjoy. They just saw the things I was pointing out, and they were like, "Oh, it's being negative again." It's not that. It's that I just call it the way I see it. It's not about negative or positive. I don't care about any of that stuff.
The reason why I agree with Yaya, again, it might not apply to you, but I think it definitely applies to me. I am definitely class app empty, is because I think my time with Tekken has always had a certain percentage of faith. There's always been game's not in a good state now, but it will get better. So it's worth going to training mode. It's worth going to the lab. It's worth going to deal with this stuff. Yeah, this stuff is cheap, but you have to deal with it. Get good, right? It's always been, I've taken the game side. You get what I'm saying? Whenever the community has had beef, I've taken the game side. Except for and even, I think even you got caught. I'll give you a great example of this, because me and you were on the same side of this issue, and we both got pie in our face. When they first started announcing, when they revealed the shop, they kept it secret for the reviews and they revealed the shop, right? And a lot of people were like, this is a terrible direction they're going to go and it's going to be bad. Like Frame Whisperer was on it, frame 1. And I was like, look, games of service is just the way things go. So long as the base game is solid, they can sell whatever they want. It's not that deep. And I remember you taking that position too. Like, hey, let's wait and see. Let's not assume they're going to go poorly. So again, you too gave the game a certain amount of faith, and I did too. I no longer have that faith. When I see something bad, I no longer go, it'll probably be better. I go, I have no reason to believe in it. So you could be like, oh, that season 2 trailer, for example, you could see that and be like, oh, well, they're going to change stuff. They're going to make stuff better. I'm like, I just see the bullshit and they're just going to layer the bullshit on top. I have no faith. So I have to admit that I am glass half empty. But you have to understand, I spent a lot of time actively trying to be glass half full. Like I didn't do it frame 1 immediately. They beat me here. They beat me.
Which is why I can't cook you. Which is why I can't cook you, because I'm the same way with Guilty Gear Strive. Right. Like Guilty Gear Strive came out, I've come from the harder games. Like, don't get it twisted. Like, I've done pretzel motions before in my life. People act like that's a foreign thing for people nowadays, but it ain't in for modern games. But like what I was trying to say about Mike is Mike has his own viewpoint of how he see things in his own way, and it's not right or wrong because it's what he views it as, how he sees it. But like a lot of like, okay, like for example, like sometimes, and this might be loose because I don't have all the details on hand right now, but I've seen him talk about it, and like Tekken 8 in year 1 is doing astronomically better than year 1 of Tekken 7 on release, right? Like data wise,
yes,
you know, it's there.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
But
oh, go finish.
There is a big but with that.
There's a huge
but. But it's a big but. Like the reason why I'm saying that is because there's other factors to why Tekken 8 is you see that in more areas. I've also, for people that don't know, I have probably made some of the biggest videos roasting Tekken 8 this year. Like I've talked about the monetization, I've talked about the stage thing, I've talked about the bad of Tekken a lot of times on my own channel. And I don't personally like talking negatively about stuff, but if I feel like it's wrong or crazy, I have to say something about it. Like I would just feel weird, like just continuing to do this, and then it feels a certain way.
Yeah, I get you.
Right, but I think at some point, like right now, like this, the way the people are moving on Twitter, right? A lot of people that don't play these games are feeling like, well, damn, why should I play Tekken 8? Why should I play Street Fighter 6? Why should I play this?
I get you.
And it comes
off bringing the whole scene down.
Right. And the reason why I've been coming here a lot more often is because I'm like, when I watch the stream, it feels like it's only the negative side taken into account.
I hear you.
Right. And I'm not saying that's the case. Mike, that's not even Mike's intention. That'd be disingenuous to Mike. That's not how he operates. I've seen his stuff. He'll watch something like the True Underdog video. He watched it, and the first 5 seconds, I was laughing. He didn't even say nothing yet. And I saw what he put on the screen. I was like, okay, True Underdog, you kind of tripping, bro.
You kind of tripping, Like, but he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing.
Yeah. But like his YouTube shit, like I would
YouTube
do it
shit.
too.
Yeah, you gotta,
like,
I get it. Trying to get paid. I get it. But here's the thing, and I am with you. But I think again, not that Mike needs defending, but like I guess I was defending my own honor here because I'm the same. I've mostly stayed away from controversies, mostly stayed away from negative stuff for the reason that you're saying. If I had a larger platform, I too would feel the need to comment on that stuff. But the thing is, like, if Tekken does something positive, we'll celebrate it. Like that, I think believe me, there's no one here who wants to celebrate Tekken succeeding more than me. You know what I mean? I want them to be like, this came out and it is unambiguously dope. Everyone loves it. Everyone is great. This is great. We're back. Season 2 is going to be hype. I would love for there to be a trailer that makes you go, yes, this is like crazy. Part of the reason why I'm glazing Virtua Fighter so much is because I'm genuinely enjoy it, and I would rather have positive content about something I like, even if my audience, most of my audience doesn't really care about that thing, than to have negative content about something. Do you know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying, but
can I give you guys an example on purpose? I'll give you guys an example, right? When Heihachi came back, right, and he walked out of that fire, I'm on a couple of streamers compilations, like going, oh my god, it's Heihachi's come back. Like I was excited to see him again, and I said from the beginning that a Tekken game about Heihachi is weird to me. Obviously, the way they've implemented him, having an install, it's all like it's been soured a little bit, and then the Gen Magi stage obviously upset people. But I was very, very, very happy to see Heihachi. I was very positive, and in that same light, people were like, "Oh, you know, look, he's glazing Tekken. Of course, he's glazing Tekken." I was like, "You just can't win with people on the internet." I'm genuinely telling you that, like, I love Heihachi as a character, so seeing him come back, I'm happy. And then when they implemented him, they gave him an install mechanic. I was like, don't really like this. I don't really like the story they told with his return. And that's my honest opinion on it. But people on the internet are very tribal, and you have to pick a lane with them, or they don't want to hear what you have to say.
It's like politics. Yeah, you got to pick it.
Also, just before Yaya goes, I wanted to say that I am generally optimistic when the game is coming out. So like for Virtua Fighter 6 or when the next Mortal Kombat game is coming out, you won't see me dooming Mortal Kombat 2 or whatever they decide to call it, because I'm like, right, it's a clean slate. MK tends to reinvent itself. Maybe we'll get an MKX situation where they hit lightning in a bottle. So I'll be like, okay. And if then we see something, if the first gameplay trailer drops and breakaways have returned, for example, then yes, I'm going to make a video going, these fucking idiots have put breakaways in the game again. Look at Bleach Rebirth of Souls. Like, I'm very excited for that. I just filmed a video with a content creator talking about the systems in the game, which I'm going to put up tomorrow. I'm super excited for it. I can't wait to play it. But if it comes out and it's crap, I'm just gonna have to be like, yo guys, it's crap. I'm sorry. Like I love Bleach, you know. I didn't used to love Bleach, but I love Bleach the anime now. But the game sucks. That's just the way it is. I'm not gonna glaze
that's why you're pretty much like me, but on the opposite spectrum. Because like for example, like I generally am excited for Bleach, right? I have friends that have played it in Japan and we like similar games. So like, all right, and right now from the thought process, I'm like, yo, this is gonna be dope, right? Like I'm at the point of even trying to get this. I can get this, I believe, at like Combo Breaker next year, right? Because I just want those games to have a bigger platform than what they usually get. Because nobody does it. If ain't nobody gonna do it, who gonna do it? Somebody got to do it, right? So that's my whole philosophy with that. But like again, I agree with you. Like you coming out and saying, you know, how you feel about something when you don't like it. It's 100% like what I was feeling with MK1, because I was like, okay, they can't, like, number one, I like tag fighters. MK1's not a tag fighter. It's an assist fighter where you have your characters and then you pick, you know, like the other characters in the background, they do like one or two things in the gameplay. And like it pissed me off because all of the marketing of the game was leading up to showing, you know, signs of Sonya. Sonya is my favorite Mortal Kombat character. If I don't get Sonya, give me Cassie. Give me one of them. I like the Cage family. I'm cool with Johnny too, right? I don't care. But literally, Sonya is the character. I've been playing Mortal Kombat, and if I could go get this picture if you need to. Mortal Kombat, Tekken 2, Smash Bros. 64, and Marvel vs. Capcom Superheroes are my first 4 fighting games I played all at the same time. Because I went to an arcade in my neighborhood. My dad took me. And literally, I've been a huge fan of Sonya ever since I was like 7 years old. I just like how she moves. I like the whole army thing. You know, the bicycle kick incorporated early on. The little poison kiss of death thing is cool because it's like, I'm killing you with love. I don't know. That was always a cool concept to me. But, and then when they didn't have it, you know, I went to Evo, and I ain't gonna say no name. This was Evo this year, actually. I walked up to Warner Bros. I was like, yo, when y'all gonna put Sonya in the game? He looked me dead in my eye and said, she in the game, though. I just walked away.
I've heard them say that before.
Yeah, I just walked away, and I'm like, that's not what we mean, bro.
Yeah.
So like Mortal Kombat, I want it to be good, right? I will play MK1 over MK11 any day. I don't want to play MK Street Fighter, which is why I understand how y'all feel about anime Tekken 8. I
when
get
the game
that.
changes, when the game's
right?
I get that.
Like, which is why I can't get mad at y'all for that, you know, because it's like y'all have a background with it, so I can reason with it to an extent. I just think the constant, like, not y'all doing it. Yeah, people on Twitter like the same people going, this shit trash. This is ass.
And there's no value in just
it doesn't do anything. Just say, hey, I'm not currently digging this right now. Why people look at like Korea and Japan for a lot of fighting games, because they'll be like, this shit sucks, but I'm gonna learn this whole. That's why people look at them and glaze them that way, you know, especially from the content creative perspective, because one, it's more appreciated over there in some areas, arguably, and people are looking at it because they're like, all right, somebody playing it that they're gonna keep going through the motions with it. But I don't know. I just feel like you're justified in the way you speak a lot of the times. I just think it comes off to where like when you say stuff like the whole people don't we'll see who's really been playing Tekken, and I'm like, the thing about a Tekken is that Tekken is not a game. Tekken to me is the Smash Bros equivalent, but for fighting games, right? Outside of MK. Well, like the package of the game is like, you got the competitive people that's like the top 1%. And then there's the people that's just picking Panda, YOLO, and on ranked and stuff like that, doing whatever the fuck they want to do. And they're playing it and having fun just off of a surface value of just playing the game. There's the other people that just really like Tekken for the story. And the problem I have with the discussion sometimes is that it feels like y'all discredit story like that doesn't go bleed into gameplay when a lot of it.
That's not my problem. That's not my issue with it. My issue.
Hold on. I'm gonna step out in a second just because I got something I need to do, and I don't know much about MK. All I'm gonna say is this: I'm that casual person who likes MK. I'll buy every second MK, play the story mode, not play League compete. I'm that guy who liked the new Sindel direction when she was a gold digging evil bitch. I was a fan of that. I loved it, and then the whole community hated it. And I'm like, I don't have that deep love. I just love Sindel because she's hot. She do it for me. I ain't gonna like don't ask me why. And I'm like, well, evil Sindel just worked for me. But people are like, no, that's a minority opinion. But again, I can understand that in some way, my opinion is actually less valid than most people's. And most people are willing to say that. I'm like, no, because I don't have that deep love for the franchise. I've not been there. I've not been tournament competing. My love for the story is not that deep. So when the majority of people are saying, no, old Sindel's story is bastardized, I go, I'm able to simultaneously go, I disagree, but I'm a tourist. I'm a tourist. So it's like, if the movement, when in Rome, you do as the Romans do. So if the community doesn't like it, I'm like, you know what? They should probably change it. But what a lot of people do is like, well, I don't care that you old heads like it. I like the new direction, so fuck y'all. And I'm like, you got no business doing that. Like, the people who are already there should have taste priority. I feel. Some people might disagree with that.
That's not how that works in game design, though.
Yeah, maybe not, but that's how I feel.
Can I tell you what my issue is with Twitter?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like when I put that video up, I did not see people misinterpreting what I was saying, because the person in that video is doing Kyokushin karate, and I'm talking about Jin. So when I put that up, I was like, well, obviously everyone's going to know I'm talking about his fighting style, because anyone that plays Tekken knows that Jin does karate. And then when I started getting responses about, like, even Yaya put a response of Jin flying off a bridge on his motorbike, and someone showed me a picture of Devil Jin. I was like, Devil Jin and Jin are separate characters. You can't turn into Devil Jin. And I had people saying to me, Jin shoots lasers in the gameplay. That's when I said, you guys watch cutscenes. I play the game, because Jin has never shot a laser in gameplay. Devil Jin shoots lasers. Devil Jin and Jin cannot switch in and out of each other. And that's when the conversation went off the rails, because it was no longer we're having a conversation about karate and Mishima karate and anime. You're talking about a game that exists in La La Land. That Tekken
You're just old, Unc. You're just old.
Yeah, it just called it that they resort.
It is being old.
Not Yaya specifically, but they resort to, oh, move on, Unc. And I'm like, what? From what? Your lies. Your Jin doesn't do that.
Okay. So here's my
problem with the statement. Guys, we're about to go to another chapter. I can't be here with it, but it's been a pleasure, you guys. You guys are amazing. I'll catch you guys later. All right. Peace out, y'all. Thank you, chat, for being entertaining, even the ones who disagree. All right, peace.
So here's the thing with the statement, right? When you say stuff like y'all watch cutscenes, right? It comes off to like, all right, now people are gonna double down on you, because at that point, right? Like, I saw the tweet and I was like, oh, he put a meme. He put like an anime music thing, because that song is a meme song. You gotta realize we're in a TikTok almost dying in America era. Okay,
that's a popular rock song though.
So I mean, I know it is, but like, people hear the popular rock song equated to meme and anime. Right, so that's what when I tweeted. Now, mind you, I even said it. Like, I told her, I was like, "Yo, I just woke up," but I was like, "We're not doing this martial arts conversation." The moderate gift gave it away, but he didn't. You probably didn't think about it, right? That's why I was like, I gotta end the conversation, so I'm gonna put Devil Jin and make me look stupid, because I know he's not talking about Devil Jin. He strictly in the tweet wrote Jin, right? But for other people, right, like Jin and Devil Jin are both in Tekken. So it's like they're not caring. They're looking at you like, why do you care? It's not that big of a deal. Like, you should just get over it. Because
that's what makes people think that you don't play the game. Not you specifically, but when people say that, it's like, you don't know what I'm talking about because you don't play the game. Anyone that plays Tekken knows that if I'm putting up a video about Jin, I'm not talking about Devil Jin, because you cannot turn into Devil Jin. And if you go through the replies, which we did earlier, there was loads. They were basically repeating the same thing. And I was like, these guys don't play Tekken. They watch Tekken. There's no way you can play Tekken and use Devil Jin as a reference, because Devil Jin can't turn into Jin and vice versa. And the same goes for Kazuya up until Tekken 8. Outside of his heat and Tekken Tag, Kazuya can't turn into Devil. He's a completely separate character.
Exactly. So comment I want to pull up, it was Iram. He said, old heads are why the game is still here. If someone is going to make new games, they better respect the old head. This is why Western media industry is dying. I have a rebuttal to that. This is why I say, like, the other side people are not thinking about. Yes, the forefathers, the people that played the games beforehand are the reason why we got to Tekken 6, 7, and 8. Right? Well, I'll say 6 and 7 even. But what happens is a lot of companies hit this wall where they're like, all right, we need new audiences to play our game. That is the exact same thing that is happening currently with Final Fantasy. As much as those games have sold, right, for a PlayStation, they're not selling the way they want them to sell in 2024. So when it comes to marketing, the way marketing goes, which is a very risky thing, is completely add to the identity which for some people, in some cases, will be like, hey, you're killing the game's identity. It's like this now. Or you completely change the complete direction of it and everybody just hates it, right? So like there's risk involved in development of these newer games and modern games. But I think like with fighting games for specifically, they struggle because number one, they have to retain. They suck at keeping retention first and foremost. Like I honestly don't think fighting games need to change its gameplay at all. To be honest with you, I think they just need to do better at making the game better products, right? Like even for example, a lot of modern fighting games are really dope, but like I won't lie to you, Marvel Rivals just off rip. Like why the hell can I invite the whole lobby into training mode in 10 seconds? Why can't I do that in other fighting games, right? And I know that fighting games are like 1v1, 2v2, you know, stuff like that. But like, why can't I just have it so where I can switch and rotate people out and stuff like that? Like fighting games, the big problem with it is that while all these other genres are doing a lot of different things and like trying to advance itself earliest as like the PS3 era, fighting games ain't start doing it till the pandemic, 2020. Like we probably wouldn't even got rollback if we didn't have the pandemic. Like being real honest with you.
Yeah, no, that's true. Like the pandemic changed a lot of things when it comes to fighting games. I think my problem is someone said something in the chat. I think it was Hypnotic Flower. He said that New Blood says a lot of dumb shit, but that doesn't mean that you should always discredit them. I agree. I wouldn't discredit a New Blood player, but you have to stay on topic. Like if I bring up a topic about something and you start talking to me about Devil Kazuya when we're talking about Jin, then obviously I'm going to look at you sideways. If I say to you, oh, you know, this discussion is about Kuma and Panda, and you start talking to me about Jinpachi, then I'm gonna get someone literally
sucks. Yeah, I get
someone literally responded to me and they go, oh, it's fine for Kazuya to shoot lasers, but when Jin does it, it's a problem. Okay, buddy, shut the fuck up. And I was like,
yeah,
what?
No. I get it. Because the tweet itself felt like it came out of the context of you still talking about the martial arts stuff. Right. So that's why some people felt like a certain type of way about it. That's why I kind of seen it came from. Because I ain't gonna lie, I quote tweeted and I was already watching Tekken cutscenes, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna cook Mike. But I was beaming. But at the same time, people was like angry, like cursing you out. So I'm like, that's not you have a discussion, y'all. But another thing,
I mean, again, these same people that like people were throwing names about, which it doesn't bother me. I was more flabbergasted at how stupid some of them were. I said to them that like I always keep it respectful. I don't mind having disagreements because me and you disagree on a lot, but I never ever cuss you up. But the people that were online cussing me out, I wanted them to come here because first of all, I wanted to pick apart their points, and then I was going to cuss them, but they decided to not show up. So
yeah, and I wanted to comment on the thing is that when it comes to old heads, like the old people who shit on old school games completely. To be honest with you, I don't really agree with that take. Primarily because I see the latter. I see both, or I see the latter. Like for example, and it depends on the community, right? Example, Street Fighter 5, right? Street Fighter 5, everybody was like, this game fucking sucks. Now everybody was reminiscing about Street Fighter 5 recently, right? And then now you look, people was gassing up the stream numbers of Street Fighter 5 next to all other games. Ain't nobody streaming it right now, but like one tournament. Of course, the tournament gonna stream it, right? Like no shit. But then, like with Guilty Gear Strive is a game that's very polarizing, especially if you come from Xer to Accent Core. That community may be weird, kind of crazy in some ways, but they just be playing the game and making memes. And then you will go on Twitter and you'll see the old heads roasting the damn game.
Yeah.
Why?
Quick question.
Why they do that?
Is my mic okay? Can you hear me?
I hear
yeah, mic's good.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
But I think that with fighting games have had a really weird year. I know a lot of people said, oh, people were shitting on Tekken before and blah blah blah, but I've never seen any of the major fighting games get attacked this much, and I think that's because fighting games have started to move into an area that a lot of people, because there's the word legacy is attached to fighting games a lot, right? And Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Tekken have like very old players on them. Maybe Mortal Kombat less so because it keeps on reinventing itself, but even Guilty Gear and fighting games are starting to they're trying to get that super mainstream attention, that Fortnite attention, which I don't think they're ever going to get. And I think in the pursuit of going after that audience, they're alienating their core base and even some of the people that maybe like martial arts and all this stuff that have been kind of apprehensive to get in. maybe they're looking at it now going, I don't know about all of this. And I do think that where we've seen Mortal Kombat on the decline now, and there's multiple reasons for Mortal Kombat's failure, but gameplay certainly didn't help. Street Fighter, I think Street Fighter's doing okay, but Tekken, I'm a little bit concerned about how well Tekken is doing because, like I said earlier when we were talking, when games are performing well, the companies post how much the game has sold, and they told us that Tekken sold 2 million in 1 month, and we ain't heard shit since. And that is not normal for a game that is doing really well to do. If you look at Baldur's Gate, Elden Ring, Elder Scroll, whatever game it is, they will tell you we hit this milestone. Tekken hasn't said anything.
Indeed.
Can I want to get one thing. I just want to say hi to the chat. Like, I see a lot of names in there that I was in your Christmas stream, Mike, and a lot of people are also there, like Hypnotic Flower, Kami, BLM Snake, Jehuti, all those guys. Like, it's nice. It's nice. Onikadamus, hi. Just wanted to say hi quickly.
Okay.
Can I comment on this one comment? Because they're doing this with another game, and this comment is the worst comment of all time. All right, I hate this comment so much. People are like, all they needed to do was perfect the system over the years. Instead, they need to start again every time. They don't learn that. All right, a game has a market cap, right? You're only gonna sell so much of a copies of a game after a game releases for so many years. You know how long Tekken 7's been out? Like, Tekken 7 went out for like 3 years and they switched like MK. That's Mortal Kombat's problem. They keep switching the game after like a season and a half or two, act like it was good, and then go to the next one like nothing happened, right? But in this case, when you make a new game, you want new eyes on it, and you could probably get more sales that way from a new game off rip. Games do cost $70, but I do see the angle of like, keep building upon the system and making it better. When you build upon the system to make it better, what do people say then? It's overwhelming. It's too much.
Okay, but wait, can we stay at the Okay, Mike, you said the sales, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a take on that. I'm interested in your opinion on this because, Mike, you remember the video, yeah? It's now a bit older, but I made this video with the sales in it. So my suspicion is right now. Okay, Tekken 7 sold like crazy. I mean, it sold for years. It sold 12 million. Probably 13 million.
No, yeah.
My grand take on it is that these numbers from Tekken 7 are crazy inflated because the game, I own the game. I have 3 or 4 copies of Tekken 7 on Steam. I have multiple Steam accounts of the game because the game was sold for pennies on the dollar in humble bundles. Like, I know multiple people who have the game on Xbox, on PlayStation, and on PC. And
I have it twice as well myself.
So you even have it twice yourself. Okay, so just right now, the Steam numbers. Yeah, we also are in agreement that probably less people are able to play Tekken 8 on PC because the game is way more hardware demanding than Tekken 7 was in the context of when it came out. Because Tekken 7 had, let's be honest, it was not that graphically impressive. You could run it on a potato. I had a potato. I literally had a GTX 680 still installed. Some PC heads in the chat will know what it means, 680, so from 2012.
Wow.
And the game ran well. The game ran 60 frames, no problem, full HD. So my take on it is concretely that I think Tekken 8, yes, we don't hear numbers, but I think if we take time, let's say 10 months, 10 months from release, I think this game is doing mad good. It sold for that release time incredibly well. And also the factors on top, Season Pass, Battle Pass, and Shop. My take is this game right now is printing way more money than Tekken 7 did in those 10 months. That is my take.
I think
I can add to that.
I'll vote you. If you have some numbers, add them. That's curious.
Okay.
Matching my opinion.
So, all right. So I looked it up. In Tekken 7 year 1, they were at 2.5 million sales. Same pretty much track record. A little bit maybe less for Tekken 8 when it came out in its first year. Plus, you got to realize you got to take into account not only DLC but battle passes. So
Battle
that's
Pass
a big
shop,
yeah, battle pass shop, right? And
the sunglass what we all here bought, right?
Yeah.
For $500, you all have them.
Okay,
the gentle monster
I ain't
ones.
paying for that. That's crazy. I don't agree with that. But I think with Tekken, a big thing about Tekken 8 compared to Tekken 7, right, is people don't realize is that it's gonna do less for multiple factors though. A lot of people don't talk about this. The install basis is different, and the game is more demanding to run nowadays than it was back then. On PC, I think a lot of people complain about it being like optimized. I don't know if that's true. I just got a new PC with a 4070 in it, but regardless, I can't answer that right now for myself. But like Tekken, you got to think about it with Tekken 8. PS5 has a smaller install base than PS4, especially when that came out compared to Tekken 7 on PS4 3-4 years into the PS4's life, where it was pretty big at that point. 2016, 2017. With this one, PS5s were very hard to get, and the numbers are just slowly rising. Right now, the PS5 is stagnant as a console in some numbers department, but as it does grow, you will see all other games grow with it as well.
Like, is anyone? Sorry,
go on.
Okay. I just wanted to know, like, if anyone is challenging that claim that Tekken 8 that it is, because again, I'm not saying anything at the outlook, because then there are people saying maybe in the future the game could drop players, and how is the longevity of the game? That is a different topic. But right now, I think they are really fucking happy with Tekken 8 and the numbers. I think they are really happy from what I can see.
I'm not completely sure, honestly.
Yeah, I think if I think where John's going with this, I'm probably going to end up saying the same thing.
So I think that they are very happy. They were very happy with the launch of Tekken. That definitely. The launch of Tekken 8 has been probably the best launch I've ever seen on Tekken since Tekken 3. Because Tekken 7 didn't have the best launch. It was coming from the darkest era of the Tekken saga. He had the best run ever. But Tekken 8 had the best launch. Even if everyone had this question, because when they announced Nina, I was in the same theater you were, Mike. I remember it was weird. Everyone was like, yeah, people was happy because we were getting new things to see on Tekken 8, but Nina shooting guns and everything threw everyone off. But with Tekken 8 and all the update they released, they always had this kind of pattern of releasing an update with things that people wanted and do some massive mistake in packet with that. And it was a constant. And I think this drove everything down as well, the expectation that the people had, because as well, like people like me, I always been fighting Tekken devs know to make a fighting games. Tekken 8 is going to get into a good state. And I still think that, but my hopes for Season 2 are way more positive than what they used to be 2 months ago, 3 months ago. And as well with the kind of campaign that Tekken had throughout his first year, basically in his first season, I will say that they lost some market, some potential market into Season 2, season pass to buy people that could potentially buy the product. Because as well, I'm the first one. I usually buy the season pass as soon as it gets announced with the first character, because I know eventually I'm going to get it. But at the end of the day, seeing how they're going with the characters and everything, for the first time, I'm not that much interested. So I think that the numbers are good of the sales, but mainly because of the launch, not that much for the development, especially of the second half of the first year of Tech.
Yeah,
that's my point of view. I think
that's actually
we don't have numbers wrong. Do you think my numbers are wrong?
I think we're not taking into account that this is the first AAA Tekken game since I think Tekken 5 maybe. It was Tekken 5 AAA. Either way, this is This is a AAA Tekken game. Production costs are much higher on these consoles in this generation. I don't know how much it costs to make this game, but Harada has thrown out some massive figures for just stages before. So yeah, they're selling battle passes at a rate that I'm not sure about. They're selling characters, but I don't know how much they put out and how much they've gotten back. I'm just curious, and the only thing that I can be curious about is that they have not posted the sales figures, whereas Mortal Kombat, a game that is basically dying, and Street Fighter 6 did. And the release, Tekken got 2 million sales in 1 month, and they were quick to post that. It's been 10 coming up to 11 months now. We haven't heard a word. That's a bit strange.
I honestly think they might have even reached 3 million. Part of me thinks they are not announcing that because of all the money grabber aura that they created with the shop and the stage and everything. They don't want to announce them yet. They're maybe going to do it once they reach 4 or 5 or there is a bigger occasion. Because it feels, honestly, for a game big as Tekken, it feels weird it didn't reach 3 million yet. But as well, I think the game never went in discount yet on a proper discount.
Well, 30
It's like I think the game has always been on max price.
Yeah, but we have wait. We have the Gian. We have that $30 Christmas.
No, I'm not sure.
On PS, I don't know, but on Steam it went to $30, and I have to say, it is Mike. I have to agree, it's a good point, because in Street Fighter 6, they still, I have the game, I play it. In game, they announce the sales. Like in game, you get a notification. Hey guys, we sold like $4 million. Here's a free Baki Yujiro Hanma avatar for you. They did that. Legit. So it's actually a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. Why are they not announcing the sale figures? It's a good point. I don't know. I
just wanna answer this question here from Kinslayer. I don't know if wrong one. I don't know if Kinslayer is paying attention to the conversation. It's not about playing the game. It's about Tekken's future and where the game might be going. Obviously, it's gone through a radical change, and we're just speculating. You guys have seen. I still stream the game, so if I want to, I'll play like dead games. That's like Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, right? Loads of people hate that game. I love it. I don't care if it's on one copy. I'll play it. I like that game. I like the whole story.
I'm not someone.
One second.
Sorry.
I don't mind if people don't like a game. I also don't mind if it doesn't sell well. But in a game that has got several seasons that are coming out, it's good to point out whether the game is selling well or not, because like Mortal Kombat, I don't really want to see Tekken doing badly, even if it's going in a direction that I don't like. And I think it's fair to point that out. I don't need the game to do well if I want to play it though. And no one said that. So unless you hear me saying something, don't try to put words in my mouth. Sorry, Finn, go on.
And also, Kinslayer, like nice profile picture, by the way, the Josie hair on the cat. But I have 1,400 hours in the game, bro. I play it. I'm not, it's already a problem, right? We already get tribalized, yeah. So as soon as someone is like on Mike's chat, it's like, are you assuming like everyone here is like a hater of Tekken 8? Because I'm not. I'm not.
It's another thing where as soon as you criticize something, immediately people are like, oh, you're looking for an excuse. Oh, we're just talking about the potentialities of the series. We haven't.
Mike still plays the game.
Yeah, I still play it. I don't hate Tekken. This is the thing. Like, I'm critical of things about it, but if I didn't want to play it, you guys know that I was originally playing a lot of Mortal Kombat on this channel. As soon as I said, right, Mortal Kombat's done, it's done. You ain't seen me play Mortal Kombat once outside of playing story mode for people so they didn't purchase it. And luckily, I didn't have to purchase it either. Someone was gracious enough to give me Chaos Reigns, but I played it on stream so people can sit there and watch it and not have to get it themselves, because outside of that, it was a waste of money. Even the story mode was a waste of money. But speculating about where your favorite fighting game franchise is doing sales-wise is not me saying if it's doing poorly in sales, I'm not playing it. It's me saying I want to know where it's doing in sales, because that's going to dictate the future of it.
Yeah, because if it's going bad in sales, there is a reason behind that sales are not good, which is probably the fan base is not happy. Then you can start to raise questions. At the end of the day, these things are a business. They move money. If they're not moving money, they lose interest into investing into this, or they need to readapt their investment. That's why MK1 has been dropped.
I'll give you another example, bro. When Ninja Storm's Connections came out, I was excited because I was like, I want to get back into Ninja Storm. Game came out. I think it was fucking trash. It did not justify.
I haven't played it. I played the other ones, but I didn't play it.
It's not worth it. You couldn't even meet up with your friends in a lobby. Like it was a nightmare to sit down.
This is where I'm qualified.
You are qualified. Hey, yo. But I've always liked Connections. I've always liked Storm. Sorry, but Connections came out, and I said, how fucking dare they charge for this game? And immediately I got people on Twitter going, oh, you hate Naruto. But I was like, oh, shut up, man. Like, what is wrong with you guys? The game is not good.
Okay, so I can add context to that. So people that don't know, Naruto Storm is one of my strongest games, regardless if you believe in it or not. I used to top 8 Wizard World and got third in a lot of other events for that game when they do have them. But Storm Connections was dog shit. I was the first person to criticize. Like, this is not Storm Connect. This is what, Storm 4.5? I got grilled for that. I got cooked. When they showed the real trailer of it, I was like, this is trash. Like, why are y'all hyped for this? He was like, you're a hater. Game comes out. It's the same thing, exactly what I said. Oh, I apologize.
Yeah.
And exactly. I saw your. Yeah, actually, I saw your talk. You talking about it. If I actually ever talked to you, and I was like, yeah, game sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what else happened? Demon Slayer came out, and I really enjoyed the battle system in Demon Slayer. I thought it was good, but I couldn't spectate in lobbies with my friends, right? One of them had to sit out the lobby, the other one would go in. So I put on Twitter and I said, yeah, Demon Slayer is a good fighting game, but what kind of fighting game launches like this? What do you think happened? The Demon Slayer fans came out. Oh, this guy hates Demon Slayer. You're a Dragon Ball stan, because I think at the time I had a Vegeta profile picture or whatever. And I was like, do you know what? Yeah, I don't know what's happened to people, that they've just completely lost their minds. Especially the anime community in particular. The anime community, yeah, I don't know how you do it, bro. But the anime community in particular, they are insane. I have never met fan bases. My Hero in particular. Sorry, not to call anyone out, but My Hero fans in particular. Good lord,
we like our game.
I saw that this My Hero stuff, and I was just, when you did the Christmas stream, you talked about it, and I was like, the anime it's mid, and then you said, yeah, it's mid, it's and then people lost their shit. So,
I don't know. I would have cooked you too, but I want enough.
Which anime? My Hero.
My Hero. I think My Hero. I think my out of the shonen, the modern shonen, is like top 3.
Okay. Well,
really,
we'll disagree there.
I know that.
It's no conversation.
But I will say,
it's a matter of taste at the end. Yeah,
I will say that I've only seen up to. I've watched almost all of season 4 now, so I'm not up to date. But if I'm 4 seasons into a show and I'm still like, oh, there's been like 2 or 3.
Oh, you didn't like it in the first place.
I tried to like it. I really did. Because one of my boys absolutely loves it, and I said to him, bro, listen, I'm not 10 years old.
Because like here's the consistency on that, and we'll shift back to the other thing. Like with My Hero, like most people, okay, the animation, it's inconsistent in terms of like hype. Like you stopped at the best 4 seasons animations consistently until you get to the recent season.
Yeah,
the recent season's just in game, but literally, yeah, man. Like if you didn't like the first 4 seasons, I don't know. I can't argue it because I'm like, it didn't really catch you like that.
I thought it was extremely mid. Like if anything was gonna, if someone said to me, what's a mid shonen anime that's out today, I'd say My Hero. It kind of borrows from everything that is better than it and doesn't do it as well. But that's just my opinion, right? I said to, like if you were to ask me what the best shonen animes to watch, I would point to like Dragon Ball or JoJo or Naruto or whatever.
Because I'm gonna tell you what I think is trash. I think Demon Slayer garbage.
Wow. Damn.
Just for the animation, that's
like outside the animation, outrageous. It's like la di la di la di la.
Then you can say the story is nothing special.
Yeah.
But the realization of that anime basically shown how you can make a series that doesn't need to be 500 episodes and still very, very enjoyable. Honestly.
I have one question to this anime topic. What is let's all say one, because we all have one. What is the anime where you will publicly go into defense mode? Because I have one, and that is Hunter x Hunter. If you talk shit about that, I will defend it. Like I will literally make a Twitter account and defend it. What is yours? Where you are like, no shit talk here.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I will go to bat for anything. Like I'm one of those people. It's like if I love it, I really couldn't care about what your opinion of it is. If you put a gun to my head and said if I had to choose one, it'd probably be Dragon Ball. To be honest with you, like objectively speaking, Dragon Ball spawned so many shows after it. So many main characters took inspiration from Goku and Vegeta that talking shit about it is like, yeah, you can not like Dragon Ball, but you have to respect what Dragon Ball has done for anime and pop culture in general.
Both of them are garbage, Sassy.
Okay, so I think for me, if it was the fight, but like I'll use shonen because there's some other stuff, but I would probably it might be Naruto for me. Well, because like the Naruto conversations, both. I think Shippuden's really good. Part 1's a masterpiece. That's my
Boruto as well.
Boruto, I would defend the manga more than I'll defend the anime.
Hey, Gian, what's yours?
I was fighting between 2. One has been just mentioned in the chat, but I would say Attack on Titan. Just because he has one thing that I love, that actually they do in Final Fantasy 16, and it's like there is not that much hearing vulnerability into that. You get to touch with someone, he might die, and I think he gives that kind of realism to such a dramatic story that you really need to have. Plus, I mean, I can watch that that anime like 5, 6, 7, 8 times, and there is still things that you can find out. It's it's something I would recommend to everyone, even if it's outside anime. But then again, it's always like if someone comes against something that I love this much, I will always first ask you, like, see what is his argument and what he's arguing about before just like going and defending.
Okay, I would also do that, but in some things, I mean, it's cool that we all like to some degree mentioned shonens, basically, because obviously there are way more genres where we could go into. But yeah, for me, it's Hunter x Hunter. Like, if you talk anything about, like, I will come for your ass. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
No. Like,
Hunter x Hunter is a very good pick, though.
Oh, it's funny because, like, with Mike, how you said, like, all right, y'all watching cutscenes. I'm like that with Hunter x Hunter because when people start roasting it, I'm like, oh, so you just can't read. Because, like, literally, if you understand the power system of Hunter x Hunter, you should not be complaining. Except for, like, maybe some pacing things, if anything, right? Because Hunter x Hunter, the power system explains why things happen the way it does in fights. And it's like, people be like, why did he do this? Did you not remember
They
that
always
episode?
explain, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
they always
like,
explain what's going on.
You know,
it's very difficult to understand, to be fair, if you watch it only on the anime. You have to
I'd
rewind
probably-
a couple of times.
I'd probably do it for One Piece as well. I think One Piece, I understand why people don't want to jump into because it's super long. But
Yeah,
if you watch One Piece, if you've watched One Piece from beginning to end and you say you don't like it, I'm just like, all right, we don't need to talk. There's nothing to talk about.
You mean mid-piece?
Yeah,
All
bro.
right, another one.
Goodbye.
My favorite anime of all time. I would literally sit down, stop what I'm doing, just to debate with you about is Kill I Kill, because literally Kill I Kill. People get on Kill I Kill like, oh my god, it's the same thing with Stellar Blade. Oh my god, you're horny, you're a gooner. I'm like, I can't just like something because I like it, bro. Like,
it's
everything
true.
ain't
No,
about
you
getting ass.
cannot on the internet, my friend. You cannot. By the way,
Yeah.
just before, I'm not gonna open anything on One Piece and everything. Just to give a bit of context, I watch more than 1,000 episodes of One Piece. I'm gonna keep on watching because if I stop now, I feel like I wasted too much of my lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
So
I can understand
I'm not just saying One Piece is boring and I watch 40 episodes. I know.
Let me say this as well, right? Because people get onto me for this all the time, and I know these are people that have never bothered to watch it. Every time I bring up JoJo's to people that have never seen it, they're like, "Why are you watching that gay show?" I'm like, bro, why do you like? I'm like, no. Like, and first of all, it's fine if some of the characters in there are gay, but they're always like, "Why would you watch this, Mike?" They're wearing belly tops and they're doing weird poses. I'm like, no, bro. JoJo is the most masculine shit you'll ever see in your life.
So go. There are online. There is Araraki drawing tables, special tables of JoJo, and you see that his inspiration comes from two massive piles of books that he has next to each other, and one is a Italian Renascimento sculpture, and the other one is modern fashion art pictures, and he mixed these two together. Yeah. So no, there is a lot behind that. That's why it's so unique.
It's JoJo is amazing, man. It's like you guys can see behind me up there. I don't know if you can see it. Like, that's all JoJo's figurines up there.
I have something.
So you would say I should get back into it because I always stopped. I tried multiple times season 1, like from 2000.
Finn, trust me, JoJo shaped meme culture, bro. Like, meme culture was shaped by, like, one of the shaping factors of memes was JoJo.
JoJo is insane, and he has the
why not? Then I'm gonna because there's all this, right? Like you have this Egypt, then Diamond is unbreakable, like all this, all of it,
yeah. You need to watch all of it, start to beginning.
Okay.
It's like Faye Jane said, JoJo's is peak masculinity.
Isn't there a meme where like a JoJo character it's a meme of 14 years old where a JoJo character is walking and like a song plays like "Now You're a Man" or something? Like it's literally a meme from like before the meme days.
It's this Jotaro walking towards Dio. It's that popular meme where it's like from the bottom up. It's that iconic walk pose. Yeah, JoJo's is definitely like. You should
Speaking about JoJo, Mike, did you play Dragon Ball Fighters?
I played Dragon Ball Fighters. I think it's a good game. It's not for me. I don't like 2D anime.
No, but it's not. It's just. Do you see? I think today came out. Or at least I saw it today from Maximilian Dude. They pull out a mode with Dio Brando in.
I saw that.
I saw the gameplay, or even just the trailer is insane.
So I actually spoke to the person that developed Dio in Dragon Ball Fighters, and I asked them, and this really pissed me off. because we get told by Harada and we get told by the Street Fighter devs and the MK devs, oh, these costumes and these characters take a lot of money to make.
Yeah.
I asked the guy that did the Dio mod, how much money did this cost? He said nothing. It just took me some time because I'm one person. I put this together myself. I was like, oh, interesting.
It might be, I'm not justifying Arada, because I think that on these stakes he's always been so irregular on his stakes. Like one day says one number, the other day says another number and everything. So I'm not covering for him. But I think that for this specific case, even if it's a 3D game, you're always in control of the camera. While in Tekken you have the 3D aspect of it that always gets into play. You need to make sure that everything is perfect of every single corner.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that this obviously makes it for a different cost. But at the same time, I always think that as well, like, especially if you are one of the biggest name, like one of the 3 Mortal Kombat, biggest name in fighting game history, and you have been there not since yesterday, you have been there for 30 years, hiding yourself behind the money cost, it becomes a bit too much, especially after you're doing everything to, take money from anywhere you're community.
Yeah, it's not so much the
character that you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I know that in 3D fighters, characters are going to cost more to make. It's the costumes. MK was charging what, $10. Tekken's charging like what, $4.99, $3.99 or whatever. And these people out here modding these characters for free. They're like, oh, I asked a couple of the modders, how long did it take you to make this Lily costume or this Brian costume? It took me a couple of hours. Did it at home.
But there are differences. Do you know did you guys know the Tekken 7 mod Project Noctis from Umin? I asked people how long that took. He made it alone. It took him 2 years. It took him 2 years to create this. I mean, Umin is now one of the most famous modders for Tekken, and it goes well for him. It's great. I'm in contact with him because I want to do a video about it. But it depends, yeah. But I personally, I always hate the money argument, because what do I, at the end of the day, the fuck care that shit costs money, Harada? There are features that should be in the game. They are not in the fucking game right now. Things like, why do I have to click on someone's profile and then per hand write his fucking Tekken ID down to get into the replays? Why is there not a shortcut on his profile to get me to replays? And then people tell me a stage costs $800,000. I'm not talking about stages. I'm talking about things, for example, like this,
Mm. Well, that's the thing. Whenever you bring up an argument, someone will just start talking about waffles. You could be talking about brownies. They'll start talking to you about donuts, and you're like, bro,
yeah, exactly.
I'm not talking about that. Like, I'm talking about this.
That's called politics.
Exactly. Yeah, he's right. Like you say, this feature is not in, and then suddenly a stage costs $800,000. I'm like, what do you mean stage? What are you doing? I get so angry when people do this. I get so unbelievably angry. Yeah. But yeah, it's just basic features still missing in Tekken 8. For example, guys, what do you think? Should I be able to just outright filter out Wi-Fi? Should I be able to do that?
Yes, that one.
Yes, that should be
I personally think you shouldn't be allowed to block people when you're playing ranked. Personally, unless there is a bad connection, but you shouldn't just be allowed to just block people from your connection, because it can be exploited. Like you don't want to be in ranked. In quick match, you should be free to do whatever the hell you want. In ranked, because it wants to be a tournament, simulative, competitive environment. I'm sorry, you wanna ban, because I saw, like, the other day you were talking, guys, about the guy that was banning Clives, but it's not the first one. I remember I saw a guy that was saying he banned the whole. I think it was Moonso Slayer. It wasn't the guy. He showed the guy. This guy was saying, I don't play Warrank, and then he went to his band list and he had like 200 Warranks in his band list, and he's like, I mean, at the end of the day, for the player base is big, you will probably see Warranks, but I'm sure you will decrease the percentage, and that makes a competitive system exploitable.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Bandai. I'm with you. They should take the format
on Wi-Fi,
and then Bandai Namco should. Sorry.
No, on Wi-Fi I'm with you. You should be able to, if you want to play Wi-Fi, obviously, because you have a LAN connection. And Wi-Fi I've been forced to be on Wi-Fi for years, because logistically I could not pull a cable through out the whole house. Now I'm finally on LAN. But I remember, for me, it's like my connection was solid, but at the end of the day, sometimes it was jumping. And it's normal.
It's so Wi-Fi. Funny. Bro, 2 days ago I played with friends. One guy new to Tekken. I teach him a bit. He was on Wi-Fi. He said, "Bro, I can't. I had to lay 40 meters of cable." And he said, "But it's solid. It's solid." We literally had 33 ms ping, which is in Tekken 8 basically the best connection because the 1 frame of hardware delay is no longer in the game. Now we played. And can you guess what happened? In the 3rd match, complete shit went down. Like, complete lags, blah, blah, blah. It's the nature of Wi-Fi. It's the nature of Wi-Fi. You can have the console on top of your router. It's just, it's Wi-Fi. It's just the fact of it. It's not ideal.
Yeah.
So, wait a minute. Chat, Mike, what Gian said. Basically, Gian's take is you should not be able to block people in ranked because it should be a competitive format, the mode. So you should not be able to block people, but obviously Namco Bandai should take its job fucking seriously, and when people are reported for certain things, they should block them. Is that what I?
Yeah,
Okay.
basically, I'm not saying that if someone is cheating, you should be rematching him. He should not be there in the first place. I assume that was for clear, guys.
What's the chat thinking, Mike? What are you thinking about this? Not being able to block people and let Namco?
I am 50-50 on it because I think someone was saying they were blocking all Clive players.
Yes, they did.
And I think if you're a casual player and you just don't want to deal with Clive because he doesn't represent a side of Tekken you like, I'm not sure that I want to take away that right from somebody to lock them out. I get what you guys are saying as well, because then you create a problem of, well, your rank is fraudulent because you're not having to deal with the same BS that we are. So I don't know. I don't know where I sit on that one. I can't give you a definitive answer.
That is one of my biggest. This is where I rage because I literally rage. I have one video. I can't upload it yet because I literally go completely nuclear where I scream about the ranked system for 50 minutes. I literally scream into my microphone. And one point is that I hate about. I'm sorry, but that I hate about the casual audience. I will now point my fingers at them. What I fucking hate is if the person, I don't know who it was, Blackheart went on Reddit. I don't know if you saw it. For chat, if you don't know what happened, there was one streamer. It was literally a streamer who publicly blocked every single Clive player they encountered. Now, my take on that is get your casual fucking ass out of ranked and in one of the fucking 5 other modes. We guys, I don't know how you see it. I want one fucking mode. I want one mode that is at least a little bit competitive. One mode. These casual motherfuckers, they have 5 or 6 modes to play. They can play launch. They can play quick match. They can play room match. They can play Tekken fucking ball. I don't give a fuck. But I want one mode. I want one mode where we actually have a bit of, you know what I mean, competitive integrity. Is that so hard? Know what I mean?
Yeah,
no, I hear what you're saying. Ranked should just force you to fight everybody. I hear that 100%. Maybe in player match, if you don't want to deal with that shit.
If you're in player match, you can do what you're in player match. I don't care. In player match, you can be on Wi-Fi.
I agree. I said it as well.
No, I think I agree with you. I think I agree. I think, yeah, no, you're right. Even if I don't like the character, if I'm engaging in the fight, I need to lock in and just deal with it.
But now people are telling me, I know no one in chat wrote it, but I know what these people are not going to tell me. But Namco, they give you the option to block players, so they want you to do it. No, they don't. It's the same thing with. Do you know games where they don't have a name filter? They don't have a name. You can literally call yourself the N-word. Like, how stupid would I now have to be to make the argument, so the developers want you to call yourself the N-word? No. Just because it's possible doesn't... You know what I mean? Like, my logic, just because it's possible, it's not what the developers intended you to do. Do you think when I call Harada would tell me, yes, of course, we want every Clive player to be blocked. Yeah, block those motherfuckers. We want every fucking Clive player to be fucking blocked. No, Harada would not tell me this.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I hear what you're saying. I want to, because we've been here for 4 hours, right? Because you guys weren't here at the beginning. Originally, we were talking about this whole Twitter thing.
Let's go.
I just want to read over some of the stupid responses I got from people. I know there's people watching on Twitter.
Okay,
right now.
Can you just quickly for me, because sorry, I was not. You made a tweet about Kyokushin, sick karate, and then people came at you with the most brainwashed shit I can probably imagine. Yeah, is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. And we've been going through some of the responses. Now, some people were just straight up rude, like, you know what Twitter's like, just making threats or telling you you're stupid or whatever. But because there's people watching, I can see how many people are watching on Twitter right now. It's about 252 people on Twitter watching. I know because they're still commenting on here that they're watching this, and I've invited these people to come on here so we can have this argument out.
Did anyone come?
Of course, nobody came.
Of course, nobody came. Of course, nobody.
There was
the only person that ever comes is Yaya. Yaya is the only one that will ever come. And me and Yaya, like, we're boys. I like Yaya.
Yeah, he's true. He's cool.
Yeah, we never agree. We don't seem to agree on anything. But I can have a conversation with him. Like, he's a stand-up guy. I'll have a chat with him. We'll disagree and we'll keep it moving. But these guys on Twitter, yapping away. This tweet has got 200,000 views now. Hundreds and hundreds, maybe thousands of comments on it, of them writing the stupidest shit I've ever read in my life. It's either that they're brain dead or that they don't play Tekken.
Exactly.
And you know what? I'm not talking to every single person. I'm talking to the people that were rude and confident in their rude. They were so confident in their rudeness that I was like, okay, let's go on YouTube, Twitch. I'll be streaming on Twitter as well. Let's have the conversation on there. Of course, nobody wants to jump into the live stream.
This is the thing, Mike. Yeah, this is the thing. I know what you mean. They are. You make a statement, and guys, we can talk about it, but in general, I think I'm 90% correct here. And then people are replying to you with a form of ignorance and a complete obvious low IQ-ness, but they are so confident and arrogant and insulting while doing it. It's one of the most holy shit, this is what makes me explode when people do it. And I think that your initial tweet was not even like a huge provocation, was it?
No, my initial tweet was, I'll read it here to you guys again. My initial tweet was, Jin before Tekken 8 turned him into an anime character. And clearly this guy here is doing Kyokushin karate. I've put up videos of
that's all what you did,
Kato, right? I've put up videos of Kato, of Jin doing his Kyokushin.
Yeah.
And that's how Jin was depicted historically. Look at this stupid comment I got here.
Give us something saucy.
What you said was he became anime, not that he had some magic ratio of grounded moves. That's actually not true. I pointed out and said that Jin himself has electricity that comes around his fist. His entire moveset, even more so than Kazuya, because Kazuya contorts his body sometimes through the hell sweep. Jin just has full karate, right? Historically. This guy replies with, his ending in 3 involves him tapping into his super awesome demon DNA to grow wings and go berserk. Bro,
may I say just one word?
People of Twitter, what are we talking about here? Am I talking about a cutscene or am I talking about the fucking game? Like, be for real.
Marduk,
bro. Wait, hold on. Marduk in his intro picks up a car and throws it, right?
Yeah, he picks up a car, yes.
Does Marduk pick up a VW during the match and throw it at the opponent? No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Okay,
no, he fucking doesn't. No,
wait, I'm waiting for Brian with the iron bar, okay, as weapon finally.
Or the
it is forward full screen ranged.
Yeah,
this is why I hate. Sorry,
or who else in the intro? Like Kazuya flies down, right? He comes down from God knows
since
where.
Tekken 6.
He flies down,
flying down. But in the match, does Kazuya fly about unless he's in Devil? And even when he's in Devil, does anybody use the fly? It's not viable. Nobody gets hit by that shit.
That's something that's like I really like. It's been said, but it's really, I really wanted to say. It's like Tekken add. Like there is one word you said, guys. Chad said earlier. We use the word physics. Okay, the previous Tekken had broken in some way sometimes, but way stronger gravity. If you go before Tekken 7, let's go to Tekken 6. The only move, in Tekken 5, the only move that was breaking gravity that pops in my mind that it wasn't from a boss character, it was the Warang up forward 3-4-3, when he does his triple kick in the jump. All the other moves were following a classic arc jump. It was, yes, exaggerated. It wasn't, I'm not saying it's human possible, but that was the only move that looked a bit too much. In Tekken 7, they added a bit more. In Tekken 6, they added Lars, okay? In Tekken 8, you have, Jin is Jin, but even not just Jin, like you have Raven, you have Lars that turns into a fucking lightning. Like,
I mean,
it's a completely different level. It's a completely different, and I see the reason why they did it, but saying that he's always been like this is,
of course, he is
not true.
Look
is
at this
not
Of
comment
course,
here.
it is not true.
Look at this one. He can turn into a literal fucking devil. In what Tekken game have you been playing Tekken, chat? In what Tekken game have you been playing Tekken?
Yeah, he doesn't play Tekken.
And Jin transforms into Devil Jin. Can someone please tell me when that has happened?
Don't know when that happens. I think that
the only
Go on.
argument you can make of that is the last stage arcade of Tekken 4 of Jin, and you play with Jin with the tattoos. It doesn't have wing, it doesn't shoot laser, but it's that devil Jin form when he breaks the chain. And that's it. And it's still Jin. It's a different costume.
The only time Jin has ever transformed in battle is in a non-canon game called Tekken Tag 2. And he switches out his life bar for Devil Jin, which means you're just switching into another character. Jin, for the people on Twitter, because I know they're watching, Jin cannot transform into Devil Jin. I don't know what cutscene you were watching, but that doesn't happen in the gameplay. There are so many people down here going, Jin's a devil, what are we talking about? And I'm just like, these people ain't played Tekken. That's why I kept on saying, there are people that play Tekken, and there are people that watch Tekken cutscenes. Like in Tekken 8, Kazuya does Cooler, Frieza's brother, right? He does his supernova blast at Jin. Does Kazuya shoot a supernova blast in Tekken 8 at any point during the match? No. If he started doing that, do you think the core Tekken fan base would complain, saying, what's going on here?
Yes.
And then you have some people on Twitter going, well, you did it in Tekken 8.
And now, Mike, you know why I did not really like it's now a bit ago, but there was how is it? The guy who was like, he was here in the call. Yeah. Because he made a point that sounded like this. Because when I said no, the problem of the core audience is not legitimately the aesthetics of it. With Devil Jin Psycho Crusher, I said it's like what the move does. Like the core audience dislikes moves like this because they go against the basically let's call it the neutral, the physics of the game, and also like how neutral of Tekken should look like. Let's be fucking honest. But he then brought the point. He said, who is the final boss of Tekken 6? Azazel. And I'm like, bro, that is a single player mode. That is, I don't care what the final boss of Tekken 6 does. I mean, obviously he is a bit more measured in his stakes, but I mean, if I don't know, this Devil Jin transformation, I mean, if Jin transforms into anything, it's a fucking angel, by the way. Like, these people are completely wrong. Like, even in the story, I mean.
Look at this comment here, yeah? And this guy was fine. No shade on this guy. We spoke of, he was a nice guy. But his opening comment to me was, bro, Jin was legit a war criminal. What the hell does Jin have? What is Jin having to do with World War III? Have to do with Kyokushin karate? What does that have to do with it?
It's exactly like you said. It has nothing to do with it. And this guy doesn't play the game. He watches the cutscenes. Exactly like you said.
And he also said, are we going to count Devil Jin's existence post Tekken 3? You can't turn into Devil Jin Twitter. You cannot do it.
And even if you could, what does this has to do with your take that Jin Kazama right now is doing mad devil-winged fucking saltos in, you know what I mean? I mean, isn't that your initial point that Jin does no longer do Kyokushin, but now he does like insane devil-powered up backflips and shit? Isn't that your point?
So I will just say to the people that wants to see the real difference, just go to see Jin in Tekken 7. Just go to see his moveset. Go to see how he moves and how he's acted, by his motion capture actor. And go to see some random Kyokushin match. And you will see how close some of the moves, because some of the other moves, an electric is still an electric, is never going to look realistic. But when you see I think this is 1-3, this is a high jab into what is basically a face Mabashigari, a circular kick. When you see how after he finishes the kick, he recalls the leg and steps back into a guard. It's like,
this one,
you don't see anything. The only move that they added in Tekken 8 that looked like a Kyokushin move is his Zen stance, what is one? The karate chop on the leg, the transition, the animation with the leg kick, with the real leg kick.
1+2. You mean in Tekken 8, Zen 1+2, yeah?
That's the only one. The rest is power crush from Zen, close your face off. Is down 2, close your leg off. He has a Samsara. He has a dive kick that looks like a guy from Naruto. It does a dynamic entry.
Yeah,
I mean, he had that in the past as well, but this one is...
Look at this comment. Look at this smart. I did find this funny. I actually laughed at it.
Yeah, after this comment, I want to give my take. Let's go with the comment first.
Look at this smart-ass comment. If you wanted a fighting game with a very realistic moveset, just play this. It's also cheaper than Tekken 8. Now, I did laugh at that. I found that quite funny. But I've had people saying to me, Mike, go play Fight Night if you want realism. And I'm just like, you guys don't understand the argument here. You have no idea. You don't play Tekken. You know what Tekken is because it's popular. You've seen Kazuya and Jin. You've maybe seen the Tekken 8 story because it was popular. But you don't play Tekken. If you're going to be responding to me with dumb shit like this, you don't play Tekken.
You don't play exactly. So my take on it, to make it really quick, for like, because now I am the Twitter. Let's say I am on Twitter. I see what you posted, and now I'm going to give you my take on it. I would obviously not do it on Twitter because I'm not a fucking idiot and had to put it in like 150 or however many letters you can do. I would probably write you a handwritten letter and then send it in a bottle to you. So my take on it is, you are obviously correct. My personal stance on it is, if you look at Tekken 7 Jin, you see a clear difference. The difference is completely obvious. It is not almost every single thing they added is looking outlandish. I personally come at fighting games more of the technical perspective, right? What the move does, rather than the flavor of it. But that does not mean, only because I think like this and I view fighting games like this. Again, I have, for the people in chat, I have a I play Street Fighter, I played Guilty Gear, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, other shit. I played DNF Duel, rest in peace. But what I think about it, my love for Tekken, I have thousands upon thousands of hours in this game. I can still be honest about it and say, yes, dear Mike Hollow, out of a great goddamn Britain, you are completely obviously correct here, but I see it not as, me personally, I don't see it, I don't know why it is so hard for people to admit. I love Tekken, I want Tekken to succeed, and still, it is not hard for me to say, Mike Hollow, you are 110% correct here. Jin Kazama is now way more outlandish. You are completely correct. If I look at his dive kick, I don't know what the fuck is going on. But it for me, and I can still say, for me personally, as me, the Tekken player, I see moves just more out of a technical perspective, but I can completely, out of an emotional perspective, understand Mike Hollow's take here, that he dislikes seeing that. And I can fully agree and say, yes, he is correct here. There's no problem, but I would never go that brain dead and then assault Mike Hollow's brain and then sending him a clip where Angel Jin destroys a comet and say, here's my argument.
That's lacking argument competence. You know.
Look at this comment here. This is. I want to highlight Twitter brainwash. This is how they talk to people on Twitter. You're a fucking idiot if you think he was in an anime before Tekken 8. Devil Jin has been around since Tekken 3.
Oh God,
who talks like this? I know Twitter's watching right now. You guys don't talk like this in real life. No. And it's not about a threat of violence. It's just that normal people don't speak like this. What is wrong with you people? Honestly.
I would never. You're right. I wouldn't. Sorry, Gian, go on. I
certainly think is like what I think was Chad said earlier. Is people that just has never been, I don't know, never got used to handle conversations and like different opinions in conversation with other human beings. And I don't know, this is the only way they relate. That's the only way I can. I'm trying to find a rational justification of someone talking like this. Or, I mean, there's no reason whatsoever.
The reason is obvious because now we are all roughly around. We three. We are all roughly around the same age. I think I'm a bit younger, but not by much, few years. Now, the point is, all of us three. We did not grow up living on Twitter. We did not grow up living in these online spaces where you are not. I know people in my friend circle when I went to school and shit. I mean, if I had responded to your post in real life to something equivalent to your post on Twitter, if I responded to that with "you are a fucking idiot," I know people that they would literally have just slapped me in the face. I'm sorry.
I agree.
I don't know. I think it's online generation. I have to say, I think it's online generation.
It's not about like a threat of violence. I'm not out here saying I'm going to hit somebody because they spoke shit to me about Twitter. But I'm just like, this is not how you behave in real life. So I don't get why you do it behind the computer. It makes no sense to me. Like, I've met people at Comic-Con before that watch my videos that leave like harsh comments, and they'll be like, "Oh, I watch your videos." I'm like, "Didn't you like tell me to go fuck myself?" They're like, "Oh yeah, I was just playing." Just look at them like, what? How old are you? Like, why do you talk to people like that? Fucking weirdos, man. I'll never ever understand it. Moreover, we are talking about a video game here. Let's not forget, attacking people over video games and their opinions is a little bit unhinged. So,
I mean, yes.
In my opinion,
reputation.
like, I try to keep it respectful all the time. I always try to include people in discussions, but I have to let it be known, since Twitter is watching. If you speak to me that way, I'm gonna fire back at you, and we're just gonna get lost in the sauce. And there's no point. You know, I'm not really concerned with trying to be everyone's friend or whatever. If you're rude, I'm gonna be rude back to you, and then there's no point, because we're just talking about a video game. I can't understand some of the quote tweets that I got on this post when their comments didn't even make any sense. One guy was claiming that Jin turns into Devil Jin. And I was
he was literally claiming that. He was literally saying that.
I said to him, bro, like, you are talking so much shit right now. That's never happened. No. It does not happen.
He was playing Devil Within in Tekken 5. That's
probably. I'll try to find it on the quote retweets.
For me, it's just why. This is the question I have. When I see those comments, I would literally like to know if you are right, because it seems to me you are right, Mike. But I would like to know, are these people Tekken players? Do they play the game? I would like to know, because I think you are right. They don't.
Oh, that's good.
No, they're not. Frame Whisper, if you're about, bro, message me on Discord and we'll add you in. But no, they're not Tekken players. These are not Tekken. Anybody that is making that argument is not a Tekken player, and you can't convince me otherwise. You have not been playing Tekken if you think Jin can turn into Devil Jin. No. If you are looking at an image of me demonstrating someone doing Kyokushin karate, and you bring up, someone said, "Oh, so we're not going to talk about Kazuya shooting lasers." Who the fuck's talking about Kazuya? I'm talking about Jin. Like, I don't believe.
Yeah, true. You are talking about Jin, and then people are saying, "But what about Yoshimitsu? What about Asas? What about a True Ogre? What about Ogre? What about this? What about bro?" We are talking
even True Ogre and Ogre is such a dumb argument, and I know they haven't played Tekken 3 because Ogre uses the martial arts of other fighting characters, other characters in the game. True Ogre is a boss. Yeah, True Ogre is a boss character who also uses the fighting styles of other characters, and he has a few more outlandish attacks because he's a boss character.
Can I add something on Tekken 3 specifically, actually? It's like people after that, they usually put into the argument Gon and Boskonovich, which are clearly two troll characters. They've been put into the game as two troll characters in a game that wasn't created to be a competitive game. And just to be aware, that's what they are. They are a fun cameo into the game. That's what they are. And Gon is actually a guest character. That's why we'll never come back. But just to be aware, like Arad in the past even wanted to put a Salmon instead of Gon. Just a Salmon the jump. He could have been a character in Tekken 3. There has always been this kind of character, one or two characters that are just there for fun. But when you were playing the game, you will not have someone that will play, "Oh, my main is Boskonovich, my main is Gon." No, you were playing them to have fun randomly because they're the bullshit character.
Yeah,
Tekken 8 changed, then wackiness came out.
Yeah.
Percentages.
Does it even matter? Like, does it matter at the end of the day when people come up with like, "Oh, but for example, when Gon is putting Roger Jr., Roger, does it matter?
He's a humanoid.
Yeah, but I mean, my point is just why does these arguments these people try to like bring, it doesn't matter in the end. If there are enough people right now, if confronted with even Main Man Sui is treated by some people of the community as a complete shill and shit. I dislike that heavily. Because that is, in my opinion, getting the debate in the wrong direction. But Main Man Sui made recently, I think 2 days ago, a Jin Kazama video. He visited him back in T7, and even he was selling. He was also selling, saying, the move list here is way more grounded. Kyokushin karate, I like that more. Like to me,
he doesn't like Tekken and Jin.
Yeah, I heard him.
Yeah,
he made a video literally the other day saying that Jin's forward 2 makes sense in Tekken 7. You use the karate in Tekken 7. There's no dumb gimmicky stuff with Jin. And that's why people respected the character so much. And say what you want about Main Man, he's absolutely right there. You felt like you were fighting a karate master in Tekken 7 and before that. In Tekken 8, it doesn't feel like that. But you mentioned Roger and Alex, Finn. And that's another one that people bring up. And as soon as they bring it up, I already know they don't play Tekken. Because Roger and Alex are stupid designs, right? A fighting dinosaur and a fighting kangaroo.
Yeah.
It's silly. But when you fight Roger and Alex, what are they doing? They're
doing a martial arts move,
They have
just
one tail move, which is a gimmick, which is fun to have because they have a tail, but it's as much of a side move like in Tekken 3 or before Tekken 7 and 8 swords move of Yoshi. You had 2-3 swords move, and that's it. His sword is not his range. It's not an active part of his gameplay. His gameplay is a jab. It's still a jab. That's his range. It's not
Alex and Roger have a couple gimmicky attacks like where they bounce around or whatever. And bear in mind, fair play to Curtis, fighting kangaroos are actually a thing in real life. But even, it's outlandish as well. But within the context of Tekken, for people that have played Tekken, they're not summoning dinosaurs from Dino Crisis. They're not getting the Jumanji board and calling on the jungle. They're just boxing. They're boxing animals. That's it. So when people bring those characters up as a point of reference to say, oh, look, you want to talk about martial arts? There's a dinosaur fighting. Yeah, dummy. There is a dinosaur fighting. He's boxing. The design is stupid, but he's just using another martial art. So these people, it's all self-incriminating. These are people that go on YouTube, they watch cutscenes, and you know what? People on Twitter, I already knew this. They love to yap about anything. Like, you'll never catch me going over to the Guilty Gear section of Twitter and talking. I don't know shit about it outside of a guy called Soul Bad Guy.
I only know the basics,
I don't know anything. Bloody Raw. I like Bloody Raw. I've played Bloody Raw, but I couldn't really tell you much about the mechanics. I was just button mashing and having fun when I was a kid. I'm not going to go start telling them X from Y from Z. These people come over. They see a post with a lot of interaction. They go, oh, someone even brought up King. They were like, there's a guy with a leopard mask. I was like, excuse me. Have you never watched pro wrestling for you idiot? And what are you talking about? It's ridiculous.
King is probably the most inspired character in Tekken. The inspiration behind the character only is insane.
They don't. So I mentioned Tiger Mask to them, right?
It's not even just Tiger Mask. Tiger Mask is the design. His character is self-calcs from the. They made a movie about the guy. He was a wrestler, a priest that started to do wrestling in. Supernatural was the movie, I think.
I referenced Tiger Mask because Tiger Mask is popular, right? And I was
like, is that the Japanese wrestler?
Is the manga?
Yeah, so Tiger Mask is popular. So I was like, you know what Tiger Mask is, right? And they were like, oh, they said something about straw manning. I was like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah,
someone else brought up to me that there's what was it? Oh, they brought up Yoshimitsu. They were like, Yoshimitsu, everyone's always like, oh, Yoshimitsu's the exception. No, if you played Tekken, you know that Yoshimitsu historically doesn't use his sword that much. He's punching and kicking you. His special moves use his sword. Go through his move list if you think I'm lying. It's not until we got to Tekken 8, or if you go look at Soulcalibur, which is a sword-based fighting game, is where you see him using his sword. Go play Tekken 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way through. It's when you get to Tekken 8 is where it gets a bit ridiculous. Other than that, Yoshi's holding his sword like this and punching you in the face. But they don't know this because they don't play Tekken. And they're telling me about Yoshimitsu.
I want
you
to
can
quickly,
go even more modern if you want. Oh, sorry, go.
I just want to quickly, just very quick. I just wanted to say, like, the first one guy in the chat, like Salesman Sui. I hope that was probably a meme. But that's the thing, right? Like, even the famous Salesman Sui, right? Like, even he is saying, like, yeah, and he also, look, I have not yet said this, but Mainman Sui, I think people are misrepresenting this like whole Shill shit, because I watch his streams occasionally, and one guy asked, for example, what about power crush heat engagers? He instantly said, that is dog shit, I want this out of the game, but I think they're gonna double down. So again, people, this is what I mean. This is why I try to be reasonable and try to be a bit more tame, even though it right now doesn't sound like it. I try to do it because people get immediately thrown into camps, right? VDX the shill, Mainman the shill, and then you listen to what they really are saying. VDX in the video says, he says me included. everyone is waiting for balance for season 2. Now, if VDX says everyone is waiting for balance for season 2, what does that say about his opinion? Right now, he thinks the balance is dog shit. Yeah, it's easy. It's logic. Mainman Sui says heat power crush heat engagers. Don't like it. I think they're gonna double down. So it is gray. It is not black and white. It is not fucking black and white.
It's never black and white, guys.
It's never black and white, and I hate that people are either called like Mike Hollow, or you are like a cringe fucking purist, or you are like a cringe fucking shill. I dislike that heavily. Second thing, Kingslayer. I don't know if you talk about this argument, but I think
Kingslayer. I want Kingslayer to jump on the call, because who said that Yoshimitsu is a guest character? Did anyone say that?
No one said. First off, no one said this. Second thing, if you talk about this discussion, Kinslayer, I can already spoil you. This discussion is not going on since weeks. This discussion right now that we are strafing is not going on since weeks. It is going on since literally the first presentation of Tekken 8. It is literally going on since the first presentation of Tekken 8. That is since when it's going on.
It's been announced week live. It was there since the beginning, though, guys.
Okay, we can also put.
I don't know what Kingslayer is going on about that. I would really, because the thing is, nobody wants to join that disagrees with me. I don't know why, but
I also don't know.
I would like Kingslayer, if you want to join. I'm pretty sure like you've got my Discord, or if not, jump in. Like I open the chat to anybody that disagrees with me, whether you're on Twitter, Twitch, or YouTube. People have a lot of things to say on the chat, but when we invite them in to have an actual discussion with human beings, people don't want to talk. I don't understand all this talking, nobody wants to talk.
Also, one more thing, Mike. One more thing. My best argument would be, like, let's say the thing is, why are these people in Twitter? We went through your Twitter. We went through some really fucking stupid replies to your tweet. Yes.
Yeah.
Why are these people even feel agitated? Because my point is, what are you now gonna do about it, Mike Hollow? Yeah, you dislike that, Mike Hollow, but do you know what? What are you gonna do about it? Are they gonna remove dive kick? Are they gonna remove the flip kick? Are they gonna remove Samsara? No, they don't. There's nothing you can do about it anymore. That is like, I don't know why. Can someone, Gian, sorry, can you, both of you now explain to me why these people are so riled up when you tweet this? What are you now gonna do about it, Mike?
I don't know. I have no idea why everyone's up in arms about it. It's very, very bizarre, but it's okay because like I like talking to people. It's just that, again, when you talk to people about this stuff and you try to give like a more nuanced take on it, because and I don't mean this as a put down, but a lot of these players are new players or not players at all. So you try to give them a bit of a nuanced take. Try to explain to them Yoshimitsu was designed this way, or it hasn't always had an overwhelming anime feel. It's had the anime tinge, but it's been more martial arts based. And then you'll speak to them. I spoke to one guy. He was talking to me about Tekken 2. So I said to him, what Tekken did you start with? And he goes, Tekken 5. I said to him, what were you talking to me about Tekken 2 then? Have you played it? And he said, no. And I was like, bro, what are you talking about? Why are you talking to me about Tekken 2? You ain't fucking played it.
Beautiful. No, but it's true. I mean, at the end of the day, this gives you the idea that it is what people said in the past, that at the moment, the Tekken 8 player base is kind of broken too between the new players and the old players, which is like the newer and the older, which I don't consider. When I say the newer, I don't say just the people that joined with Tekken 8, but even maybe the people that joined Season 3 or 4 or Tekken 7, no? And that's what they probably saw most of the game, which is at the end of the day, even if the characters were more grounded, you had already a kind of very cinematic and explosive element from them expressed into the rage arts. Because or like even the rage arts,
right.
That's where you started to see what the gravity was talking earlier getting broken. Like to make the same instance with Warren, he had his weaker rage drive is forward 3+4 when he did the 4 kick in the air. That was a pure anime kick. That's when you started to see, plus the rage art being obviously very physic breaking. But now in this game, obviously they went full on, and there is a part of the fan base that does not dislike it. It is sad because what Bandai could have done better to make everyone a bit happier, it could have been, which I was hoping for, do a kind of Tekken 2, Tekken 3, they did a time skip. You kill Daihachi, do a kind of a time skip, put a new guy that does the anime shit that is a bit more charismatic than Lars, because they tried already in the past with Lars to make a new poster boy. No one liked it. And make like what is now a Luke for Street Fighter, instead of going to touch a character that is been the players have been attached to for over 20 years. Because at the end of the day, I love, like, I did Shotokan for almost 15 years in my life. And before Lydia, Jin was the karate guy. When you were showing the kata, I practiced some of the katas, because katas in karate are very similar between each other. And when I was a kid, I remember when I was in middle school and I was playing Tekken 4, and I led the joystick there, and you see Jin doing his kata, I was super excited for that. Don't go to destroy
as well, bro.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I know you did it as well. I remember you did it as well. So yeah, that's the point. But now, like, you probably understand me very well on this. You develop this kind of attachment, even if it's not your main character, to the character, to the protagonist of the story, and then you go to shift his whole kind of identity of how he shows himself, and you're making a completely different character that doesn't resemble what you were attached to, what a lot of people were attached to. And I think this comes the problem.
You know who I want to have in here? Dr. Nova Saiken, because he's literally the biggest Jin fan. He himself would also explode on this, because he's a purist. He also doesn't want Jin to have that shit. I know his opinion.
I don't even play
it,
Jin,
roughly.
guys.
I play Jin. I played Jin also in Tekken 7. But you can go on in a moment. I just have to call out Kinslayer again. Wait a minute. I have to do it.
He doesn't want it.
But wait. He hears me. I just want to say, I like Josie. I hope Josie comes back. I like your avatar. But didn't you? And you play Elder Scrolls right now, which means you can just come in here. I just want to understand what the problem was. I don't even know with what you agreed, what I or Mike said. I just want to understand. But what makes me really angry is if you are not letting me understand. If you are, you know what I mean? It makes me really angry.
No, it's fine. Like, I don't want to force people into it. The thing
I
is,
also don't want to force people.
With what Kinslayer said, is it's very, very clear. Kinslayer has not played older Tekken games. And if Kinslayer had played older Tekken games, he wasn't paying attention. Because all you got to do is go on YouTube and type in Yoshimitsu moveset. You made a comment about Yoshimitsu. And take a look for yourself. It's right there, but people pretend.
Guys, it's okay that he doesn't want to, or she, I don't know. It's okay if the person doesn't want to. But if you express your opinion and you say something like, Yoshimitsu wasn't a guest character, what the fuck are you talking about? Then for me, calling that out and saying, would you maybe tell us what your problem is, dear Kinslayer, dear Kinslayer? Then everything is fine, bro. It's just, I just want to, because I have the same experience. I do YouTube since 1.5 months, and I already have people regularly in my comment section. I have one guy who is already stalking me, and I tell him, hop into a Discord call with me, you fucking bitch. And he is not gonna do it.
We're not angry. It's just a conversation.
I'm not angry. This is not me angry. This is me angry at 30%. If I'm at 100%, I'm banned. Then you no longer have me around.
Look, my only thing is that people cherry pick things. Like Adolpha said that Yoshi could fly. Yoshi, that's one of his gimmicks. Yes, he could fly, but in Tekken, characters have 100 moves. So, like I've said to people 100 times, if you put these moves into a pie chart, overwhelmingly, you're gonna get what it sits in what I'm saying. Like, it sits in favor of what I'm saying, and then you've got weird gimmicky attacks that set it apart from Virtua Fighter. It's a very simple concept. It's something that anybody that has played Tekken understands, which is why when I put up this video, majority of the people just retweeted it and said, oh, I missed this version of Tekken. The comments that I'm pointing out, they're not I'm not saying that there wasn't a lot. There was a lot of comments because it got over 200,000 views, but a lot of these people, they don't play Tekken. They have maybe jumped in and out. Their arguments are very copy and paste. You hear the same.
But Kinslayer has a Josie avatar. He can't be the problem.
Josie's a Tekken 7 character. So
okay, yeah, I see your point. But what was this Yoshi shit about? What was this Yoshi is not
because Yoshimitsu is a space ninja. So when you look at Yoshimitsu, you're already you're listening to what I'm saying, and you're thinking, what the fuck is he talking about? But if you sit down and play Tekken, then you'll be like, oh, I understand. If you started with Tekken 8, then you're still going to be like, I don't get what Mike's talking about. And that's what the disconnect is here. I've started on Tekken 1. Some of these people are starting on Tekken 8, and some of them are just watching cutscenes. So that's the disconnect here.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
To bring up,
okay.
It's like,
again,
sorry, love you, Kinslayer. Love you. Love you.
One sec, John. So Adolphus says,
worries, no worries.
so his stances are martial art. No, his stances are not martial art. Again, I have to reiterate this. He is using conventional martial art attacks, and he has a few gimmicks here and there. Yoshi, the character, is wacky because of his design, but when you're playing Tekken 1 to 7, it's very tame in comparison to the weird shit that is going on in Tekken 8.
Yeah.
It's not really even up for debate. The movesets are online. You only got to go and check. This is the problem that I have. People are not playing these games. They're seeing the character designs. They're seeing Kuma, Alex, Roger, Jack, or whatever. They're like, oh, it's a giant robot. What are you talking about, Mike? But when you fight Jack historically, Tekken 8's Jack is crazy. But Tekken 1 to 7, -4 because he wasn't in it, he wasn't doing the maddest shit. He had some weird gimmicks where his arm would extend, and that was really it.
Yeah, but that's the but then another thing as well. You have to contextualize the character, the new moves to the character. So let's speak about an hypothetical world where most of the cast stayed grounded. Okay, Jin doesn't have backflips. Raven still just does 2 teleports and it's not Naruto, and there are no handguns. Okay, then you have Yoshi having the exact same moveset they has now. Okay, not talking about balance, just talking about visual. That one will be justified because he's always been the exception. You have Jack doing what he's doing now. That will be accepted and justified because he is the robot. I see it, and he always worked doing bodybuilding poses, and it looks nice. Then you give it to Jin, which is being grounded. You give it to Nina, that pulls out handgun. Raven, when he was introduced, he had 2 teleports. 2 teleports. Now he did a training arc with Kakashi, and he came in the Kagebushi no Jutsu. That's Raven for you. His Rage Art is the less Tekken thing you can watch.
That is true. I think almost with Raven's Shadow Clones, that stuff is almost I honestly think that with Raven, I can accept it. Again, I don't really have a big problem with anything of this, but with Raven, I would defend it the most because it somehow makes sense to me that he has mastered the shadow art of creating these clones. But with him, it makes the most sense to me actually. But
the ritual circle kills it for me.
Okay, you are.
The ritual circle really kills it for me.
Okay, I forgot about it.
I really killed it for
that one. I just want to say something. You said that it is accepted, and I have to again make the reality check here, guys. I think you, Mike, Gian, I'm a bit more okay, it is what it is. But I think we are, or you both, you are not in the minority. You are in the minority. It's not that it's accepted or so. If I tell you, did you ever do the experiment and you go into Tekken and you check how many people just on Steam who bought the game ever did an online match?
I did it once when I was doing months ago when I did my percentages rank distribution.
And did that surprise you a little bit in Tekken 7 as well? That a lot of people where I go with this, yeah? That I say that you are not in the majority, that you are the core audience, you are the hardcore audience. Even Mike as well. Mike was, excuse me if I'm wrong, you are a hardcore fighting game player. You were number 1 in the leaderboards in fucking Soulcalibur, if I remember correctly. Guys, you are so out of, you know where I'm going with this, yeah?
No, I get where you're going with this, but I'm not arguing that I'm the minority. I'm not even arguing that. I'm just arguing what is on the screen. I'm confused how these people are not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not arguing that I'm not in the minority. I know that I'm in the minority.
And my point is only what I am someone who also, I'm a hardcore fighting game player now since years, and I play everything. This is my problem. I love Tekken. I have so many thousands of hours. And when I see what I bought Tekken 6, yeah, when Tekken 6 was staple, I bought Tek 2 on launch, yeah, and I have the We Are Tekken edition. Do you know what that means? That means I, from Namco, bought the right to say I am Tekken. I bought the We Are Tekken edition. My authority is absolute here. That means when I see what you tweeted, I don't know. This is again my point. You are correct. I'm a fan of Tekken. I'm more of a fan and a hardcore than all of these fucking idiots on Twitter. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, Mike is correct about you. I don't know what is wrong.
I just want to, yes, Charisma TV, I was the #1 ranked Soulcalibur player in the world on Soulcalibur 5 for a whole year, and also Mortal Kombat 10. But Mortal Kombat 10 only lasted about 3 months, and I think one of the other UK guys took me off. But on Soulcalibur 5, I've got pictures of this. This on my channel as well. I got the receipts. I had only 3 losses in the entire time I played online. Nobody could touch me on that game. It wasn't until I went to tournaments that I started to lose a bit more. Like I won tournaments, but I'd get like 2nd and 3rd place. But online, I lost to this guy lag switched me, and I lost. It was my first loss. Like I was like 400-500 wins in, unbeaten. And this Sophia player, I think it was Sophia or Cassandra, I can't remember. Or no, it was what's their daughter called? Pyrrha. Lag switched me, and I lost my win streak, bro. I swear that was the only time in my life that I thought I was gonna throw the control through the window, because I was like, I reckon I can get to 1,000 wins on Soulcalibur
with no losses. Wow.
Yeah, I was running through people. I that's the only time where I could say to people, yeah, I was the guy on Soulcalibur.
Do you know why I know this? I know this because I follow Mike since basically I watch him since before his great increase. And Mike, just do the trick, guys. Do the trick again. I made the Mrs. Playstuff video. Most people know about that video I made. Do the trick with Mike. Click on his YouTube channel and just sort videos by old. Okay, sort videos by old, and then you will see. It's just the point. My point is, Mike never writes on the fact that he did this, right? Most fighting game players who are like this, they don't. Fighting GM also doesn't write on the fact that he beat Arslan Ash offline in Pakistan, 1st to 10. He also doesn't write on the fact that he did it. That is also, Mike could probably, the only thing Mike had to do was giving these pieces of shit some accolades that, like, bro, you don't even know with whom you're talking, because I don't know, sometimes Mike never does it. Mike never uses this as an argument. Guys, do you know that I'm like a fucking insane player actually? Like because like he's not God of Destruction in like Tekken or whatever, right? So Mike never does it. Mike never goes there, but he has to deal with fucking braindeads on Twitter that sorry, go on. I'm getting
Look, can I answer to one guy?
The reason I don't bring it up is because at the end of the day, it's just a game, right? I happen to be very good at Soulcalibur. I don't bring it up because we don't play Soulcalibur anymore, so I'm not going to continuously sit there. Or MKX, you know.
What character did you play? Someone asked what character did you play in Soulcalibur?
In Soulcalibur, so historically I was a Nightmare player, and then when Soulcalibur 4 came out, I switched to Algor, but he was busted beyond belief, so I couldn't enter tournaments with him. And then they put him in Soulcalibur 5, and he was still a top tier character. I'd say he was the 2nd best character in the game. He was probably the best character to use next to Mitsurugi, but on paper, Alpha Patroclus was probably the best character. But yeah, I used him all the way through. He's Algor and Jinpachi are my 2 favorite fighting game characters. And someone was saying Algor doesn't fit into Soulcalibur. I don't. Oh, do you know what?
Let me have a look.
I kind of hear what you're saying a little bit. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend. Algor shoots these weird fireballs around the stage. I hear it. But you have to remember, Soulcalibur 5 came out when? 2011? Was it 2012 or something like that?
You were playing Clive, basically.
I was much younger.
I'm messing with you, man.
But now obviously I'm attached to the character. So if he came back, I'd probably.
It looks cool, to be fair. I've never seen it. I Google it now. The design is super cool.
The design.
One thing I have to.
I used to really piss off. I don't know if you guys remember. There was a top UK player called the King of Hyrule. So he's a very, very, very nice guy. He was.
You mentioned him before, yeah.
Yeah, he was the top Soulcalibur player in the UK. Like no one could really touch him. And I remember the video's on YouTube. One day I'll play it for you guys to see. We were in the grand finals together, and Algor had this really unfair attack.
Can you show? Can you play it?
I'll try and find it. It's us in the grand finals. I'll try and find it while you guys.
See what I wrote to you on Discord? I always wanted to talk about that shit. That you tell us that shit.
So we were in the grand finals of this tournament, and I had 2 super bars left, and in the beginning of the match, you can basically sweep your opponent's legs and then go straight into it. And Algor does 70% damage off the bat. And you're just like, and the match finished. I won the match, and I stuck my hand out to shake his hand. And again, Hyrule was the nicest guy on the planet. He looked at me like he wanted to kill me. and it's on camera. And everyone's laughing. I was like, "Hi, well, shake my hand, bro. I beat you."
Do you
No
have
rapping
that? Do
it
you
at
have
all,
that?
huh?
And do you have that on? Do you have that on tape?
Yeah, I think it's here. It's still on. Let me get it up.
Okay, maybe you can search it for a moment, because then I want to answer one question, because I got this a lot. A lot of people have said to me, and since I do some YouTube, they said to me I'm like insane and I am like unhinged. And yes, I am. But the problem is because Kai, yeah, the thing is, Kai said, "Finn, relax, bro." But I don't know if you do YouTube, Kai. If you ever do YouTube in regards to a fighting game, and you make the slightest bit of, you think you are correct about something and you even argue it, you give legit evidence for it. If you ever do it and you are then confronted with the amazing wave of unbelievable brain dead you see in the comments and you don't explode, then I tip my hat. Like literally, I tip my fedora to you, good sir. But I can't do it. I can't do it. It infuriates me.
I gave
But
a
now
take one of
Yes,
one
please.
of my best videos, my most successful videos, where I said that Tekken non-balancing the game with this patch is show coherency, and it was very serious. It was actually giving them credit on that, because it was 1 month before the final and everything. I got blasted so bad for that. It was like, "What the fuck are you saying?" and everything. It's like, well, but that's what they said they were going. You know, the people now they're trying to win thousands of dollars because of this, and they're just gonna take back their statement. That's not how it works, honestly, in a company. They said it's gonna be like this, guys. Just stop to cry about it. Unfortunately, I'm not happy with that, but that's how it is. No, but I have a question that I wanted to bring up. It's like, did you guys see the leak? I remember when people talk about the leak of Virtua Fighter at the end is one frame.
I've seen it now, yeah.
You have seen it? Okay. Even if you haven't seen it, there is not much. There is a health bar, and that's basically the same thing we've seen in the little trailer. But seeing that, my mind is thinking that maybe there is going to be some stage interaction that is going to be way more grounded than what are the stage interaction in Tekken, which are one of the big anime points that are in Tekken as well. Because whenever you reach a wall, you make it blow up at the end, 50% of the time. Do you think that Tekken could have had what hopefully and probably is going to be the kind of stage interaction the Virtua Fighter is going to have, which is rather something more grounded, something more like something that was a bit more like it was in Tekken 4, just way better implemented. You remember in Tekken 4 you could break the telephone cabins and stuff like that, because I think that would have still a kind of stronger impact and moving forward into the game without all the explosion things that Tekken is bringing.
But are you saying with reference to Virtua Fighter?
Like, I'm saying it because, like, in Virtua Fighter, it gave me that idea of, like, the game is going to move forward, but it wants to be more grounded. But after I saw the trailer of, the shoulder bash of the guy that smashed the fruit basket in the wall, and see how the stage and how all the stuff is closed, and it looks very fragile. I'm expecting from a game that is going to come out probably in 2026, that if something is fragile, it gets destroyed and has an effect and maybe even interacts with me. Okay, it is not just, I'm a little merchant stand made of fragile wood. I don't want it to be a very solid wall, because it's going
I think that what they're going to do with Virtua Fighter is that they're going to go the route that I was hoping that they would go down, and with Tekken, is that I think that they're going to make the spectacle the stage, like you said. I think that, like, it's going to be very rooted in, like, grounded martial arts, no, like, plasma beams or anything. And I think where the wow factor is going to be is, like, slamming somebody through a wall, or, like, being, like, when the wall combos occur. I reckon that Virtua Fighter is probably going to innovate this time. And rather than having your character wall splat and do the conventional combos, I think it's probably going to be more realistic in terms of, like, you hit them off the wall and, like, they'll actually come off the wall and maybe push themselves away from the wall. Like, when you push someone against the wall and they try to scrape past it. Or maybe like you said, there's a telephone box, smash them through the telephone box. Maybe make the stages a bit bigger than what they look, so you can keep on breaking.
They look small, man.
They look small, but maybe it's a situation where, that Dead or Alive stage where it's very small and there's a tank and you can keep on kicking people over, like the
which Dead or Alive 5?
I can't remember. I think it might have been 4. I can't remember which one it was, but there's a tank and it's like a war zone. And you can keep on kicking someone over this wall. I think Virtua Fighter could do that, where different parts of the wall or the stage interacts differently. So if there's like a shop over here, we crash through this shop and we're fighting in like a cafe. Or if there's like a museum over here, I punch you through the museum doors. I think they could do that to make it more of like a spectacle rather than relying on super moves, because it's overdone. It's a pretty cheap way to get that wow factor. Super moves get boring after a while.
True.
And if you make the stage dynamic and you make it truly dynamic, that means that every single fight is going to look somewhat different, because I might hit you hard enough to knock you through the wall, but not necessarily knock you over the counter or knock you over the table. Or I might hit you so hard you crash through the other wall. And maybe they're not so overbearing and they do tons of damage, so it doesn't feel like they're overwhelming the fight, but they're more there to like appease the spectator.
Yeah,
Can I have 15? Can I have 15 seconds? I want to formulate one, because you said something. One question, because we did Wi-Fi filter Tekken 8. We did not blocking people. I got one more question, then you can talk again. And this also goes to everyone in the chat. And Jehuti came back. Hello. Would you guys like to, because he said, because you said super moves lose the wow factor after a time. And would you guys like to have an option where you and your opponent in a ranked match, come back to Tekken 8, would you guys like an option where you both can skip the rage art? Like both people press skip and then the rage art is skipped. Would you like that? So the rage art hits and then you can both press yes and then you skip the 10 seconds of the rage art and can immediately play again. Would you like that or no?
In 7, yes, here is okay without. They're not that long here. They're bearable.
Yeah, I don't know if skipping the rage art. I mean, it doesn't really do anything.
Not disabled, guys. Not disabled. Just skip the cutscene and you can play faster, right? Just skip the cutscene.
I would actually be against that, because I think that if you're gonna implement super moves, sometimes super moves are breathers for people as well. Like someone's been pressuring you, and then you press the super move, and it gives you like 10 seconds or like 5 seconds, however long the super is, to like, okay, I need to reset or even think about this. I don't have a massive issue with super moves. I'd rather they weren't there, if I'm being honest. If they weren't there, I'd be happier. But if you're going to implement them, just make the rage art punishable by another rage art, so there's higher risk when you're doing it. And don't make them too long. I don't think they should have armor on them, to be honest with you. I think if you're throwing them out recklessly and I jab you, you should just hold that shit. I think it's a little bit weird that they get armor. At the very least, they shouldn't have any low armor. I know some of them will go over, but I think that if you're going to have them in there, I think that one of their functions in a match is to let someone like breathe and be like, okay, I've got a second now, it's going to reset. I'll go back into it. If you skip it, it's like it never happened. You're straight back in the fight. You haven't had a chance to mentally reset.
Yeah. No, yeah, especially when you see it, like I want to make the instance in tournament, but we find ourselves as well quite often into the scenario where you're doing a combo, you're maybe 2-0 on rounds, you're losing, and then you do a comeback and you finish your opponent combo, and there is the rage art, okay? And then it's like, okay, you have the breather now. You can just wait till the rage art is over. You can refocus. You can just especially in a game where the opponent is always at your face, because this game is insane. It's like insane. It's like when you were talking earlier, how long can you play? Can you stream Tekken and everything? It's like if I'm playing ranked, I do a 1 hour session.
10 hours.
Is it ranked? You can do ranked for 10 hours.
Yeah. I can. Bro, I'm literally zen. When I'm on YouTube, people think I'm fucking insane and unhinged. That's right. But when I play Tekken, bro, I'm like, whoa, nice 50-50. Nice mix, you got me there. Whoa, I tipped my hat to you, good sir. Kazuya, that was a nice hell sweep. My God, I should have really done a sidewalk left here. I'm such a dummy. Well played, sir. Well played.
I am louder than Blackheart when I play ranked.
I think I found the tournament where I beat Hyrule in Grand Finals. This is from 12 years ago, yeah, so don't laugh at me. I was a bit of a chubby lad.
Oh, you got it? You got the footage?
Yeah, you guys just keep talking whilst I look for the actual fight. It's like a 7-hour tournament.
I quickly want to say I didn't think I would be in the minority, because what actually triggers me is every time seeing the Rage Art cutscene. You know what I mean? It just, I don't know. I just want to, because do you know Kazuya's Rage Art when he kills you and then he has these added 5 seconds to it where he kicks you and says blah, 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 and then you know what I mean? It's longer. It's 15 seconds.
I'm bothered way more from characters like Lucky Chloe. I think that kind of archetype character should never exist in every fighting game. The one that is happy to get his soul after he kick your ass. That's the thing that makes me more rageous. That's the worst thing. Like that's what takes away a fight. Like literally, there is not a fighter in that fighting game slot. There is no. It's like someone. Azusen I tolerate. Azusen I don't have a problem. Lily was mentioned earlier. I think Layla is annoying as well, but no one got even close. Like Lucky Chloe was super boring. And now I don't want to sound like I don't like female characters, but it's all like Lucky Chloe
You
and
think,
Josie
wait,
are the
wait, you
two
didn't like
best
Lucky
instants,
Chloe?
guys. So
You didn't
it's
like
like
Lucky Chloe?
Lucky Chloe, I hate. That's the character I hated the most in Tekken.
Really? Lucky
Lucky
Chloe?
Chloe? Fucking hell, yeah, Lucky
You
Chloe.
don't like
There is-
Lucky Chloe, bro? Lucky Chloe.
It's real Tekken, right?
I mean,
Lucky Chloe is real
that's the
Tekken.
thing. For me, it's just I see her and I'm like, Lucky Chloe. I'm like, I like that shit. Like, I don't know. It's just I have not. Look,
It was driving me mad. It's
I'm
like
sorry,
no, it's okay, it's okay. No, you're more than welcome to like whatever you like, man. It's
All
like,
right, I've got a couple of matches up here, but I'll put them up while we're still talking. God, man,
It's
look at my
like,
stuff from 12 years ago. It's weird.
but it's like the characters I play those characters because they hit hard. Like Fang and Brian is because they hit like trucks. Like when they hit impact feedback. It's like a backstep in Dark Souls. No, it's like that's why I play those characters. But yeah,
bro, one guy in
Yeah,
chat
so-
made an incredible suggestion. I have to make a screenshot. He made an incredible suggestion with like you can make funny shit while the rage animation plays. I have never thought about it. It's like do you know Mike, you played Street Fighter, yeah?
Yeah. I've been
In the
playing
versus
Street Fighter
screen,
for a while.
where you can make the faces in the versus screen when the characters are, you know what I mean, in the loading screen.
Yeah.
You don't sound quite amused about that. Do you not think that is funny?
Well, I mean, Soulcalibur's been doing that for years. So
Really?
when I saw it, it started in Soulcalibur when you can make the funny faces.
Oh, I didn't even.
Yeah, Soulcalibur 2 was the first one I think you could make the faces on. So yeah, but just for reference for people that are watching this, I think I was 18 years old, I think, or 19 when this game came out. I can't remember exactly, but I was quite young, so my algo wasn't as good as it is now. But I think I don't know if I won this tournament. I don't know if it's the same one.
And that is Hyrule Warrior, or what was he called?
No, this
Legend
is
of
Stealth
Hyrule.
Monkey. So there's a couple of my matches in here. I'll get to the Hyrule one eventually, but I thought I might as well show you guys this. How old was I when this came out? I can't remember. Sorry, guys.
Can you maybe legit now it's about this? I'm interested in this. Can you tell us something about like I don't know. Can you tell us something about characters and stuff? What's going on? Because I'm legit. Soulcalibur I have no expertise on it. I would be interested to now hear your thoughts about this when you see the old footage.
What did you want to know?
Just any like what is you are playing? What did you say you play? You played Algol?
I played Argo. I'm going up against the Yoshimitsu player now. So you can see that for the people that just play Tekken, you can see the difference between Yoshimitsu in Soulcalibur and Yoshimitsu in Tekken. This is not the Salty Handshake match. This guy was cool. But obviously, Algo is a boss character, so he does things that other characters can't do.
Is he
As you
considered
can see-
top tier? Is he
Wow.
considered
Yeah,
Is
so
he con-
Algo was not used very much. He was not a popular character at all. People hated this character so much they didn't even play him. I was pretty much the only person in the UK using him because the Soulcalibur scene was not big. There was like 20 of us that were really high level, and then like there was maybe 50 people that you'd always see everywhere. So it was a very, very small community. We would often like mingle with the French community as well because they were very high level in this game. And so yeah, what you're seeing here is basically a boss character fighting Yoshimitsu. Algo is very outlandish.
Is Algol considered a top tier at that point in the game?
Algo is, I'd say, he's either
tournament level?
second or third, but at this point in time, Algo was very, very, very undiscovered. That move I just did there, where I made him sit in the chair, the way that move works is if you press back and I press that, it catches you moving backwards, and it obviously does all that damage to you.
What is he firing there? What are these black holes he fires? Like what is?
It looks
what's
like a
going on there?
zoner, honestly.
It's literally like he's shooting pieces of space at you. So it's like he can control time and space. So he can travel through dimensions. He has both Soulcalibur and Soul Edge. Obviously, as you can see, he's extremely powerful. I'm kind of just running this guy over.
So you say at this point, Algol on the tournament level was not yet. You would say people had knowledge gaps, yeah.
People at this point, I can't remember, but definitely when I came in, people had no idea what was going on. I kind of just like ran through people because, and it was baffling to me because when I picked up Algo, I was like, nobody's playing this character. No one uses him online. He's absolutely absurd. And I knew that. Like people would say to me, this character's ridiculous. I'll be like, yeah, he's dumb, but he's so much fun that I don't apologize for it. So yeah, at this point, I think a lot of people were very confused at what was going on. He's also, in terms of Soulcalibur, yeah, Algo is a bit out there. People hadn't seen anything like this. It was very confusing to see. As you can see, this guy has absolutely no idea what's going on. I've already
to be fair,
like 3 times.
For what I'm seeing here, just from a visual standpoint, because I never played, not even close to be casual, but I played 3-4 different Soulcalibur, like very casual, but I remember some of the characters and everything. This is probably the character that I've seen that looks like he's not from, like it doesn't look like a sword fighter or like a, how do we call it? Like a blade fighter that fights with a normal weapon or a nunchaku or anything. But if he's the boss of the story, he's like, that's the point. He's the guy that does that.
Well, the thing is that in Soulcalibur, Nightmare was the boss character, but Algo was like the supreme boss. He was like he's the one that created the Soulcalibur and the Soul Edge in the lore. So in Algo's story, he wasn't an evil guy. He created those swords, and one of them corrupted his son. So in an effort to like save the world and try to save his son, he ended up imprisoning himself with the swords or something like that. And then he basically got awoken in Soulcalibur 4, and he was very pissed off and whatever.
It looks to me that is he asking about what happened and you are explaining shit to him? Like what the fuck you did?
So I remember speaking to him and he was saying to me, I don't know what just happened. I said to him, I'm not entirely sure either, to be honest with you. I just kind of, I was just pressing buttons. I didn't want to give away in the tournament what I'm doing, because the thing with Algo is that Algo was very mix-up heavy, but he did have some unsafe stuff. But because of the way he animated, people couldn't tell what was going on. So I was just like, I ain't telling you nothing. Like, go home and research it. And now I'm basically waiting for my next opponent.
But they in a tournament from Michael. He waits for his opponent at his chair.
Yeah, and this was back in the day when we had Trocadero still. We still had the Trocadero arcade opposite. I don't think it had closed at this point, but behind here where the Soulcalibur players played, the Marvel versus Capcom 3 players were playing, and I ended up becoming good friends with all of that, the UK people. So it was always Soulcalibur and Marvel in gamer base. This guy that's playing right now, his name is Bushy. He's a really nice guy. I still know him. Like I saw him recently at one of my friends' house. He's a very strong Ivy player. But yeah, basically everyone hated my character in the tournament scene. Whenever they were paired up against me, they were like, "Oh my god, this is going to be so long."
What? How was the? Again, I don't know much. Was there like? How about? Did this game had like a Japanese Asian scene?
Soulcalibur was really like heavily dominated by the Europeans. I would say we were the best players. Like I went to tournaments and played against Kayane and Keeves. Me and Kayane, like I don't know if she remembers, but we had like a indirect rivalry, because whenever it would get to like a top 8, she would always be in my way, and we'd always end up like fighting like down to the last pixel. So I went to France for Soulcalibur, and it was good. Like I had a lot of fun there. I think I placed pretty well. I went there for Tekken Tag 2 as well and got obliterated. Like I absolutely washed on Tekken Tag 2, but on Soulcalibur, yeah, I was pretty confident there. I didn't really feel threatened by anybody for a long time.
Will you guys? Any of you still thinking about maybe doing an offline, going to a major offline for Tekken?
Not right now. I went to Greece recently for Clash of Olympians, and we were just like, oh, we want to go do something else, man. Like I don't really want to stay here and play Tekken. And when we left and went to like the Acropolis and all that, yeah, I don't know, man. Tekken 8 it's kind of lost me a little bit. I normally on Sundays I do my stream. Everyone sort of sits around, we play Tekken together. But even the people in my streams that are there regularly, they were like, oh, you know, I don't really feel like playing.
It's the end of the season. It's that moment where you're waiting for the update now, for the big update. You're in the season. You, Finn?
I played some offline tournaments. I think, if you grind, you can legit.
No, not for
becoming
winning,
good.
just for the experience. I went to VS Fighting, man. It was at the end fun. It was my first big tournament ever.
Yeah, that's the thing. The experience. I'm just not the kind of guy, like big venues, big people. I went to Gamescom once, hated it. I mean, obviously you can. I mean, obviously, but wait a minute, I'm talking shit because just the 2 months now, where I interact with you people. For example, I'm now also in like I talk with Immortal, right? Immortal X Soul, the Raven player, like
Yeah.
great, like such a great man, such a great guy. Like I've met, like I've watched so many people over all those years. The Fury recently commented under one of the combo guy. Do you know the combos from the
Yeah, I
Fury?
know
He
the
always
Fury.
makes the most optimal shit.
It's insane.
There we have two Furies, but like both make combos. It's funny. But
Okay.
it's like suddenly I get to I don't know. It's maybe I would actually like to sometimes meet these people maybe offline once. Honestly, I'm in talks with all over the world. Like I talk with the Australian scene. I talk with the Pakistani scene. I talk with North Americans. It's actually wonderful. Like honestly, it's actually good. It's fucking good. And this is why I hate to see at the end of the day with Tekken 7, it kind of felt like even though we had bullshit, like we had Geese, we had Akuma, we had Wallbones, we had all this, but I cannot deny as much as I still like to play Tekken 8, and as much as I still also hate things like I will never remember when I saw on stream that they had these sunglasses on and they were telling me to get Gentle Monster sunglasses for $500. At that
Yeah.
point, I was like, I cannot believe what I'm seeing here right now. And in the future, there will be a war declaration towards Namco Bandai from my end. I will not spoil anything, but the thing is, I hate it. I hate it because the game is now out for almost a year. It will not change. Now, when season 2 comes out, guys, do you think this is the peak? Mike Hollow making the Kyokushin tweet? No. When season 2 comes out, and if I'm correct with what happens in season 2, holy shit, we will be at a whole nother level when it comes to the Tekken 8 discussion. And I hate it. I hate it that it's happening because at the end of the day, Mike Hollow is correct in a lot of points. I can't. How do I say? Yeah, Jin is now more Kyokushin than he was before. Obviously, he is not. Everyone who would say something like this or that nothing changed, he's obviously a brain dead. There's nothing to discuss. But
I think some of them just haven't really played them, and they want to get involved in the conversation.
You are more merciful than I am. Then I'm not that merciful. I'm not that merciful on this shit. But what I hate is in Tekken 7, it felt the community was close knit. It was more motivation there, even though we were in the 6th year of the game, right? We were already in the 6th year of console release, and people were motivated as fuck to play. They streamed, and yes, I can see it myself. I talked to Madara, the Leo player, yeah, the German Leo player, and he says, "Bro, I'm not motivated to play this game. It's just not. It's not." The gameplay loop I'm experiencing here at the highest level of play where Madara is, yeah, he is a fantastic player. Or all the other EU guys, I hear it all the time. They say, yeah, it annoys me. What I have to do to win, on a regular basis, what I have to do to get really fucking good in this game, how I have to play, I dislike it. And that is the same what Arslan Ash said. Arslan Ash said the same thing. And all these people say the same thing. And it makes me sad. It makes me sad because the community is breaking. The core community, the hardcore, it's breaking away. It's breaking away.
Yeah,
that's my take.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna close out the stream after this match ends. But what I do want to end on is that, like, I know a lot of people see a lot of the content creators and they think that they're being pessimistic or negative or whatever. But I think what people have to remember is that, like, much like you're seeing here, and there's even older footage of me playing older fighting games in tournament, is that I've been playing fighting games in tournament, like with my friend, one of my best friends, Ricardo. We went to a Street Fighter 4 tournament in 2008, and we both did. I won it, and he placed very, very high. There's footage of it somewhere. We were playing Street Fighter for free together. Like I have a lot of love and appreciation for fighting games and the community and all the people that I've met through it. But at the same time, because I've been here for so long and I've seen so many good things and met so many good people, I'm not going to accept a shit sandwich from these developers. And the philosophy behind my channel is that, like, if I feel like people are being ripped off, I'm going to voice it. And that was the whole reason that, like, I came back to YouTube with the whole Mortal Kombat thing. I didn't think that anyone was going to listen to what I was saying. I was surprised when so many people
Oh
did.
no! You
But-
saved my money.
I was surprised that so many people did, but it's not because I want to. I don't want to hate these games. There's nothing more that I would like than to wake up in the morning and be like, guys, Rebirth of Souls is amazing. Guys, Mortal Kombat 2 is incredible. Guys, Season 2 of Tekken 8 is awesome. But I'm not going to sit here and lie about it. And there's no point lying about it. I don't think it helps us. I don't think it helps the consumers. And also, I mean, I don't think you'd appreciate me very much as a content creator if I was just lying to put out some happy-go-lucky content. So we'll see where things go, fighting games. I'm always going to be optimistic of new games, but I'm going to keep it real with existing games. And right now, the existing fighting games are getting a lot of hate for a very, very good reason. So it's not me dooming. That's just the way it is. I don't control the minds of everybody around me. I don't control the rhetoric on Twitter.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
But I don't want the civil war, you know? The civil war is what makes me, because with Main Man, with VDX, I have seen things being said about them where I'm like, guys, are you crazy? It is not black and white. I don't want this. This is already a civil war in the Tekken core community, and I dislike that. I dislike that because it's just it's getting trenches are created, right?
I don't think it's a complete civil war. I think it's just that, as usual, I think the real problem is that, as usual, the louder voice is the negative one. The negative people is always the loudest because like it's very easy to just throw shit at things. It's always been like this generally on the internet in whichever game you're going to, even if you're going to check. Like I'm like I know you are as well. You're a big Souls fan and everything, and it's like if you dare to use a summon in Elden Ring, I mean you're not playing. It's in the freaking game. You can use it. Don't be ashamed. It's like if you don't use in the summons, actually by game design, you are playing a challenge run in a certain way. So
basically,
it's but there is gonna be people going there and be elitist and just saying, "Oh yeah, you're not playing Souls, like you're not a real Souls player because you're not using that, or you're doing a Dex build, you're using a katana, you're not a real player." It's like that's always the people that you see around that shouts the loudest. Unfortunately,
I want to go to tournaments and I want to shake people's hands and say hello, because when I went to Greece, even though I wasn't too interested in Tekken 8, there were people there that were like, "Oh, I watch your channel, blah, blah," and it was nice, you know, like.
Oh yeah, you were at Olympus, yeah.
Yeah, like obviously because I'm half Greek as well. Like them knowing that I'm half Greek, you know what Greeks are like. They're like, "Oh, you're Greek, come Mihaly, blah blah blah. Let's do this, that, and the other," which is nice, you know. But at the same time, I can't. I work for a living. I can't be spending money on a game where the consumer is not being given what they're owed. And I think that when I was talking to Yaya, he was saying, "Oh, you know, like Tekken players have it good. You guys always complaining," but I'm like, we've always been used to a 5-star service, and you guys over in the anime community, maybe you've been used to 2-star. I'm not used to eating shit. So
you said this,
if you're serving me up shit after you've been serving me steak the entire time, I'm gonna complain, and that's all it is. Like I'm not here to ruin anybody else's fun. I don't force anyone to watch anything that I say, and I'm certainly not the only voice in the scene. I'm not like shaping the way the scene is. Maybe I'm contributing in a way, but contribute in a way that I believe I'm telling the truth.
Yes, I just want to make this really clear. I'm not saying I don't. It's not even many people, but I've seen. And most likely, it's also honestly, it's more the comment section where people when it comes to VDX and Mainman, like these guys producing. Mainman does this for 17 years. You can say a lot about the guy, but he loves Tekken. He loves that shit. And VDX as well. If you look at this, again, do the trick. Click on VDX channel and sort by oldest videos. And you will see what kind of grind he put into fucking Tekken. And, I don't like content creators. No, it doesn't matter if you say it about Mike. It doesn't matter if you say it about Mainman or whoever it is. These non-arguments of like they are shills or some shit. I dislike that heavily. Because, I'm not saying again. It depends.
I don't think anyone's called me a shill. I think they call me.
No. They called you a hater.
Coming of Tom Brady or something.
Yeah, you are a hater. Yeah, exactly. You are. It's with Tom Brady. Tom Brady just hates Mortal Kombat. He obviously doesn't want to see the game fail and stuff. Obviously, it's a complete bullshit. But again, I say it's bullshit on your end and it's bullshit on them as well. Again, some people do it as a funny way, right? Like this Shill stuff. It's like a bit of fun. But some people are literally meaning that, and this is where I'm getting angry. But it's not a lot of people. Most of them doing it for fun. And Mike, it's the same with you. When these people call you a hater, right? They don't even listen to you. They don't listen to what you have to say. They just call you a hater.
Yeah, Well, this is the thing. Like, it's okay because, like you said, I don't go around telling people how long I've been around fighting games or what tournaments I've won or gone to, because that's all really irrelevant. Winning tournaments doesn't mean that your opinion is automatically more valid. My only issue with a lot of their talking points is like you will say something to people and they're like, "Oh, you've clearly only just started playing," and I'm like, "Bro, like you're gonna start throwing insults, the conversation's over." So it would be nice if people could have genuine conversation. But then, to be honest with you, when we live stream on YouTube or Twitch or Twitter, the conversations tend to be pretty good. It's just, I think Twitter just emboldens people to act like prats. It's rampant on Twitter. So I don't even know why I was necessarily surprised.
I'm discovering Twitter through you, man, basically, because I don't use them much. I'm more on Reddit, which is, well, more of the same, some will say, but Twitter is wild.
It's more of the same, but more,
Twitter
but longer.
Wild, Twitter is wild. Like,
yeah.
From what I'm seeing, at least with the beginners on Reddit, they're very kind.
Yeah,
they are. There's also some bullshit on Reddit, but
when I see this beginner posting, "Oh, I finally reached orange rank," there is a lot of support behind that. It's like everyone remembers the first time they played Tekken online.
Reddit is actually better. Yeah, you're right. Reddit is actually better than Tekken Twitter. But Reddit sometimes it's more Twitter, but longer because they can type more, and then you have to.
I want to address this comment here. It says, "I think True Underdog is an actual shill, but I digress. His takes are just bad, and it doesn't feel like he ever adds to conversations. It just feels like he wants to make content." So, I wanted
something about this.
Yeah, go on.
Because I maybe this you are Mike. You are a native English speaker, so you have to explain this to me. In my world, I take words very seriously. That has to do with personal background, and it doesn't matter. When you call someone a shill, isn't a shill literally someone who takes money basically behind the scenes to advertise a product in a positive light? Isn't that what a shill is?
It can be, but not necessarily. It can also be somebody that wants to be seen in a good light with the developer to potentially get things from them later down the line. So instead of like being honest, they will put out content in the opposite direction, hopefully to get a handout. Sometimes it's not all the time, not every single person, but that is the case sometimes.
So when they use this word for but when they use this word for True Underdog or Mainman or VDX, that makes no sense in my world. These players have a large platform. Mainman lives off of this shit. That form of shill doesn't make sense to me. So they are, in that case, they are literally meaning it, like they take money from the developer, no?
Well, the thing is with the True Underdog thing is that it's hard to really know with him. Obviously, I don't think he's taking money, but my problem with True Underdog is that his takes are extremely inconsistent, and I think they're disingenuous. I think that obviously he's got a gigantic channel, and I don't mean this as like a slight on the guy at all. This is not me saying I don't think he's a bad person. I don't know him personally, but his takes are all over the place. That it feels more like he understands what the market wants in terms of like what viewers are looking for in that particular moment or in that particular week. Because he's been playing the game for a long time, right? The game of YouTube. And if YouTube is your main source of income and the game that your income is centered around is just dying and it's going to be gone very soon, people are not even going to be talking about it, then you look at the conversations around that and you try to craft as much as you can out of that. And looking at True Underdog's content, it looks like he just sort of looks at what people want to hear, makes a video about it, because some people are just tourists, like they said, they're not subscribers. They come in, they come out. You make your ad revenue, you move on to the next. So I don't know if he's a shill in that sense that people are saying. What I think personally is that True Underdog is disingenuous. I don't believe he believes the things he's saying. And I think he is more interested in securing the bag than putting out content that does right by his audience. I don't mean that I don't mean that as an insult. That's just my perception. He's doing what he needs to do to get his bag, and it's clearly working. He averages about 20 to 30,000 views per video. One of his recent videos is upwards of almost 200K now. So he knows what he's he knows what he's doing.
4,000 subscribers on Twitch, something like that, guys.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He understands how the game is played. I can't hate on him, man. He's trying to get his bag, but at the same time, you're putting yourself on YouTube, critiquing the audience. I mean, I'm within my right to critique you for that. I'll never attack him personally because I don't know him personally. There's only one content creator on here I've ever attacked personally. But outside of that, I wouldn't attack him because I don't know him. I'm just talking about his takes. I think he's lying. I don't believe that he believes what he's saying, but that doesn't mean that he's a bad guy. It's his source of income. I don't know what his financial situation is. Maybe he's got dependents. I don't know.
But wouldn't it make VDX said this? VDX said when he was confronted with him being a shill and shit, yeah? He said, would it not make more sense for me to then just shit on the game? Like, you know,
well, technically, no. It depends always how you do things. It's not necessarily you always need to speak good about the thing to receive a contract. I'm not talking about experience, but like not in this field. But at the same time, if you are someone like, you know, there are plenty of people online that just really, they have such a big audience, they can just literally say whatever they want about a video game because they don't need that game producer to sponsor them or something like that.
Yeah.
And when you get to that dimension, it's a completely different game. Just shooting zero on everything is not the right way to do it. The fact that you want to be on the right side, I think, is for me is more about how you say your things and the kind of product that you deliver rather than directly what you say. You can still criticizing things. It's just like there is a difference how you do it and how heavily you do it and which kind of wording you use, which kind of message.
Yeah, that's the point. That's my point.
It's always around that. Yeah. It's always around that because as well. Yeah. Like you said, like Mayman as itself said, the game needs to be balanced multiple times. He doesn't like Jin, and he said it. But at the same time, he's the number one Tekken streamer, so he's in their advantage always from Bandai to invite him to the events if he wants to sponsor because he's the one that brings the biggest numbers. At the end of the day,
I don't think that saying the game needs to always be balanced would really piss them off, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't piss them off. You can say that.
Yeah, but I think what people's argument is that. I'm not saying TMM's a show. I haven't said that, but I think the reason people think that is that they don't feel like his responses are as visceral as maybe they could be. Not that he actually feels that, but sometimes it comes across to people like damage control is being run on certain things, and then obviously with the whole Virtua Fighter situation that's gone on recently with just taking a shit on Virtua Fighter for no reason. I wouldn't say that's an indictment of being a shill or being a paid shill, but the perception is not good. So I can understand why people might look at it a certain way. I don't think it personally. I just think that he's like any other fanboy. You get WWE and AEW. WWE fanboys will shit all over AEW no matter what they do. Which, I'm one of those. I can't stand AEW. I tell people openly I'm a WWE guy, but he might just be a Tekken fanboy. He's seen another 3D fighter come into it. Yeah. Tekken is his bag at the end of the day.
Yeah,
if there was a reality where Virtua Fighter did come in and did start taking back that crown, because right now, even though Virtua Fighter is the innovator and the originator, Tekken is the king. Whether we like the direction that Tekken is in or not, Tekken sits on that throne. And it sits on that throne undisputed. But Virtua Fighter is going to come in here and it's going to leave a dent, but we don't know how big that dent's going to be. And Main Man might look at it in a way that it's like, this could start to shift again, right? Because at one point, Virtua Fighter owned the 3D space. Tekken 3 came about and it completely shifted. We might be about to go into an age. I don't think we are, but we might be about to go into an age. Yeah, it might be maybe not Virtua Fighter 6, but maybe Virtua Fighter 6 picks up steam as it goes on. And then Virtua Fighter 7 comes out and everybody's locked in. And maybe Tekken 8 isn't doing as good as people think. Maybe. And Tekken 9 comes out and people are like, I think I'll go play Virtua Fighter. That could happen. It's unlikely, but maybe that's how he's looking at it.
The best one thing against, this is my last thing, because when I look at this, again, you didn't say it, Gian didn't say it. There are a lot of people who say it like in sort of a meme way, but there are people who are literally convinced with like VDX and Mainman, and I don't think these people have watched so much. I have watched so much of all of you guys. I have watched hundreds of hours of Mainman, and I'm talking really old shit. And also in Tekken 7, he was already the king. In Tekken 7, he was already the king of Tekken streamers and content creators. He already was. Since years, he is. And in that game, he in some patch notes, bro, he literally called the developers basically almost retards. Like
Yeah.
this is where I don't see the logical consistency. Suddenly he is shilling or some shit. I don't believe it. But that is my opinion on it, because I literally heard like I heard this, like Mainman seeing a patch note saying like, what the fuck? I think even Tekken 8 patch notes. Guys, isn't he reading Tekken 8 patch notes with Dragunov and shit? And it's like, what the fuck are you doing towards the developers? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
towards the balancing team, he is doing that. I can't see it logically being consistent. And it's the same with Mike, it's the same with me. Mike says something negative that is true in my opinion. People call him a hater. Mainman says something that he says I like about the game, he is a shill. And this type of tone is not good. It is not good. That's not good.
Yeah, I don't call people shills directly because I
No,
don't
you
know.
don't know. Sorry.
I'm not on the inside, so I don't know. I can understand public perception though. I can understand how things look. I can also understand public perception when it comes to my videos where they think I'm a hater, because people focus on negativity more. So if they hear me doing like 3 or 4 videos where I'm shitting on something, but then there's 2 videos where I'm praising something, they're going to focus on the negative. I mean, that's how the news works, right?
Yeah, you're right. I
negativity,
always forget this. Yeah.
Yeah, the negativity catches our attention, which is why when you see me in the comment section, I'm not really angry at anyone. I'm just trying to explain the situation to them. Obviously, you know what some gamers are like. You know, they just respond with like hate. But you know, the shill argument, I try to stay away from it because, much like I told some other guy, that if you don't really know 100% what is going on, then I think there's a better way to have the conversation rather than to point fingers. I just think in FDX's case, and when he said that it would be better if I would be better financially for me if I just spoke negatively about it, that's a load of shit.
He meant it in the way of like not in the way of like YouTube ad revenue. People click more on negative content basically.
No, for FDX's brand, it would not work. First of all, if he started that way, then it would be more acceptable. But if FDX started doing that now, people would look at him sideways because his brand.
You mean because he is?
He's the nicest Tekken guy.
He seems like a nice guy. He tries to look at it from a positive perspective, and some people might not like it because we live in an age where people are looking for like the next thing to rage on, and so I get that. But FDX's brand does not represent that, and if he randomly started doing that, it would look disingenuous. And in the moment, he'll create a video shitting on Tekken. That video will probably get 500,000 views because it's like, oh my god, FDX is shitting on Tekken. But that will dwindle over time. There's no longevity in that. It will disappear if you're just doing it for clicks. It will disappear, and people will, or your channel will stagnate.
But again, that's also with FDX, it's gray, right? He also said everyone is waiting for balance, him included, right? So he is also of the opinion the game right now is not in a balanced place, and all that shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think FDX is a shill. I think maybe I would probably disagree with some of his takes, but disagreeing with someone's takes does not necessarily mean you're a shill.
Of course not. Of course.
And as for Mainman, I know he's actually worked for Bandai Namco, so I don't know if he's so much a shill. Okay, well, I don't know if there's so much shills as they are just like towing the line of like trying to be responsible with their bag. Like, you know, I don't, maybe in his personal life, FDX really doesn't like something about the game, but financially speaking, he's not going to go online and be like, Namco, this fucking sucks. This is shit. No one played this, blah, blah, blah. Because he's like, well, financially speaking, maybe he's tied to them. Luckily for me, I'm not financially tied to any of these companies, and I wouldn't take a bag from them anyway because I'm doing fun on my own. I think for me, this is more fun to just talk about fighting games the way I've always wanted to talk about them, which is, you know, I know it's cost me a little bit. You know, I can't speak on that too much, but I have been reached out to by certain individuals for certain things. And I know that some of the things I've put out about specific games, you guys can probably guess, has burnt bridges. But
I can guess, yeah.
Yeah, I never saw this YouTube thing as like a full-time job or like a thing to like drive my, like to pay my rent, and that it's helped a lot. Don't get me wrong, like the support that people give me, all the donations, the views, yeah, it's made a difference. But some of these guys, they started really early, like Mainman. He started.
It just happens. Yeah, it just happens. He started so long ago. You couldn't even do ad revenue when he started. It wasn't even a thing.
Mainman started doing combo videos when I first started. When I was subscribed to Mainman when he had 20,000 subscribers, and I think that's when I subbed to him on one of my old channels. So I've been watching Mainman for a long time. So his whole livelihood is tied to Tekken. He doesn't.
It is,
work.
but it
He
wasn't on
works for
purpose, right?
Tekken.
Shit like this happens. It happens suddenly. Oh, I'm big enough to actually can actually think about doing this.
Yeah,
You know,
of course,
happened.
of course. I think that he got big enough to be like, I can sit at home, be with my family, and I can play Tekken. And maybe Bandai Namco approached him, and he's recognized as the biggest Tekken personality outside of like maybe a pro player like Arslan. And they probably approached him and said, hey, we want to work with you, blah, blah, blah. And maybe that upsets his audience or people that watch him. They're like, we can't really trust him anymore. But I do think you have to look at it from the perspective that he does have a family. Maybe he doesn't want to go in as hard as he wants to. That's why I don't really go in on them personally. And I try to not make the assertion because life is rough, man. And if you were afforded the opportunity to sit down and play games and he doesn't want to, maybe he feels it, but he doesn't want to. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. I don't want to shit on One Piece. Sometimes there's things that I see on One Piece and I'm like, man, that really pissed me off. Maybe I can make
you said it. I did not say it. You said it.
Yeah, maybe there's things that I see in the show where I'm like, I didn't like that. If I had an anime channel, but I don't want to talk about Dragon Ball One Piece like that. I just don't.
It's what I just thought about. It's crazy, right? With, for example, let's take Arslan Ash. You said Arslan Ash, yeah? So that is a player that should actually have interest in the game getting as big as it can for like increased price pool, all of that shit. Yeah, to him it benefits if the game does incredibly well. To him it's only benefit, and he is. I mean, what I know is like he at the beginning said, okay, you know what? I'm trying to like get myself into this game. I'm now accepting how it has to be played. And I think the most recent statement I know from him is like basically, there's not a quote, but basically, I fucking dislike this game a lot.
Well, but I think. Oh, sorry. Finish.
No, it's just a point. Like when it comes to Arslan, then people criticize him for some BS, even though I think, isn't that like a guy you can trust? I mean, he has the most interest in this game being as big and as positive and as popular as it can be.
Yeah, but I think on that you have to frame it differently though. Because like what he really dislikes is all the coin flip factor into the game, which makes it less reliable for his competitors.
Yeah, but he is still like top 8 doesn't matter for him. Like he's still so fucking good.
Yeah,
that
but
doesn't matter. He's the reigning Evo champion.
Make a comparison between his last years in Tekken 7 and now he struggled.
He is the reigning Evo champion. He is wait. He is the reigning Evo champion.
Yeah, I'm not saying they didn't win anything, but it's being way less dominant. There is not been apart for Ulsan. For the first part until the last nerfs for Dragunov. Apart from Ulsan, there is not being a real dominant player.
Okay, he's less dominant, but in Tekken 7, he won the first, and he won in 2018. The game was already out for 3 years.
Finn, look at it this way, yeah. If the game is coin flip consistently and he's taken his time out to learn it, he's running a risk of losing to people that he doesn't feel like should be touching him. So even though he's a very high level player and he's still doing well, the risk is much higher because of the way the game is designed. And in his mind, he's probably going to bed thinking, I've got this tournament tomorrow in this fucking coin flip game. I'm going to maybe pay out of my pocket for something. I don't know if he's still sponsored, but take time out of my day at the very least for this game where shit just is happening all over the screen. Now Clive's in the game, can't even see what the hell's going on. I can understand why he's a bit like, I don't like this shit, man, because I don't.
Okay, I see your point.
Secure.
I see your point. He feels right. Okay, you are correct. Is literally what he says. I mean, he is literally what he says. He says one launch into obviously blah, into obviously way more threatening 50-50 than it was ever the case in Tekken 7. But okay, yeah, you are correct. It's the first year in Tekken 7. What was the first 2019, 2018, yeah? When he like exploded into the scene. It was 3 years into the game. Now we have year 1. He is very critical of the game. So. But still, he has the interest of this game being as popular as it can be, no? I mean,
well, but it's not.
Why would he?
Because it's not a small franchise at the end of the day. This game is not gonna die.
Yeah,
this game is not gonna die.
It's not a problem because
it's like Tekken needed to miss to get to the stage of the end of Tekken Tag 2. They didn't miss one game. They didn't miss 2 games. They missed 3 games in a row because Tekken 6 was at the end received meh. Tekken Tag 2 was receiving even more meh.
Yeah, and there was also no money back in there. There was no money.
And you had Tekken Revolution in between. I mean, or it was after. I don't remember.
We are not talking.
So it's like that's the stage. That's like how much bad stuff it was. That is always the point as well. Add to the fact that then you have to make something better than Tekken 5 DR, which is still considered the best Tekken ever. But it's the same kind of weird situation Tekken 8 is a bit now, where like people is expecting the biggest and best Tekken ever, but you have to, like, the monster that you have to surpass is Tekken 7. And at the end of the day, even if you are an older player like me, you might have in your memories like more fonded memories with for me it's Tekken 3 and Tekken 5. Tekken 7 is still the Tekken that made me play the most competitively. Is still the Tekken that made me discover Tekken as a competitive game to watch. Is still it's still the Tekken I played the most at the end of the day, and it's still the most successful Tekken ever. Even if Tekken
and it
3
has
doesn't
crazy
count,
BS. It also has crazy BS. I mean, this
yeah.
is always so difficult to.
But it's
You're
always
right,
out
it's
there.
just-
Bullshit is
Finn, it
applied.
doesn't have anything like Heat. It has
Yeah.
nothing.
No,
And
no,
even-
of course not. Of course not.
Even
of
the
course not.
properties on the moves, like we were talking about with Jin earlier, and Main Man was showing the difference between Demon Paw in Tekken 7 and Demon Paw in Tekken 8. It is night and day. We were
Exactly.
talking
That
to
is
people.
why in the.
We were talking to people in the chat earlier, and people are, Demon Paw has been nerfed. Demon Paw is
Yeah, they have
so
not been- yeah, yeah.
absurd compared to what it used to be that, again, the only
Of
people
course.
that are going to be saying that are the people that did not play against Jin or use Jin in Tekken 7, because Demon Paw in Tekken 7 operates completely differently. In
Yeah, it does.
Tekken 8, there
It's
is
a
a
knockdown
force
for
field
Jin. It
around it.
doesn't.
Yeah, no.
Yes,
it's-
and
it's
also
hard-
on
so
the
hard
on
to-
hit,
yeah.
the on hit situation is completely ridiculous when you compare it with Tekken 7. In Tekken 7, it was none Oki. Jin hits you with forward 4-2. You go across the screen. There's no threatening Oki. In Tekken 8, he hits you with it. You are minus fucking 17. This is also what I said. I said in the recent option select video I made, this is the problem that the high level audience has with it, with the game. And that is also the problem that Arsen Ash has with it. That is also the problem that Joker has with it. Kokoma, every single one
Every
of these
pro player
players
that
is the
defends it.
heat.
It's also a launcher as well, don't forget. Like when you
It's a
dash
launcher
out-
in heat,
yeah.
and on normal hit, just think about it, like minus 17. Yes, that is exactly the problem. It's not that the game is, it's not even, and this is the thing, people are now mixing in everything. They are saying, oh, my Colo has a problem with Tekken 8 because Jin is no longer the true Q cushion. No, that is not the true issue. The true issue is stuff like forward 2 from Jin or forward 2. It's minus 17. What the fuck is it? What, plus 17? That is
For
too
me- For me, the true issue is the combination of all the things. You know, when earlier they
Okay.
were
Yeah, okay.
listing what Tekken, like Yaya was listing what Tekken, what is positive in Tekken. In my mind, it was like, yeah, what he's saying is actually not false. It's true. Tekken 8 type loading screen is fine. He has a decent introduction mode with the what is it called, the arcade quest.
But what
The
about
practice
gameplay,
mode could be better and everything. But then if I look about what I really would like into the game, the gameplay introduced this 2D style 50-50 in a game that were never there, and that's like the answer that I would give to everyone that tells me 50-50 has always been in the game. Not like this. And we already had this conversation, so I'm not gonna go anymore into that. And then you don't have any game modes. You just can play ranked, and it's the most oppressive and pressurized game that you can play. And it's just never felt like this. Even in Tekken 7, I had a quarter of defense that I have now because I was in mid blue ranks, nothing special. Still, I feel I could play Tekken 7 way more easily than this game.
Okay. I mean,
I still like it. I just want to see it
Yes.
better. I just want to see the reward into the hours of work that I put into.
If you guys want to know why Tekken 8 is the way it is, then look no further than Soulcalibur 6. This is the inspiration behind Tekken 8. If you look at the way Soulcalibur 6 plays, and you look at the Soul Burst system or whatever it's called, it's exactly the same as Heat. I pop the Soul Burst, I get new special abilities. There's a lot of moves in this game that are plus for no reason. Even the character I'm playing is so stupid. The character I'm fighting against right now is extremely dumb. Soulcalibur got completely ripped of its identity in this game. And I played it for as long as I could because obviously I was coming off a very high level on Soulcalibur 5, and Andy Rue was probably the best ZUSLML player in Europe. So I was like, okay, I'm already in this scene. I'm already enjoying my space near the top. I'm going to continue playing these guys. But eventually I was like, I can't do this anymore. This game is absolutely batshit crazy. It's so stupid. Yeah. And this is where Tekken 8 got its ideas from.
I have one question. Do Gian and Mike, is there one thing in the actual gameplay, like the round to round gameplay moves, whatever, that you like a lot more than how things were in Tekken 7? Anything?
I don't understand the question.
Like, is there any, for example, how do you like that you now have still certain homing options as throws? Harang has a homing throw, or like, do you actually like?
Some mechanics that we like more.
Is this? Do you like certain? Do you think that, for example, heat smash is good? I'm just asking for one. Can you describe one change to me from Tekken 7 to Tekken 8 in the round-to-round gameplay, right? That you would say, you know what, this is I like this. This Tekken 8 thing in the gameplay, I like.
I like the sidestepping more in Tekken 8. I think the sidestepping is pretty good. I think the only problem is that there's too many moves that like realign. They don't even track. They literally realign. So it makes the whole, it makes the whole sidestepping kind of obsolete. But the sidestepping itself is very good in Tekken 8. I like the general aesthetic of Tekken 8. You know, like when you slam somebody into the ground, the way the way the game reacts with it, the way characters animate, I think is a lot better. In terms of system
the low
changes,
parry change is sorry.
Yeah, in terms of system changes though, there's nothing in the new system that I like. I don't like the fact that they have given moves weird force fields around their attacks. Lee does it as well with his forward 3, I think it is, or 4, whatever is that kick
forward
is.
3, yeah.
Yeah, that has a weird force field around it. I don't like the moves that you get out of heat. Like even as someone that plays Feng Wei, 3+4 is so stupid because as soon as I do it, you're taking my mix-up. There's nothing you can do. You can't. It's not an attack you can block. And
I
not
can jab you out of it. I can. If you're correct, you can jab him out of it.
Yeah, but the risk you're taking doing that is so insane. And if you don't time it correctly, because you don't, Tekken 8 is very fast paced. So if you don't time that correctly, now you're on the floor. I'm gonna press 3. I'm gonna do that weird kick that Feng does and crushes your back. Then I'm gonna go into Kempo. I'm gonna press 4 or I'm gonna press 2 or whatever the mid is. I think it's 1+2. And if you try to get up and press a button, you've been counter hit into shoulder, heat, into shoulder, into the wall, you're dead. Like the system changes do not promote good fighting. It promotes a spectacle that burns out quickly.
But guys, the low parry change is objectively, I think, good. Tekken 7 should have done this because in Tekken 7, if you got a low parry, you can look up these combos in tournament. It happens every time. You get a low parry mid stage, you could get like basically 40%. You get like 40% health off of a low parry. That led to if they would have removed this in Tekken 7, maybe the critique of like the boring gameplay would not have been that strong, because that is why the poking was so dangerous in Tekken 7 even. This is why you were so conservative, because one low parry on one of your lows even, you ate 40%. You ate 40%.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. Low parry change was good. My only issue with the low parry is not the low parry change itself.
It was Pathfinder who said it.
Huh?
Pathfinder said it. Someone asked who said it was Pathfinder. He wrote it in chat. Your chat is amazing.
Yeah, no, the low parry change is good. That's a very good change. The only issue is not the low parry itself. It's the fact that when you low parry someone, if you have heat, you just end up doing the same shit you were doing before.
That is true, yeah.
So it's a little bit annoying because they did fix a problem and then they added a problem on top of it. And heat actually, I would argue, makes that situation even worse because heat gives you access to things that basically turn your character into a Super Saiyan. So after the heat situation has finished, the guy is still dashing in your face, and now you got to deal with another mix-up. And by that time, you're at the wall. So yeah, they fixed the low parry, and then they fucked up with heat. So heat is the problem here. Heat is the central issue of this game.
Yeah, everyone. I've talked with the top Saudi players. They also said. I mean, obviously, they also said chip damage is in certain. It's just too much. It should be like, if you don't know, if some people in chat,
chip is.
I don't have a problem with recoverable health though. I understand chip recoverable health. There is a mechanic with the recoverable health that I like, which is how it's like, if you see it, like for me is. Combos, there's people that says combo are less effective in Tekken 8 because they give you they take away half of your life and 25% of your life bar is recoverable. But at the end of the day, after I take away half of your health bar, I just put you into a situation of endless mix-up between the chip I bring you rage and the guess for your life. That's the real problem. There is a mechanic that I like, honestly, just one. That's probably because of the character I play. I like installs, but the basic.
So not the stacks. Do you like the basic?
No. But look, I don't have a problem with Eddie's one, because at the end Eddie's one is probably the most useless as well. But like the over the top one, Eddie's one is just
So
two bars.
Heihachi, you mean Heihachi is over...
Heihachi, Zantetsuken is broken. Like, we don't see it yet, but the Clyde is clearly top 5, clearly. But we'll see after it. There are a couple of tournaments around. And going in a tournament in a couple of weeks in Italy, I really, really, really don't know what.
The one in Turin,
Yeah, the one in Turin. I'm going at the end.
I just don't think that chip was implemented very well. It seems very skewed all over the place, and I just don't like it generally in Tekken. I think it's a bit weird. Maybe you can make the argument for like chainsaws and swords hitting your arms, but then it's even more unfair if other people can't do it. So personally, it's not something that I welcome. Recoverable health, I only welcome in tag games. In a single one-on-one fight, I find it very weird. Seems unnecessary.
Okay, Mike, what do you think about Federer and Hassan? They're both like world-class Saudi players, like literally a champion material. They said you should reduce the chip damage in general. Like they said certain exceptions can be made for maybe Kuma or some shit. But they said the general, if some players in the chat don't know this, I know people who have 1,000 hours in the game, they did not know about this. It's just something you miss. Did you know that if you are in rage, you receive significantly less chip damage?
Yeah, almost nothing.
Yeah, I've noticed that, yeah.
They said they wanted to be the staple. Like that should be the staple. This amount of chip damage, like significantly reduced, that should be the staple.
That would be fun.
No, recoverable health, you could probably make more of an argument for, just because 2 combos in Tekken kill you. So I might be more willing to listen to recoverable health. But chip, I find it's such a bizarre change. It doesn't feel like it should ever come back.
So you want it completely out?
I feel like it's very similar to the chip damage situation in Street Fighter 5. I really didn't like how everything did white health, and then like I think in Street Fighter 5 you could earn your health back as well. But I just don't like it. I think it's a bit of a shit change. And it does.
I mean, Street Fighter, I think, always had. I don't know if Street Fighter always had chip, but in Street Fighter 4, you also had like chip sequences with EXDP and stuff to kill people. Like you would literally checkmate people.
No, but in Street Fighter 5, you could use normals to build up white health. Historically in Street Fighter, you could use fireballs, and you could use,
white
like,
health,
DPs.
not okay.
Yeah, that was like regular health that it would take off. But in Tekken, I don't think it fits. Even in Mortal Kombat, everything does chip, and in Mortal Kombat you can't even recover it. You just got to hold it. I'm not a big fan of that, because these games are already very difficult to balance, and there's some characters that really benefit from it that probably shouldn't be. And even, people try to use Kuma as an example. And I've got a video on my channel from when this game came out, and I said in that video, in 4K, Kuma is fucking cheap, and he's going to be a massive problem going forward. And look what happened. We got a Tekken World Champion using Kuma again.
We have a Tekken World Champion.
Yes,
the same
one. But in Tekken 7, it was more of a spectacle, because it was like, oh my god, like this low state character. It was very strange. But in Tekken 8, I was like, I was in the stream chat, like, bro, Kuma's gonna like destroy this guy, and he's not even gonna touch him, and that's what happened.
Kuma is the strong one of this. Someone can make arguments to Kuma be the strongest character, or at least have the strongest move in the game. In it,
yeah. It's
I
very, very like, it was very obvious when I saw it. Me and King J were talking about this at the Red Bull Gaming Sphere in London when I was sitting, and he was using Kuma, and he was saying to me, "Bro, this character's cheap." And I said to him, "I know, it's dumb. Like, you're not breaking his defense. He's almost incentivized to get hit by you, because he's just in the corner getting slapped around, and he's lost like 30%. It's stupid."
Guys, is it my room, or is there like a drill? Is there
so my Turkish neighbors love doing this whenever I'm streaming. They love it.
They love doing it at
11 o'clock. Nice.
11 o'clock. What the fuck? Do you know what? Yeah, Turks and Greeks have had this rivalry for a long time. I think they know that I'm half Greek, and they just like pissing me off. They're gonna start doing this all night. So in the interest of not putting the stream,
sounds like an elephant.
Because we've been here for 6 fucking hours, and these pricks are gonna start. I'm gonna go there for a fucking kebab with them in a minute. I swear to God, they're so annoying. I'm gonna end the stream there.
Yeah, that's the time.
So I
That's a signal.
appreciate all of the super chat donations. I'm so sorry about these bastards. I'm gonna go knock on their door. And what we'll do is we'll do another live stream in the new year. I'll let you guys know when that is. But until then,
Bro, he
guys,
says it sounds like a zoo mic because it sounds like an
how do
elephant.
you think I feel, bro? He's right. It sounds like Chewbacca's outside my door, and they do this all the time. And the thing is, is that you guys that come to the stream know I live with Ellie, right? Ellie's Colombian. You know what Latinas are like. She's gonna go there and start screaming in Spanish, and I've got to calm her down as well. I don't need this shit at 11 o'clock.
Bro, it is nearly it is midnight, bro. In Germany, you would call the police. I'm not kidding. Like in Germany's are butthurt about this. You would call the police.
It's so annoying. All right, I'm gonna end the stream there so I don't drive these guys mad. So everyone, thank you for tuning in. We'll do one very soon. Finn and John, thank you for stopping by.
Of
And
course.
I will catch you guys very soon. Take care.
Catch you, Mike.
Peace.